concerns, and I share those concerns as well. And I mentioned that earlier on with regards to how we are and must be digital first, but not digital only. To Ms. Jean's point also, for customers who incurred late charges due to the outage, DBS and Citibank will waive these charges. To Mr. Don Wee's question, in fact, I had already explained that the point of restricting some of these activities, either acquisitions or reduce the scale back of ATMs and branches, and preventing or rather restricting IT changes. These are all meant for this particular period for the bank, for DBS, to focus on remediating and fixing the issues that led to 14th October, and in fact, other issues that have related to the multiple disruptions over the course of a year. Thank you.
Mr. Leong Man Wai, did you want to ask? No, your point. Okay. Any other SQs for MOS Tan? If not, Mr. Lim Biao Chuan.
Question 55, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to answer PQs 55 to 58 on today's orders paper?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. The current electronic road pricing or ERP system has served us well for 25 years, since 1998, in mitigating traffic congestion and keeping traffic smooth along key roads. However, it is reaching the end of its operational lifespan. Obsolete parts in the gantries, as well as the existing in-vehicle unit or IU, would require customized production or the use of less reliable substitutes, which could affect the effectiveness and reliability of the system. Running such an aging system will not be cost-effective. The Land Transport Authority had assessed that it is less costly to replace the current ERP system with ERP 2.0 based on Global Navigation Satellite System or GNSS technology, compared to extending the existing system. The new system allows LTA to be more agile in managing congestion. LTA will have valuable insights into our traffic conditions to make quicker interventions without the need to build costly physical gantries in land-scarce Singapore. ERP 2.0 is planned with long-term use in mind. The system architecture is based on open standards and a modular design, which will allow for future upgrades that will help keep ERP 2.0 relevant and up-to-date. Mr. Lim Biao Chuan asked how motorists will be aware of ERP charges with the new onboard unit or OBU. Under ERP 1.0, the charge is displayed on the IU when the vehicle crosses the gantry. During the transition from ERP 1.0 to ERP 2.0, when the new OBUs are being progressively installed, there will be no change to how motorists will be charged, as charging will continue to be carried out by the gantries. When the transition to ERP 2.0 is completed, charging will be carried out through GNSS as the physical gantries are progressively decommissioned. There will be signages which demarcate the points at which ERP will be charged, and the OBU will provide an alert when the vehicle approaches an ERP charging location and indicate the relevant charges. For motorists who choose not to install the OBU screen, this information will be made available through compatible mobile applications on smartphones. Information on ERP charge locations and ERP rates will also be announced and made available publicly on the One Motoring website, which is similar to the current practice. Mr. Lim Biao Chuan also asked whether the OBU will be aligned to the car park payment options. The short answer is yes. The OBU is designed to work with existing systems, including ERP and electronic parking system car parks. Motorists can continue to pay via valid CPass cards, such as EasyLink Motoring Card, NETS Flash Pay, and the NETS Motoring Card, but not cash cards, as these are being phased out. Mr. Yip Hong Weng asked on the comparative cost between the IU and OBU. For all eligible existing Singapore-registered vehicles, the OBU will be installed free of charge if completed within the 2-month period stated in LTA's notification. It will also come with a 5-year warranty. All new vehicles purchased from first quarter of next year will be fitted with the new OBUs. The costs of the new OBU are being finalized and will be announced in due course. Mr. Louis Chua asked, when does the government intend to commence the implementation of distance-based charging? LTA has no immediate plans to introduce distance-based charging. Distance-based charging is a different approach for congestion management, and any plans to implement it must take many factors into consideration. Ms. Herting-Ru asked whether our considerations on data usage had been updated. Our reply to her on this issue in 2020 remains valid. To reiterate, there are strict safeguards in place to govern the collection, usage, and storage of data. For instance, LTA will only use anonymized or aggregated data for traffic management and transport planning purposes. For vehicle-specific data, LTA will only use it for payment, charges, and enforcement, such as against non-payment of ERP charges. LTA also adheres to government-wide standards for data security, including strict guidelines on data sharing with other government agencies. Robust safeguards are in place to prevent unauthorized access. There are also criminal penalties for unauthorized disclosure and improper use of information. The Ministry of Home Affairs is replying to a separate PQ on the use of ERP 2.0 data by the Singapore Police Force and intelligence agencies. Mr. Ip Hong Beng also asked if LTA had assessed if the ERP 2.0 system could be wholly replaced using a smartphone. The OBU has 3 key functions. First, to identify the vehicle's location and communicate with the ERP system. Second, to process transactions in real time safely and securely. And third, to notify motorists on the ERP charge and other key traffic information. For the first function, the precision of smartphone location data can vary across different devices and increases the risk of erroneous charging. As a common and trusted standard issue device for all Singapore-registered vehicles, the OBU can better ensure reliability and performance and reduce significant downstream operational challenges, such as disputes regarding charging inaccuracies. It is also crucial to ensure that there are strict safeguards for data collection and storage. The OBU has been designed with robust security measures and tested extensively to ensure that it can handle real-time charging transactions and data securely. Data stored in the OBU cannot be directly accessed by motorists or external mobile applications and are designed to be tamper-proof with a high level of security and encryption. The OBU is also designed for one-way communication to ensure better security. Therefore, while the OBU can broadcast data, it is not designed to receive data or instructions from an external mobile application. For the second function, to allow the smartphone to process the ERP transactions, motorists will have to start their mobile apps, key in their passcode or use biometric authentication to enable ERP charging each and every time they travel. This is inconvenient to motorists, and some may inevitably forget to start their mobile apps for the ERP. For the third function, LTA has taken on board earlier feedback, and a mobile interface has since been developed, allowing motorists to opt out of installing the accompanying touch screen of the OBU and use their smartphones for information display.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Order, end of question time, introduction of government bills, DPM and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I beg to introduce a bill intituled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore.
Constitution of the Republic of Singapore Amendment Number 3 Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, On behalf of the Minister for Law, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Moneylenders Act 2008.
Moneylenders Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting,
So be it. Minister for Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Trade and Industry, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect the National Security Interests of Singapore by regulating significant investments in and control of critical entities.
Significant Investments Review Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. DPM and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to make miscellaneous amendments to certain acts.
Statutes Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Order, the clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day and notice of motion.
Item 1, Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Manpower, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, the CPF system is a key pillar of Singapore's social security system, which helps residents with a long-term commitment to Singapore, such as Singapore citizens and permanent residents, set aside savings for retirement, housing, and healthcare needs. This three-in-one feature is unique to our CPF system. We regularly review and update the CPF system, and the bill brings into legal effect the following changes. First, we had earlier announced in March this year that CPF accounts of non-residents will be closed from 1st April 2024. This bill will give effect to this by ceasing non-residents' participation in CPF schemes. Second, the bill introduces amendments to clarify and streamline the administration of CPF schemes for better service delivery to residents. The first set of amendments brings us closer to the CPF system's core objective of helping residents meet their retirement, housing, and healthcare needs. As non-residents may choose to leave Singapore permanently at any point in time and are not expected to reside in Singapore in the long term, they are responsible for their own retirement and healthcare adequacy or home ownership needs. We have gradually reduced the participation of non-residents in CPF schemes over the years. Non-residents have not been required to make CPF contributions since 1995. The option to make voluntary contributions was also removed in 2003. However, those who already had CPF accounts have been allowed to leave their past contributions in their accounts. The amendments to completely cease participation of non-residents in CPF schemes are the final steps that put the CPF system's core focus on supporting residents. Non-residents should transfer their CPF savings to their bank accounts by 1st April 2024. CPF savings that are not transferred by this date will be transferred to the general monies of the fund and will no longer earn the prevailing CPF interest. As a transitionary measure, in the first 3 years from 1st April 2024, non-residents' monies in the general monies of the fund will earn interest based on the 3-month average of the 3 local banks' savings account interest rate, which is currently at 0.05% per annum. This is because non-residents can transfer their monies to their bank account at any time. From 1st April 2027, 3 years after the change kicks in, non-residents' monies in the general monies of the fund will no longer earn any interest. Non-residents are therefore encouraged to transfer these monies to their own bank accounts as soon as they can. Non-residents' participation in CPF schemes, such as CPF Life, will also cease from 1st April 2024. With these changes, the resources dedicated for the administration of CPF schemes will be better focused on supporting the needs of residents who have a long-term commitment to Singapore. The second set of amendments clarifies as well as streamlines the administration of CPF schemes so as to improve service delivery. Today, under the CPF Act, members need to explicitly authorize CPF Board to allow any person to access their CPF information after their demise. For those who were authorized by the deceased member, they still have to write in to CPF Board to obtain the deceased member's information. For those who are not authorized by the deceased to access the deceased member's CPF information, they would have to take the additional step of obtaining a court order to access the information. Such processes complicate the handling of a deceased member's CPF account and add additional stress to families in bereavement. Just this year alone, CPF has already received more than 3,000 requests to access deceased members' CPF information, often from their family members who are trying to settle the members' post-death matters. We will amend the CPF Act to make post-demise handling more convenient for the nominees and beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy laws of CPF members who have passed away. The amendments will allow nominees and beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy laws to access CPF information of deceased members without members needing to explicitly authorize CPF Board to do so before they pass on. The CPF information that will be disclosed includes details such as the deceased member's CPF balances, names of all the nominees, and the proportion of CPF monies that the nominees will receive. It will also include details of the CPF schemes which the deceased members had participated in. This is aligned to industry practices for wills and interstate distribution of assets by the public trustee, where generally all beneficiaries are able to obtain information on the portion of the estate or assets each beneficiary will have. Being able to access the deceased member's CPF information will also provide transparency to the nominees and beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy law that the deceased member's CPF monies have been fully accounted for and disbursed accordingly. The amendments also clarify that CPF Board can process CPF transactions on or after a member's death. Today, under the CPF Act, CPF Board should generally process CPF-related transactions up to the date of death of a member. The amendments will make clear that CPF Board is empowered to process certain transactions on or after the date of death of the member. These transactions typically arise or follow from obligations preceding the death of the member. They include inflows into the CPF accounts, such as refund of CareShield Life premiums to the member's MediSave account after death, and outflows from the CPF accounts, such as refunds to employers if there were excess CPF contributions made. Lastly, we will amend the CPF Act to allow CPF Board to have greater flexibility determining the form of the notice to attend court for greater ease of administration and adopt more convenient and efficient modes of sending documents. Today, the Act requires the CPF Board to prescribe the form of the notice to attend court in subsidiary legislation. With the amendments, CPF Board can make changes to the notice without having to amend subsidiary legislation. This is aligned with legislation governing other public sector agencies and allows for greater ease of administration when changes to the notice are required. CPF Board will publish a sample copy of the notice to attend court on CPF Board's website so that the members of the public can easily access and verify the authenticity and legitimacy of any notice received. The amendments will also allow CPF Board to serve certain documents through an electronic service platform, instead of in hard copy, as they are required to do so today. This means greater convenience for CPF members, employers, and other persons, as they will be able to access more documents from CPF board electronically. For a start, selected hard copy documents, notifications such as the notice of contributions issued by CPF board to self-employed persons will be served electronically. Self-employed persons will still have the option to receive a hard copy notice by simply going to the CPF website to indicate their preference. So this sums up the administrative amendments to the CPF Act. Allow me to conclude. The CPF Amendment Bill will effect the cessation of non-residents' participation in CPF schemes. This will allow us to focus the CPF system on supporting the needs of residents who have a long-term commitment to Singapore. It also clarifies and streamlines the administration of CPF schemes, such as by aligning with industry practices to benefit residents and provide them with greater convenience. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the key amendments in this bill is to limit CPF schemes to Singapore citizens and PRs only. Following the amendment, foreigners who currently have CPF accounts will either have to withdraw all CPF monies standing to their credit or have their monies transferred to the general monies of the CPF fund, which would not bear interest on or after 1st April 2024. How many such accounts will be affected, and what percentage of all CPF accounts do they constitute? Is there any particular demographic of workers that is especially affected by this change? As these workers will be entitled to withdraw all existing monies once they lose their right to participate in the CPF scheme, are we doing anything special to brace ourselves for the expected rate of outflow of monies from the system? While it is understandable that we want to ring-fence the benefits of the CPF system to Singaporeans only, I'm sure there are also good reasons why we allowed foreigners working here to participate in the CPF scheme previously. Can the government share how those considerations have changed today? One reason that immediately comes to my mind is to ensure the relative competitiveness and employability of Singaporeans. By disapplying the CPF system to foreigners working here, would that cause businesses and employers to turn away from Singaporeans to foreign workers since they do not have to pay additional CPF contributions for the foreign workers? As the CPF system becomes inapplicable to non-PR foreigners, related schemes such as the lifelong income scheme and a home protection insurance scheme will naturally have to be terminated for such individuals. I'm just curious why the bill expressly provides that the time prescribed for terminating such schemes, open brackets, may differ for different classes of members, close quote. Perhaps the Minister can provide some clarification on what the provision seeks to address. Is a move to ring-fence the benefits of CPF to Singaporeans a sign that we will be seeing significant changes to the system? When many members, including me, queried the relevance of the CPF interest rate packs amid soaring inflation and global interest rates, Minister Tan See Leng stated during the COS 2023 that the Ministry are watching this interest rate environment very closely to ensure that the CPF interest rate packs remain relevant in the prevailing operating environment. Are we about to see an increase in 2.5% and 4% packs for the CPF OA and other accounts respectively? I'm glad that we are taking steps to make it even easier for CPF members' monies to be disbursed to beneficiaries upon the member's death. When we last debated amendments to the CPF Act in 2021, this House was informed of how CPF Board already reaches out to nominees once it is notified of a member's death and it disburses the monies within a month. The bill now introduces a power for the CPF Board to disclose certain information about the deceased CPF member to his or her nominees, or any persons who would be the member's beneficiaries if no nomination was made. This would enable nominees and beneficiaries to come forward and withdraw the member's leftover CPF monies even more quickly. Since 2021, what percentage of deceased members' accounts were not disbursed and emptied within a month of the member's death being notified to the CPF Board? And what percentage of deceased members' accounts still contain unclaimed CPF money 6 months after the CPF Board is notified of the member's death, such that the monies had to be transferred out into the general CPF fund and no further interest is payable on such monies? Before these amendments, what percentage of CPF members gave their consent to the CPF Board to disclose information after death when making their nominations of the persons entitled to receive their monies, CPF monies upon their death. Under the new Section 5911, the information which the CPF Board may disclose without consent includes the deceased member's CPF accounts, any nomination made by the member, and any other information as may be prescribed in regulations. So the question I have is, will the prescribed information be broader than the scope of information that a member can presently consent to the CPF Board's disclosure? Mr. Speaker, sir, notwithstanding the clarification sought, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Leong Ban Wai.
Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the main objectives of this bill being debated today is to amend the CPF Act 1953 to limit CPF schemes to Singapore citizens and PRs only. This is a culmination of changes to CPF that began almost 30 years ago. Prior to August 1995, some categories of foreign workers, most notably employment pass or EP holders, had to make CPF contributions in line with the prevailing rates of Singaporeans and PRs. Similarly, their employers also had to make CPF contributions for these foreign workers. However, after 1st August 1995, all foreigners were exempted from CPF contributions. At the time, the Ministry of Labour, which is now the Ministry of Manpower, stated that the only reason for the change was to streamline the CPF rule for all foreign workers. But even in 1995, there was already concern that exempting foreign workers, especially EP holders, from CPF contributions would have negative impacts on Singaporean workers, especially the middle-ranking PMETs, because employers would benefit from lower wage cost when they employ new foreign staff. An article in the Straits Times on 15 July 1995 noted that Singaporean workers will become less competitive against foreigners if employers do not make up for all or some of the CPF forgone by the foreign worker, especially if the foreigner was here on local terms. Even the Menteri Besar of Johor, the then Menteri Besar of Johor, Mr. Abdul Ghani Othman, expressed his concern that the rule change will make Singapore a more attractive place to work for Malaysians, especially those from Johor. Were these concerns without basis? We can now examine this with the benefit of the experience of the last 30 years. Since the rule change in 1995, the number of EP holders in Singapore has increased substantially. In the mid-1990s, there were only 50,000 EP holders in Singapore, accounting for less than 3% of the labour force at that time. Today, as of June 2023, there are almost 200,000 CP holders in Singapore, EP holders in Singapore, accounting for close to 6% of the labour force. I'm not suggesting that the exemption of EP holders from CPF contributions has been the only reason driving the increase in the number and proportion of EP holders among the workforce in Singapore. But there is no doubt that this policy does make our local professionals less competitive against foreign professionals. A company can hire a foreign professional holding an EP at a monthly salary of $5,000, same as Singaporeans. But the employer would have to pay an extra $850 in CPF contributions for the Singaporean worker. The Singaporeans' wage bill for the employer is $5,850, but the Singaporean only gets to take home $4,000. As for the EP holder, the employer's wage bill remains as $5,000, and the EP holder gets to take home the whole $5,000. It is a win-win situation for both the employer and the EP. It should be no wonder that the employers in Singapore have become more reliant on EP holders since the rules were changed almost 30 years ago. The Minister of Manpower has denied that several times in this House in response to my questioning, quoting other costs that the employers have to bear. However, the fact remains that the change of the law in 1995 has given an advantage to employers who employ foreign workers and PMETs. That advantage became a menace to Singaporean workers after the government opened up the local job market to foreigners since the early 2000s. We are not calling for a return to the old days when EP holders had to make CPF contributions in line with Singaporean workers. However, we believe that even until today, not enough has been done to mitigate the negative impacts caused by this policy, which has helped to make Singaporean workers less competitive against foreign workers and depress the wages of Singaporean workers. What can be done to mitigate these negative impacts? PSP would like to put forth two suggestions. Firstly, we need to level the playing field for Singaporean workers by imposing a $1,200 monthly levy on all EPF holders immediately. We have made this call in this House before. During the budget debate in 2021 and 2023. In March, the minister said that I keep harping on this thing about imposing a levy, but I'm going to repeat this again. This levy would take up a smaller portion of the high salaries of the true foreign talents and differentiate them from lower wage foreign professionals who are being used as low-cost labor and depressing the wages of Singapore professionals. This way, we'll be able to get the best, highest quality talent to come to Singapore from anywhere in the world. Secondly, we need to ensure that Singaporeans earn higher returns on their CPF balances to compensate for the lower wages they earn as a result of the expansion of the foreign PMET intake in the last 2 decades. In a written answer to my colleague, Hazel Pua's question in September, Minister Tan See Leng revealed that the overall average CPF interest rate, including extra interest, across the different types of CPF accounts and balances from 2018 to 2022 is close to 4% per annum, which means it is less than 4% per annum. As CPF balances are long-term retirement funds kept with the CPF board for 30 to 40 years, there's room for the returns on CPF accounts to be higher. Singaporeans currently have limited options to increase the returns on their CPF savings. They can only leave the money in their accounts and earn the fixed interest rates given by the government, or invest savings above a threshold in the CPF investment scheme, or CPF-IS. Although the experience of the CPF-IS, which is essentially a self-managed investment account, is not encouraging, Perhaps due to limited investor knowledge and lack of investment opportunities in the local capital markets, we should allow Singaporeans to put more of their CPF savings with professional managers. In 2016, the CPF Advisory Board had recommended that a new lifetime retirement investment scheme, which is managed by professionals, be introduced. Under this scheme, CPF members will be allowed to invest some of their CPF savings in simple to understand, low-fee, well-diversified life cycle investment products. Such products will be passively managed and carefully selected by the CPF board. The funds would most likely invest in higher risk, higher return assets, such as equities, when the CPF member is younger, and lower risk, lower return assets, such as bonds, when they are closer to retirement age. Similar funds are offered by the Australian Superannuation Scheme, or 401k scheme in America, which some Singaporeans may already be familiar with. This will be an additional option for most CPF members, which may earn higher returns on their investable CPF savings. According to statistics published by the US Department of Labor, 401k plans return about 6 to 10% per annum when we assess the rate of return over a 5-year period. While the returns each year will be much more volatile than a fixed interest rate from CPF, the CPF members should be able to earn a higher return through the lifetime retirement investment scheme over 30 or 40 years. On top of this, the lifetime retirement investment scheme can help grow our local fund management industry and prevent Singaporeans from being over-invested in property. The government had accepted the recommendation to set up the lifetime retirement investment scheme in 2016. However, it has still not yet been implemented. Why is this the case? The government should not stay silent on this issue and set up the lifetime retirement investment scheme so that Singaporeans have the option to increase the returns on their ordinary account and special account savings by investing them in low-fee, passively managed investment products. If the government is not prepared to allow Singaporeans to do this, then it should increase the interest rates that it pays to CPF members. This is possible because GIC returns more than 4% a year. The government should share with Singaporeans more of the differential between what it pays Singaporeans in CPF interest and what it earns from GIC in investment returns. This will go a long way in improving the retirement adequacy of Singaporeans, whose wages has been depressed by the influx of lower-wage foreign workers over the last few decades. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding what I've said, I support the bill. For country, for people. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Ng.
So this bill updates the CPF rules to limit the CPF scheme to only Singapore citizens and permanent residents. The bill also updates rules relating to the death to a CPF member. CPF is one of Singapore's unique features. CPF plays an important role in our social stability by helping Singaporeans have a strong retirement nest egg set aside to age gracefully. I support this bill as it represents a continued focus on this purpose. I have 3 points of clarifications to raise. My first clarification is on how we ensure that new citizens or PRs will have sufficient amounts set aside for their retirement. The changes in the bill reinforce that CPF is meant for the retirement needs of Singaporeans and PRs. However, Singapore remains an open economy. There are people who continue to take up citizenship and PR status. At the point that they take up citizenship or PR status, they may not have any CPF savings. Depending on their age, they may not have time to build up their retirement reserves. If new citizens and PRs don't have sufficient retirement reserves, they too will have to rely on public infrastructure in their retirement years. How does the government ensure that any new citizens and PRs have sufficient savings to be self-reliant in their retirement years? My second clarification is on the change of timing when making computation for deceased members. The bill changes this from the actual time of death to the time CPF is notified. Can Minister elaborate what practical effects these changes will have for Singaporeans? The CPF website states that there is no need for Singaporeans to notify the CPF board. Can Singaporeans assume that notifications are made automatically to the CPF board on the same day a death is reported? Is there any risk that this would adversely affect the accounts of the deceased members or payouts to their nominees? CPF can appear complex to Singaporeans, and making sure the rules are clear to Singaporeans will give them greater confidence in the system. My third and final clarification is on the adjustment to CPF interest rates. We are in an environment of increasing interest rates. Many Singaporeans save in and even voluntarily top up their CPF knowing it's a safe vehicle for their retirement savings with an attractive interest rate. However, this year we saw the peg rate for the special and MediSave accounts go above the floor rate. Various savings and investment products are also advertising rates above the ordinary account interest rates. Singaporeans may thus want to chase higher interest rates and thus through riskier products. Can Minister elaborate on the government's approach to adjusting the interest rate? Will the rates be reviewed in the near future so that our aging population can have a larger retirement nest egg? So notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the amendments in the CPF bill enhance our CPF system in two key aspects: prioritizing Singapore citizens and permanent residents, and streamlining the administration of CPF schemes for improved service delivery. I seek clarification on a few points. First, Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek clarification on the policy intent behind the closure of CPF accounts for non-SCPR individuals. When was the requirement for CPF contributions by non-SCPR members introduced? Despite the prohibition on contributions from foreigners since 2003, about 300,000 non-SCPR individuals remain in the CPF system. Among them are those who received contributions or made voluntary contributions since 2003, as well as former SCPRs who relinquished their citizenship or permanent residency. Were active steps taken to encourage SCPRs to close their accounts over the years? How much does CPF expect to pay out when these accounts are closed, and how much of these payments are accrued interest? Can CPF share projections regarding the number of individuals expected to transition to the Supplementary Retirement Scheme or SRS? Regarding the impact of individuals transiting to the SRS contributions are entitled to income tax relief. However, withdrawals are subject to income tax. Does this policy align with our broader economic goals? Do the economic benefits of this policy, such as potential tax revenues and investment funds, outweigh the incentives provided to foreigners to grow their retirement accounts in Singapore? These questions reflect the concerns and curiosity of some Singaporeans who may perceive the policy as the government simply facilitating the growth of retirement funds for foreigners. Can the government share more about this policy, the policy considerations on this matter? Will individuals in the process of applying for SCPR status be allowed to retain their CPF accounts during this period, or are they required to close their accounts and later re-establish them upon attaining SCPR status? Next, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have queries on the policy amendments on the disclosure of deceased members' CPF information. I would like to seek clarification on whether disclosure will be limited in to one instance, or if all next of kin, beneficiaries, or nominees will be entitled to request such information. What mechanisms will be in place to ensure that the requesters are likely beneficiaries when a member passes away without a will or court order? Moreover, how does the board determine that such information will be accessed by individuals whom the deceased member did not intend to be beneficiaries? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, the changes to this bill to focus the CPF system on Singapore citizens and permanent residents are the right approach. The CPF system was set up as a compulsory saving plan for working Singaporeans and permanent residents, primarily to fund their retirement, healthcare, education and housing needs. We should ensure that the system remains focused on its target beneficiaries. Additionally, we should strive for efficiency and resident-centric administration of CPF schemes for better service delivery. Thank you, and I support the bill.
Mr. Donby.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the proposed amendments to limit the CPF system to Singaporeans, PRs, and citizens. Much work and resources are required to administer CPF accounts and to pay interest on the funds. It is timely to close the roughly 300,000 accounts set up by non-SC PRs for more than 20 years ago, before 2003. May I ask the Minister, what is the total amount in these accounts? How much operational savings is expected as a result of these amendments? With the closure of these accounts, the remaining savings will cease to earn the prevailing CPF interest rates. Will CPF consider to stop paying any interest at all? How will CPF board return the funds to account holders whose bank accounts are closed? Mr. Speaker, sir, in Mandarin. 请问提取款
What is the deadline for withdrawal of the monies in the event of the death of account holders? What's the deadline for family members or beneficiaries to claim the monies? What happens if the account holder does not have any beneficiary in Singapore? What will CPF do with the unclaimed amount? Can the money, for example, be included as part of MOM's budget and be used for the purpose such as helping SMEs and train and develop their Singaporean workers? If both the account holder and his spouse had passed on and the account holder had not many children, will all the children be classified as the next of kin and receive the same amount? Regarding the amendments to disclose deceased members' information to nominees and beneficiaries without the need to obtain a court order, what happens if the next of kin is neither a nominee nor beneficiary? Can he still get the deceased CPF information?
SMS Co.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking members for their support for the CPF Amendment Bill. Let me first start by addressing questions related to the first set of amendments to cease participation of non-residents, such as non-Singapore citizens and non-permanent residents in CPF schemes. Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked whether there are new considerations that led to these changes. Actually, we have been gradually moving towards ceasing the participation of non-residents in the CPF system across the years. We have removed mandatory CPF contributions for non-residents since 1995. And this allowed voluntary CPF contributions by non-residents since 2003. Hence, the amendments in this bill are the final steps to ensure that the CPF system is focused on the core objective of supporting the retirement, housing, and healthcare needs of residents here in Singapore. Mr. Saktiandi Supat also asked whether ceasing participation of foreign workers in the CPF system will cause businesses and employers to turn away from Singaporeans, since employers do not have to pay additional CPF contributions for foreign workers. Mr. Leong Man Wai is similarly concerned about Singaporean workers being less competitive than foreign workers. Let me explain that qualifying salaries for employment pass, EP, and S-pass holders are in place as a lever to ensure that non-residents are not undercutting wages of residents. Qualifying salaries are benchmarked against local wages, inclusive of employer CPF contributions. The EP and S-pass qualifying salaries are benchmarked to the top one-third of local professionals, managers, executives, and technicians, PMETs, and associate professionals and technicians, the APTs, respectively. So based on the way that we benchmark the wages of EP and S-Pass holders, there is no wage cost advantage for employers to hire foreign professionals. So that's one area that Mr. Leong has raised that I would like to dispel. And this has been previously addressed in various PQs. Mr. Leong's characterization of EP salaries being lower than local PMETs is also inaccurate, as we have been raising it regularly and have now benchmarked it to the top 1/3 of local PMET wages. In fact, the $5,000 qualifying salary that Mr. Leong cited is for a young EP holder at the age of 23, just joining the workforce. This increases progressively with age to $10,500 a month at age 45 and above. And for the financial services sector, it is even higher to take into account the consideration that there are higher salary norms in these other sectors. The rest of Mr. Leong's obtuse and illogical argument to link this to CPF returns is outside the scope of this bill and is quite irrelevant to this discussion, so I will not attempt to do mental gymnastics with members here in this House. And Mr. Saktiandi Supat also asked how many non-resident accounts will be affected and whether we are going to do anything to prepare for the expected outflow of monies from the CPF system. Mr. Ip Hong Wing and Mr. Don Wee also asked about the size of CPF balances being transferred out of the CPF system. There's approximately 300,000 non-residents who will cease participation in the CPF schemes. The majority of these non-residents have low CPF balances, with approximately 70% of them having less than 5,000 Singapore dollars in their CPF accounts. The median CPF balances is $1,500. Non-resident CPF balance is in fact only about 1% of all CPF balances. So the outflow of non-resident CPF balances will not pose liquidity issues. Mr. Donwi asked how much operational savings are expected as a result of these amendments. To give members some sense of the additional operational load on CPF board to serve non-residents, let me explain that the CPF board has separate manual processes to manage service requests from non-residents, such as undertaking additional steps to verify their identity, as these non-residents do not have access to SingPass. Hence, ceasing the participation of non-residents in CPF will result in more efficiency for the CPF board. Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked why the timeline to cease non-residents' participation in CPF schemes may differ for different groups of members. There are broadly two different groups of members. The first are existing non-residents who have already left Singapore or not been working for some time here in Singapore. And the second are members who become non-residents after 1st April 2024. For existing non-residents who are already known to us, we are able to process their accounts ahead of time so that their participation in CPF schemes will cease starting from 1st April 2024. However, for current residents who become non-residents only after 1st April 2024, we can only cease their participation in CPF schemes from the date that they renounce their Singapore citizenship or their permanent residency. Hence, some time is required to wind up their participation in CPF schemes, depending on the specific circumstances. Mr. Ip Hong Wing asked whether those in the process of applying for Singapore citizenship or permanent residency can be allowed to continue participating in CPF schemes. Now, those who already hold permanent residency and are applying for Singapore citizenship will continue to participate in CPF schemes. For non-residents who are applying for permanent residency, the general application processing time is about 6 months, and some applications may take longer to process. Hence, for those who still hold non-resident status as of 1st April 2024, their participation in CPF schemes will cease. Nonetheless, once they are granted permanent residency, they will then be part of the CPF system. CPF Board had also announced in March this year how non-residents' participation in CPF schemes will cease, which should give ample time ample lead time for the transition of these members. Mr. Dongwi also asked how CPF board will return the CPF balances to account holders whose bank accounts are closed. Now, non-residents can choose to transfer their CPF monies to their local or overseas bank accounts or via checks. Mr. Dongwi also asked about the deadline for the transfer of monies by the member if they are deceased. By the member, sorry, let me say that again. Mr. Dongwi also asked about the deadline for the transfer of monies by the member or if they are deceased by their beneficiaries who may not be in Singapore. He also asked what CPF board would do with the unclaimed monies and whether it could be used, for example, as part of MOM's budget. There is no deadline for non-residents to transfer their CPF monies. They can do so at any time. If non-residents have passed on, there is also no deadline for their nominees or beneficiaries under the relevant interstate laws to claim the monies. These unclaimed monies will continue to be held for the non-residents in the general monies of the fund. And while I would like to have additional budget for MOM's needs, we cannot use this money as part of MOM's operating budget, or for that matter, for any other purposes. Mr. Louis Ng asked if new citizens and permanent residents will have sufficient savings to be self-reliant. In general, new citizens and permanent residents are required to either be economically active or have the means to support themselves through employment or family support. CPF savings are not their only means to attain retirement adequacy. And in fact, many Singaporeans and permanent residents also tap on their savings and family support to meet their own retirement needs. Mr. Ip Hong Weng asked whether there are projections regarding the number of non-residents expected to sign up for the Supplementary Retirement Scheme, also known as SRS, and whether government is in fact facilitating the growth of retirement funds of non-residents by providing them tax relief through SRS. Now, the member has linked SRS to CPF. Let me clarify this very common misconception. The SRS is operated by the private sector, where participation is voluntary and contributions are made through cash, not CPF monies. Contributions to SRS are separate from the CPF system, from the CPF scheme. And SRS is a mechanism for anyone who wishes to save money for retirement. So SRS members are able to use savings in their SRS account to invest in commercial investment products in the market. And the investment returns from these commercial products can complement CPF to support their retirement. But it is in fact quite a separate thing from CPF. The only thing they have both in common is that they help to add to the retirement adequacy needs of the individual. So as SRS is voluntary, we are not able to predict the number of sign-ups. Mr. Sakyati Supat, Mr. Louis Ng, and Mr. Leong Man Wai asked about whether the interest rates and returns of CPF accounts will increase in the future. Now, this is not relevant to today's CPF amendment bill, but nonetheless, let me respond briefly by saying that the ordinary special and MediSave account interest rates are reviewed quarterly, while the retirement account interest rate is reviewed annually, according to the PEG rates. Despite the low interest rate environment in the last decade since the global financial crisis, the government paid generous CPF interest rates due to the floor rates of 4% for the special, MediSave, and retirement accounts, and 2.5% for the ordinary account. When the PEG rates exceed the floor rates, members will correspondingly earn the higher interest rates on their CPF savings. So we will continue to review the CPF interest rates to ensure that returns remain relevant while taking into consideration the longer-term outlook. Let me move on now to clarifications regarding the second set of amendments to streamline the administration of CPF schemes for better service delivery. On aligning disclosure practices upon the member's death to industry practices, members have asked questions about who will receive the deceased member's CPF information and what information will be disclosed. Some members also asked questions on the disbursement of CPF monies after members' death. Now, on who will receive the deceased members' CPF information, Mr. Ip Hong Wing asked whether the disclosure of deceased members' information is limited to one person or all of the next of kin, beneficiaries and nominees. Mr. Donwy also asked whether the information would be disclosed to a next of kin who is neither a nominee nor a beneficiary under the relevant intestacy laws. All nominees and the deceased beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy laws will be allowed to access the deceased member's CPF information. Now, to be clear, if a family relation is not considered a next of kin under the relevant intestacy laws, they will not be allowed access to the deceased member's CPF information. Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked what percentage of CPF members gave consent to CPF board to disclose information after death when making their nominations of the persons entitled to receive their CPF monies upon their death. Mr. Ip Hong Wing also asked whether the amendments entail information be accessed by those not intended by the deceased member. Today, 9 in 10 members who make nominations have already authorized all their nominees to access their CPF information upon members' demise. Hence, for the vast majority of those members today, the amendments are in fact aligned with their intentions. Being able to access the deceased member's CPF information and nomination details without requiring explicit authorization by deceased members is aligned to industry practice for wills and interstate distribution of assets by the public trustee. It is intended to provide convenience to settle deceased members' post-demise matters. It also ensures transparency so that all nominees and beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy laws are assured that the deceased members' CPF monies have been fully accounted for. Now, on what information will be disclosed, Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked whether the information that nominees and beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy laws can access is broader in scope than what authorized members can access today. In general, only details that will help nominees or beneficiaries under relevant intestacy laws settle the deceased members' post-demise matters will be disclosed. This will include details of the deceased's participation in CPF schemes, but exclude details of the relationships between nominee and the deceased, as well as information on the deceased's witnesses to the nomination. On the disbursement of CPF monies after a member's death, Mr. Saktiandi Supat asked what percentage of deceased members' CPF monies were not disbursed within a month and remain unclaimed 6 months after the notification of death to CPF board. From 2021 to 2023, on average, around 70% of deceased members' CPF monies were disbursed by CPF board or transferred to the public trustee for disbursement within 5 weeks upon notification of death. For the same period, on average, only 5% of nominated monies remain unclaimed 6 months after notification of death. Mr. Dongwi asked whether in the event that a member and their spouse have passed on, would the children from the marriage be considered as next of kin and receive the amount of CPF monies, receive the same amount of CPF monies? Now, where the deceased member did not make a nomination for his CPF monies, the member's children will be considered next of kin and receive equal portions based on the distribution rules under the Interstate Succession Act. However, if there is a valid nomination, it will go to the surviving nominees, which may or may not be the children, depending on the nomination. On allowing transactions to continue after members' death, Mr. Lewison asked what practical effect these amendments will have for Singaporeans. Now, as explained in my opening speech, the amendments seek to clarify the board's powers to process the necessary transactions after members' date of death. And Singaporeans will not experience any changes in the computation of the CPF balances to be paid out to the nominees and beneficiaries under the relevant intestacy laws. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would again like to express my appreciation to members of the House who expressed their support for the bill. the bill will allow us to continue to focus the CPF system on supporting residents' retirement, housing, and healthcare needs. Residents will also benefit from the streamlined administration of CPF schemes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Do members have any clarifications for SMS Co? Mr. Long Man Wai.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to clarify with the SMS on the impact of the CPF contribution on the Singaporean workers vis-a-vis the EP. I have discussed or debated about this several times with the Minister and also the SMS over the course of the last few years in this House. And the reasons that the SMS and the Minister and the SMS has given is the same as what he has said today, that disadvantage for the Singaporean workers has been mitigated through adjusting the minimum qualifying salary. Okay. But what I'd like to clarify and like to say is that one, there are two things about the minimum qualifying salary. One is that the Minister and the SMS has said that the minimum qualifying salary will be adjusted according to the age of the EP. But that adjustment is not totally transparent to the public or to all of us. We need more information as to how they adjust that, and then that would negate the negative impact on Singaporeans. Secondly, the minimum qualifying salary has been adjusted over the years. However, I think I would also like to point out that it is only in recent years that the minimum qualifying salaries has been adjusted upwards many times. For the longest time since 2000, when we opened the floodgates for foreign workers, the minimum qualifying salaries has actually remained at very low levels. In fact, I think until December 2020, the minimum qualifying salary was only $3,900. I can't remember all the numbers.
Mr. Leong, clarification, please.
Yeah. So I like the SMS to explain how adjusting the minimum qualifying salaries can totally negate the negative impact of Singaporeans, workers having to pay CPF, but EPs don't have to pay CPF. Thank you.
SMS Co.
Mr. Speaker, how we derive the lowest qualifying salary, or the LQS, is a methodology we adopt from wage data that we get, and it's all been published. This question that Mr. Leong has asked has also been answered several times in the PQs. Is irrelevant to today's amendment bill. And I think if he wants to really have even more PQs answered on this, he should file PQs in subsequent sittings. I do not want to waste members' time arguing about something that has been answered before that is irrelevant to today's administrative amendment of two particular aspects of the CPF.
Anyone else, any clarifications to sort from SMS Co?
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
Question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on this bill. As many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 37 stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. SMS Co.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third day, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Central Provident Fund Amendment Bill. Notice of motion. Item 1, Solidarity, Security and Peace, the Israel-Hamas conflict. A motion standing in the name of Mr. Vikram Nair.
Before I call member Mr. Vikram Nair to move his motion, I wish to inform members who asked the more than 40 PQs on the Israel-Hamas conflict that I will give ample opportunity for all of you to ask any supplementary questions at the end of the debate on the motion. I'm making this ruling, so this is to ensure the orderly flow of debate on the motion and to enable all members to make your speeches without disruption. I will also allow other members the opportunity to raise their clarifications after all members have spoken. Mr. Vikram Nair.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House, having regard to the terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel and the deepening humanitarian crisis arising from Israel's military operations in the Gaza Strip, A, expresses its deepest condolences to all innocent victims and civilian casualties. B, advocates the urgent delivery of humanitarian aid to the civilian population in Gaza. C, condemns those responsible for the terrorist attacks and violations of international law. D, calls for all parties to ensure the safety and security of civilians, including the release of all hostages. E, reiterates Singapore's long-standing commitment to a negotiated two-state solution consistent with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. And F, urges all Singaporeans to safeguard and uphold our multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. Sir, the situation in the Gaza is tragic. On 7th October 2023, Israel was attacked by air, land, and sea by Hamas. This included a physical invasion into Israeli territory and rocket attacks, killing more than 1,200 people in Israel, and with more than 200 being taken prisoner and held as hostages. Since then, the Israeli Defense Force, or IDF, has moved into the Gaza with the aim of eliminating the threat from Hamas in self-defense. According to both the Reuters and BBC, the civilian death toll in the Gaza is more than 9,000. Over the weekend, I listened to stories played on BBC Radio, interviewing family members of the victims of this war and those who have been living in the war zone. These were heart-wrenching. I would like to express my deepest condolences to all the innocent victims and civilian casualties, both of the initial terrorist attacks by Hamas, as well as the subsequent ground operations by the IDF, as set out in Limb A of the proposed motion. I now move to Limb B. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire, and since the motion was filed, has gotten worse. The civilian population has had to deal with shortages of drinking water, power, food, and medicines. The Israeli blockade is ostensibly to prevent these being used for military purposes. However, this position has been doubted even by leading Jewish lawyers, including former UK Supreme Court President Lord Neuberger, who reiterated in an open letter that that international law requires minimum destruction to civilian life and infrastructure. The United Nations, the International Red Cross, and other international organizations wish to provide aid and support to people in the Gaza, but have been facing difficulties doing so because of the blockade, as Israeli forces have cited concerns that these supplies may go into the hands of Hamas and be used for military purposes. Now, this is why Limb B advocates for urgent delivery of humanitarian aid to the civilian population in Gaza. Since this motion was filed, events have moved on. The UN has since passed Resolution ES 1021, which calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, leading to a cessation of hostilities. Singapore voted in favor of this resolution. In the same resolution, the General Assembly of the UN reiterated that unhindered access should be given to United Nations humanitarian agencies, the International Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations. This is a recognition that Israel has a positive duty to permit humanitarian access. As these are important developments, I had wanted to amend the motion to include a specific limb for this House to support the UN Resolution ES 10-21, as well as to amend Limb B to clarify that unhindered access should be given to UN agencies, the International Red Cross, and other international organizations to provide humanitarian support. However, procedurally, as I'm not able to amend my own motion if it changes the scope of the debate, so my colleague, Mr. Alex Yam, will propose specific amendments to address both these points in his speech. Now, next, Limb C condemns those responsible for terrorist attacks and also violations of international law. The ostensible reason for the attack by Hamas against Israel had to do with unhappiness with the expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank, as well as clashes at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. Unsuspecting civilians in Israel were therefore targeted to send a political message by Hamas. Any attack that targets civilians to send a political message is a terrorist attack, and we should condemn such attacks in no uncertain terms. Now, related to this, I have received feedback asking why the attacks by Hamas are considered terrorist attacks, while the response by the IDF, which has resulted in civilian casualties, has not been called one. People are especially concerned about the IDF's response because of the mounting civilian deaths and casualties in Palestine. Sir, I would say that the IDF is entitled to act in self-defense and to take the necessary steps to eliminate the threats to Israel. While there is some debate in international legal circles about whether or not the law of armed conflict applies to Hamas's attacks, since Hamas is not a state actor and Israel may be considered an occupying force in Gaza, I think the better view is that a state is entitled to take action against a non-state actor where that non-state actor poses a threat to the country or its people, and there is no state that is able to contain or take action against that non-state actor. This was the legal basis for the US-led attack on al-Qaeda in Afghanistan after the 9/11 attacks. And I think as a small country, it is important for us to recognize this principle. Having said that, I would also state that the IDF is obliged to comply with international humanitarian law, which is also sometimes referred to as the law of war or the law of armed conflict when responding. There are several important principles applicable here. First, while it is legitimate for the IDF to target Hamas's military assets and weapons, it is not legitimate to target civilians or objects the civilian population needs for its daily survival. Related to this, Hamas should also not be using civilians and civilian objects as human shields or co-locating military assets within them. Second, any attack must be proportional to the threat phase, and the method used to respond should cause as little collateral damage as possible. Thus, where a precision strike is possible that would spare civilian life and is able to achieve the military objective, that should be used over an option that would cause a larger amount of collateral damage. Third, steps must be taken to minimize the impact of war on the civilian population. On this limb, there are conflicting views on Israel's direction to civilians to leave the war zone. One view is that this is Israel's attempt to comply with international law by asking civilians to leave the areas they intend to strike. And because Hamas's military objectives are interspersed in the civilian population, this is a necessary step. Another view is that this is creating wholesale and unnecessary displacement of the civilian population and could therefore be a breach of international law. Now, sir, Based on the publicly available news, I am unable to take a definitive stance on whether the IDF has breached international law in the conduct of war. But I would strongly urge all participants in the combat to comply with international humanitarian law, both in spirit and letter. We should roundly condemn all breaches of international law by any participant. No matter how emotionally upset we are, we should not abandon the rule of law. These laws are designed to curb our most savage instincts in the heat of battle. Now, this brings me to the next limb, which calls for all parties to ensure safety and security of civilians and to release all hostages. The points I had made in the earlier limbs apply here. Steps should be taken to facilitate humanitarian aid reaching the civilian population, and both parties should take into account international humanitarian law when conducting the conflict. This requires both actors to take steps to protect civilians from the effects of war. On the one hand, there are allegations that the IDF has been conducting its war with disregard to the civilian population, and the mounting death toll in Palestine is cited as evidence of this. On the other hand, Israel contends that Hamas is using the human population as a shield, including by placing part of its military tunnel system and command network under civilian objects. Now, Peter Beaumont from The Guardian, which is a newspaper that is generally sympathetic to the cause of Palestinian statehood, has said in an article on 30th October 2023, Hamas's attitude towards civilians during the conflict in Gaza often appears to be cynical at best. After 5 conflicts with Israel since 2008, Hamas is well aware of the high potential for civilian deaths in fighting with Israeli forces and has instrumentalized those fatalities in its messaging to the world. Now, that is a damning statement from a newspaper that is otherwise supportive of the Palestinian cause. I certainly hope that Hamas would take steps to prove these allegations are incorrect. In order to do so, it must make sure it does not locate its military targets amongst the civilian population and does not take steps to prevent civilians leaving conflict areas if they wish to do so. Next, Hamas continues to hold more than 200 civilians hostage from its invasion of Israel on 7th October. The taking of hostages is a violation of Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. These are mainly civilians who have nothing to do with the conflict. Hamas is demanding the release of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons in exchange for these civilians. These prisoners have been convicted of a range of crimes, including terrorism. Sir, this is unlawful hostage-taking at its worst, to capture and use civilians for collateral purposes. The observance of international law is particularly important for the weak and the vulnerable. And if Hamas and its combatants wish to hold the moral high ground in their fight for a Palestinian state, they must show they respect international law. Many of us, myself included, are sympathetic to the cause of Palestinian statehood. But we respectfully say this is the wrong way to win the moral support for it. My colleague, Mr. Alex Yam, will be proposing some amendments to this limb of the motion to expressly reiterate that parties must comply with positive obligations under international law, including to minimize the effects of war on the civilian population. The next limb, sir, reiterates Singapore's long-standing commitment to a negotiated two-state solution consistent with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. This has been Singapore's position since 1967. Now, while the history of this land, now shared by the Palestinians and Jewish people, goes back thousands of years, I will focus on the more recent events that have brought these two peoples together. At the end of World War I, the Ottoman Empire, which fought alongside Germany, was to be dismantled. Palestine, which was under the rule of the Ottomans at this time, was transferred to the British, who administered it with a special mandate from the League of Nations. The area was therefore known as Mandatory Palestine from 1920 to the end of British rule in 1948. The Zionist cause, or movement for the creation of a Jewish nation, was also growing in Europe around this time. In 1917, the British signed the Balfour Declaration that promised its support for a Jewish national home in Palestine. The Jewish people had been displaced from their homeland and had been dispersed in many parts of the world, including Europe, other parts of the Middle East, and the US, for centuries. The Zionist movement grew from a longing by the Jewish community to return to their homeland and have a nation of their own. During the period of British rule, there were successive waves of Jewish immigration to Mandatory Palestine. As the Jewish population grew and demands for Jewish statehood got stronger, the local Palestinian population also started asserting themselves, and there were various clashes between the Jewish and Palestinian communities during this period, with both demanding independent statehood. The United Nations first proposed a partition plan to divide the territory into two states, one Arab and one Jewish, in November 1947, with the British ready to relinquish control. Unfortunately, this agreement did not prevent conflict and civil war broke out shortly thereafter between the Jewish and Arab peoples in Palestine. The British terminated their mandate on 14 May 1948, and Israel declared independence the same day. The next day, on 15 May 1948, the armies of 5 neighboring Arab states invaded the area of Mandatory Palestine, starting the First Arab-Israeli War. At the end of the war in 1949, which resulted in an armistice amongst the warring parties, Israel had more territory than the original UN partition plan, while no independent state of Palestine emerged. Instead, the remaining territory in the former Mandatory Palestine was held by Egypt and Jordan. There followed large waves of immigration thereafter, both of Palestinian people out of Israeli territory, as well as of Jewish people out of Arab territories and into the newly formed nation of Israel. In 1967, Israel was once again attacked by its Arab neighbors, and the resulting Six-Day War resulted in the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian lands of the West Bank and the Gaza, along with the Egyptian Sinai Peninsula and the Syrian Golan Heights. These were all territories which were part of the former Mandatory Palestine. In 1973, there was yet another attack on Israel, the Yom Kippur War, from which Israel again emerged victorious. Now, although Israel's right to self-defense has been universally acknowledged, its prolonged occupation of these territories was criticized, even by its own allies. The most controversial aspect was the starting of Israeli settlements on occupied territories. These settlements would make any subsequent disengagement of Israel from these lands more difficult. Now, while relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors appeared moribund, signs of thawing emerged in the late 1970s, which culminated in the Camp David summit brokered by US President Jimmy Carter in 1978. Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Egyptian President Anwar Sadat met, and here a framework for peace in the Middle East was agreed upon, with a process for Palestinian self-government in the West Bank and Gaza, and a framework for conclusion of a peace treaty between Israel, Egypt, and other Arab nations. This paved the way for the peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, in which Israel returned the Golan Heights to Egypt, and Egypt opened the Suez Canal to Israeli ships. Oh, sorry, Sinai, I apologize. Yes, sorry, returned the Sinai to Egypt. The Golan Heights remains, yes, occupied. So returned the Sinai to Egypt, and Egypt opened the Suez Canal to Israeli ships. Unfortunately, at this time, many other Arab nations rejected this, as did the Palestine Liberation Organization. The next big step to Palestinian statehood came with the Oslo Accords, which were signed in 1993 and 1995, this time involving Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and PLO leader Yasser Arafat, in a process facilitated by Norway. Both men won the Nobel Peace Prize, along with Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres for their efforts on Middle East peace. An agreement was reached for the setting up of an interim Palestinian government for 5 years, during which unresolved issues would be addressed. These accords also provided a framework for the withdrawal in phases of the Israeli armed forces from Palestinian territories, with Israel retaining responsibility for protecting the territories from air and sea attack, while the Palestinian authorities setting up a stronger police force to take over responsibilities for internal security. Now, while this was a landmark move towards Palestinian statehood and peace in the Middle East, the leaders involved both faced criticisms from their own populations, or at least from parts of them. PM Yitzhak Rabin himself was tragically assassinated in November 1995 by Yigal Amir, a far-right extremist in Israel. In 1996, elections were held in Palestine, with Yasser Arafat emerging as president. His party Fatah won 55 of the 88 seats in parliament too. In 1999, the interim Palestinian Authority became permanent. Israel, for its part, began its disengagement from the Gaza, with its settlers and military presence withdrawn by 2005. Now, Israel takes the position that it is no longer occupying the Gaza, although the UN and other agencies still view Israel as an occupying force because it maintains control over the Gaza's air and maritime space, as well as several land borders. Notwithstanding this, the withdrawal of settlements and the military from Gaza was a positive step for Palestinian statehood. Now, unfortunately, the situation deteriorated following the 2006 parliamentary elections in Palestine, where Hamas won the majority of the seats in parliament, with most of their support coming from the Gaza. The presidential elections had been won the year earlier in 2005 by Mahmoud Abbas from the Fatah party. Shortly after this, in 2007, after the failure of a national unity government involving Fatah and Hamas, fighting broke out between the two. In the course of this fighting, Hamas seized control of the Gaza with its militia. The Palestinian Authority under President Mahmoud Abbas retained control of the West Bank. Since then, the legal status of the Gaza has been gray. It is part of the Palestinian Authority, but under the de facto rule of Hamas. There have been no presidential or parliamentary elections in Palestine since then, so neither Hamas nor Fatah can point to any recent mandate. The journey to Palestinian statehood is a complex one. In order to get there, it will be necessary for both for Israel to play its part in withdrawing its military forces and settlements, as well as for the Palestinian peoples to show that they're capable of governing themselves and will not be a security threat to their neighbors. Unfortunately, this latest attack by Hamas on Israel adds to the legitimacy of Israel's security concerns and may set back the journey to Palestinian statehood even further. Notwithstanding this, it is my hope that both parties realize the only long-term solution is one where there is a framework for both to coexist securely, and both should refocus on achieving the two-state solution, where the two peoples can live together securely. I now come to the final limb of the motion, urging all Singaporeans to safeguard and uphold our multiracial and multireligious peace and harmony. Singapore is a small country, far away from the conflict. Yet, when this conflict emerged, many in Singapore felt moved by it. I received many emails from residents, quite a number expressing sympathy for Hamas. Others I have spoken with said we should speak up more strongly for Israel's right of self-defense and should not be going soft on terrorist attacks. Now, in Singapore, our racial and religious harmony is one that we have worked hard over the years to develop. People of different faiths live together, work together, and even take steps to understand each other. It is not uncommon for people to visit places of worship, even if they do not personally worship there. I myself have been to churches, mosques, and temples, Hindu, Buddhist, and Taoist, and I've always enjoyed learning about different religions. In order to maintain this peace, we need to find common ground and tolerance. We need to look for things that bring us together, rather than differences that divide us. I think many of us share an understanding that both the Palestinians and Jewish people have a right to peaceful existence and a nation of their own. Let us come together in solidarity to support the cause for peace and security in the Middle East. I hope for your support in this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Vikram, you're correct that procedurally you cannot amend your own motion. The question is as moved by Mr. Vikram Na. Mr. Alex Yam.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I begin, with your permission, may I propose an amendment to the motion, which has the agreement and support of my co-sponsors of the earlier motion.
Can I have a copy of your amendment? The amendment is in order. Are copies available for members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May I also seek Mr. Speaker's agreement to distribute copies of the UN resolution to be quoted in the said amendment, as well as the explanation of vote by Singapore's permanent representative to the UN, Ambassador Berhan Ghaffar.
Please proceed, and you can move your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following amendments. Point 1, that after line 4, to insert a new part with the words support UN resolution ES-10/21, which calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, leading to a cessation of hostilities. 2, in line 5, the words "and unhindered access to United Nations, humanitarian agencies, the International Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations" to be added at the end. 3, in line 7, after the word "call," to delete the word "for" and insert "on." 4, in line 7, after the words "all parties to" insert the following: comply fully with international humanitarian law, including to. 5, in line 7 as well, to delete including the release of all hostages and insert release all hostages and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. And lastly, point 6, consequential amendments to rename the current parts from B to F to C to G. Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Mr. Vikram Nair has pointed out in his opening speech, we have updated our motion to further reflect developments that have taken place since our original motion was filed. This includes Singapore vote in support of the UN Emergency Session Resolution ES-10/21, which calls for an immediate humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. A copy of the said resolution has been distributed earlier for members' reference, this particular document. In the time since the original motion was tabled, the situation on the ground has been fluid, with more bloodshed and accusations surfacing even as we speak right now. Members, of course, would be well aware of the complex historic background of the conflict, and Mr. Vikram Nair has given a concise summary in his speech earlier. Members would also be well acquainted with the broad context of the current hostilities, which I will not go into. Some in this House would perhaps have also seen or watched the content that has emerged from the last 4 weeks with great alarm. To put it plainly, horrific, tragic, unfathomable, and on occasion unforgivable. As a parent, some of the images has left me stupefied and almost close to tears. It's not easy to watch, and they are heart-rending. Whatever your support for either side in this conflict, you would have to be so cold and unfeeling to deem any of it acceptable. To level such violence, barbarity upon innocent civilians, especially children and the elderly, cannot be acceptable in any way or form. So let us for a moment agree that whatever our views on the conflict, that no civilian should be considered as a legitimate, deliberate target in any conflict. I therefore call upon members to express our deepest condolences to all innocent victims and civilians in this conflict, both Israeli and Palestinian, as well as other citizens that have been caught up in this conflagration. We therefore also need to condemn those responsible for the terrorist acts and violations of international law. To call a spade, what Hamas perpetrated on the 7th of October is terrorism, plain and simple. The onslaught was to terrorize civilian targets and resulted in the deaths of over 1,400 Israelis and foreigners, mostly civilian. Not since the Holocaust has so many Jewish lives been taken in a single day. This includes 260 people killed at a music festival in Rahim, mostly young people. Throw your mind back to the Manchester Arena bombing, May 2017. Now imagine that at the F1 festival. Let that sink in. Over 240 people have also been taken hostage by Hamas. This is a war crime under Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. UN Resolution 34/146, the International Convention Against Taking of Hostages, and Article 8.2 of the ICC statutes make it an offense as well. Israel has pursued a legitimate right to defend itself against an organization whose express intent is the annihilation of Israel. However, with that right provided by international law to defend itself comes the same obligations with the conduct of war. Even as Israeli troops encircle Gaza City, and late last night, they have divided Gaza into North and South Gaza. The death toll has risen to an as yet unverified 9,227, of which an estimated 40% are children, 65% if you include women. Proportionality, a dirty word in Israel at the moment, has come to mind. It is codified in the Geneva Conventions and is a core principle of international humanitarian law. Proportionality states that while it is recognized that in operations against military objectives, civilian casualties are sometimes unavoidable, it is, however, imperative that the various warring parties, states and non-state armed groups alike, take all possible measures to minimize losses amongst the civilian population. If it is feared that an attack will cause excessive, disproportionate collateral damage to the concrete and direct military advantage expected, it should be cancelled or interrupted. We must therefore, considering these two circumstances, firstly demand the cessation of terrorist attacks and the immediate safe release of all hostages by Hamas. Second, that Israel, in its pursuit of a legitimate defense, ensures full adherence to the norms of humanitarian law in the conduct of war and avoiding a collective punishment of a population. Thirdly, that both sides are to ensure the safety and security as well as to minimize the effect of conflict on all civilians and allow full access to humanitarian aid. Mr. Speaker, Singapore's unwavering commitment to international law stands as a cornerstone of our foreign policy. We have consistently advocated for the adherence to established international legal norms and principles, and we are not hesitant to speak forthrightly even to our own close allies when we believe that they have transgressed these said principles. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we stood in solidarity with Ukraine. We resolutely maintain that only through collective respect for international law can rights and security of a small nation like ours be safeguarded. Over the years, Singapore has consistently voted in alignment with these principles and commitment to international law. We have taken a firm stance on numerous resolutions related to Israel and Palestine. There are some who imply that Singapore is biased in our support of one party in this conflict. Allow me to briefly recap the key occasions in which we have voted against a key ally in favor of peace and stability in the region in various UN General Assemblies over the past 2 decades. Most recently, as I quoted earlier, the emergency session resolution on the 27th of October 2023, in which we voted in favor of a resolution titled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations. Ambassador, the resolution called for an immediate and sustained humanitarian truce, provision of essential supplies to civilians in Gaza, and for Israel to rescind its evacuation orders in the Gaza Strip. Ambassador, our permanent representative to the UN, Ambassador Burhan, explained our support that despite registering our regret for the omissions in the said motion, as Singapore has always been a consistent advocate and defender of international law, the UN Charter and rules-based multilateral system, The full text of the EOV is in the documents that were circulated earlier. Moving back further, I won't go into the details, but this can be easily found in the UN Library. 2017, 2011, 2004, 2003, 2002, 1997, and even as far back as 1967, when the Israelis were extending support for our own armed forces, we voted against the Israelis at the UN over matters of principle. By consistently casting our vote in alignment with those principles, we emphasize our unwavering stance on the importance of a negotiated two-state solution and the need for all parties to act within the bounds of international law. Mr. Speaker, while this conflict may be geographically far away from us, with the ubiquity of social media, regional conflicts no longer remain confined to their immediate surrounds. They possess the potential to reverberate and touch us here, even in Singapore, while we observe the unfolding tragedy from what seems like a safe distance. This reality underscores the profound impact that such conflicts can have on the fabric of our local community relations. It becomes therefore imperative for us to recognize and address the potential toxicity that may seep into our own midst as a consequence. Perhaps for many of us, it's due to the all too natural human instinct to be consumed by genuine concern, influenced by our own religious affiliations, our relationships, and our affinity, as we digest the information flow in the news outlets and on the social media. Yet, we must be restrained in how we react. We must appreciate that the social environment which we have built our society and our nation around, that we must be vigilant against allowing differences to fracture the unity of our diverse community. The government's pledge to safeguard our multi-religious, religious and racial harmony remains unwavering. Members of the House, as representatives of our voters, it is therefore our duty to uphold these principles as well and ensure that our local relationships remain resilient, transcending the turbulence of global conflicts. We must unite at times like these rather than seek to divide or seek political dividends. Let us not kid ourselves. All it takes is a cursory search, and you will see that since the 7th of October, online traffic and misinformation targeting Singapore and our local population has been on an exponential rise. Mr. Speaker, we are at risk. In this vein, I have earlier in my PQs asked for the Home Affairs Ministry's assessments on the heightened risk to our social fabric and how we can better safeguard ourselves. We must also engage in an open and honest conversation about the situation, which is why Mr. Vikram, Nair, Mr. Zhulkarnain, and myself have decided to propose this motion for debate today. Misguided beliefs and distorted narratives can further escalate tensions and lead to divisions within our community. And collectively, we must redouble our efforts to ensure that Singaporeans have access to reliable sources of information and are equipped to discern fact from fiction. By doing so, we empower Singaporeans to make informed decisions and engage in constructive dialogues, even in the face of contentious global issues. Mr. Speaker, a wise man once asked, how do we know when the darkness of night becomes the light of day? Is it when we can see the sun? No. His answer was that darkness can only truly give way to light when we see the humanity in each other, when we can regard each other as a brother or sister, despite our differences. Mr. Speaker, this is a complex conflict with a complex history. While we do not have a simple, quick-fix solution to it, we can play our part by not complicating it even further. Here in Singapore, we need to make sure that we are always in the light of day, standing by our principles and regarding fellow Singaporeans, regardless of our views, as fellow Singaporeans. We must regard each other, of course, with respect, compassion, and acknowledgement of our kinship with each other as fellow citizens. May Singapore continue to stand as a shining example of tolerance and mutual understanding in our multicultural, multiracial, and multi-religious community, a testament to the strength that emerges from our diversity. It is therefore important now more than ever that we uphold and protect this precious legacy, for it is the bedrock upon which our nation's peace and security is built. Let us unite our voices in a collective call for a safer and more harmonious world and for a resolution to the current conflict in Israel and the Gaza. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
There are 5 substantive amendments proposed by Member Mr. Alex Yam to the motion and a consequential amendment. They are 1. After line 4, insert a new part with the words support UN Resolution ES-10/21, which calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. 2. In line 5, the words and unhindered access to United Nations humanitarian agencies, the International Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations be added at the end. 3. In line 7, after the word call, to delete for and insert on. 4. In line 7, after the words all parties to insert comply fully with international humanitarian law, including to. And 5, in line 7, to delete including the release of all hostages, and insert release all hostages and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. And if the new part is agreed to, Mr. Alex Yam's consequential amendment is to rename the current parts from B to F to C to G. It may be convenient that the debate on the original motion and on any other amendments moved by members be proceeded with simultaneously as a debate on a single question. Do I have honourable members' agreement to this? The question is the amendments as moved by Mr. Alex Yam. Mr. Zhulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this motion moved by my honourable friend, Mr. Vikram Nair. Like him and many others in these chambers and across the world, I share the concerns about the plight of innocent civilians impacted. We must reject and condemn violence against the innocent and any civilian. There is no justification for what has happened on 7 October. Amongst those killed are citizens from other countries, including those from our close neighbors in ASEAN. 18 Thai nationals killed with another 11 taken hostage, 7 Filipinos missing, 1 Cambodian student killed. What happened after that, the chaos and destruction in Gaza, is even more distressing. In Gaza, out of almost 9,000 people reportedly dead, more than 3,600 children were killed in the first 25 days. That's a staggering 40% of the entire fatalities. We are not even talking about children who have become orphans overnight or found themselves without a roof over their heads, or those who will have to live the rest of their lives permanently disabled. There are also about 30 Israeli children who have been taken hostage. These children must be returned to their parents and families. It is now over a month, and their safety is not just unknown, but also uncertain, given the bombardment of Gaza. Sir, allow me to speak as a parent. Earlier last year, I welcomed the birth of my newborn son in difficult and emergency circumstances. I saw firsthand in the neonatal intensive care unit babies who are clinging on to their lives, fighting to survive every single day. What I saw and read of the reports in Gaza was the bombing of hospitals and health facilities, the cutting of electricity, medical aid, and other necessities. The helpless children and newborns in the ICUs of such hospitals in Gaza would stand no chance. This is compounded by the shutdown of internet and communications essential to emergency services. As such, I support the Singapore government's actions on 28 October to vote in favor of the UN General Assembly resolution calling for, among other things, a humanitarian truce and aid access to the besieged Gaza Strip. Now, Singapore could have just remained apathetic like the 45 other countries in the world who abstained in vote. But we stood up and put forward our position, voting on principles of humanity and international law. I thus support the amendments to this motion proposed by member Mr. Alex Yam and co-sponsor of this motion, which highlight this recent UN resolution. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not an overnight issue that has just been brought to light. This is an issue, although complex and emotive, is very important to the peace and stability of not only the Middle East, but the rest of the world. This is not a religious or theological issue either. Neither can we paint everyone with the same brush. Not all Israelis voted for their government. Not all Palestinians in Gaza are supporters of Hamas. This is also not an issue for Gaza alone, but the rest of Palestine. For instance, in West Bank, where Hamas has no control, according to the humanitarian charity Save the Children, before 7 October, at least 38 Palestinian children have been killed this year, making it the deadliest year since records began. This equates to more than 1 Palestinian child killed per week. Further, at least 6 Israeli children were killed in the same period, 3 times more than last year. This is a long-standing issue with deep historical roots. The world needs to do more globally to stop this cycle of violence and protect the children, whether they are Arabs or Jews, Israelis or Palestinians. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've raised issues impacting civilians in Israel and Palestine territories previously in this House. In 2021, following the violence in Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa Mosque during Ramadan, I posed a question in Parliament. Minister Balakrishnan, in his responses, made it clear that Singapore's primary concern has always been the safety and security of civilians on all sides, and that international law and agreements must be upheld. Last year, I asked about Singapore's efforts to support the Palestinian Authority. MFA updated that since 2013, more than 700 Palestinian Authority officials and students have benefited through the Enhanced Technical Assistance Programs, training courses, and study visits to Singapore. This year, during COS, I asked again on Singapore's role to alleviate the Palestinian-Israeli tensions, whether on our own or together with the Gulf countries. When there were breaches of international law through illegal settlements and unilateral declarations of Jerusalem as capital city, Singapore has shown the courage of conviction to call it out through voting at the UN General Assembly resolutions ever since 1967. Singapore's position has always been consistent and principled. As a small country, we must always mean what we say and say what we mean. We can only take the side of principles and the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, war or conflict in the history of mankind is inevitable, but over the years, there are rules of engagement and international humanitarian law to ensure non-combatant casualties are kept to a minimum. The law balances a nation's right to use deterrence as a self-defense while mitigating the excessive brutalities and destruction that war would bring. Assistant Professor Yuan Yichu of International Relations and Law at Leiden University, the Netherlands, and a research fellow at Harris Manchester College, Oxford, recently stated, international humanitarian law has brought acceptance because it seeks to mitigate the worst effects of armed conflict instead of banning it entirely. If it's construed in a way that allows no practical military operations to take place, belligerents might just ignore it outright. Unquote. International law, namely the Geneva Convention, is intended to protect innocent civilians during armed conflict and prohibits the targeting of civilians and essential objects indispensable to the survival of civilian population. There are four basic principles. First, distinction between non-combatants and others. Second, military necessity. Third, unnecessary suffering. And fourth, proportionality. On necessity and proportionality, there's a gray line when collateral damages crosses into collective punishment. International humanitarian law ensures that collective punishment for a crime committed by an individual is forbidden. For the current conflict, in the face of what has been reported or what appears to be breaches of humanitarian law, I am deeply distressed and concerned because I am only human. But I remain calm because I believe in justice and the due process of the law. After the dust settles, a fuller investigation of the evidence and such breaches of international law can and must be made. In this age of technological advancement and social media, evidence can be found, witnesses can corroborate, and false information can be sifted out, so that any breaches of international law would one day come to light and the perpetrators would be brought to the international courts of justice for their day of reckoning. Against this backdrop, we must continue to have faith and continue to abide by our principles and the rule of law. In this regard, the UN has already constituted an independent international commission of inquiry which has been collecting and preserving evidence of war crimes since 7 October 2023. I would like to ask, firstly, after this conflict has de-escalated, whether the Singapore government would support a call for parties to render full cooperation and facilitate the investigative work of the Commission of Inquiry and seek that the Commission discloses its reports or outcomes as soon as possible. Secondly, given that most of our humanitarian aid donated to Gaza will go through Egypt, whether the Singapore government will ask our Egyptian counterparts to assist and facilitate the movement of aid and assistance through the opening of the Rafah crossing bordering Gaza, which has seen tight restrictions since 2014. Thirdly, besides the current assistance pledged by the Singapore government, I hope that Singapore can also perhaps consider providing critical vaccinations and other medication for the Palestinian population who are facing a health crisis. Mr. Speaker, sir, putting aside what needs to be done by the world collectively, which goes beyond our powers, we are not entirely without hope, and we are not completely helpless because of what we can do here in Singapore. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Orang awam Palestin di Gaza.
Palestinian civilians in Gaza are now facing a health crisis sparked by the destruction of public infrastructure such as hospitals, ambulances, and blocked medical supplies. The United Nations on November 2nd stated that Gaza is running out of time, and now is a critical time for Palestinians. Innocent children became victims of the relentless violence of war. Those caught in the center of conflict are Palestinians of various religions and backgrounds. Innocent Palestinian civilians yearn for peace and prosperity for their families and children. But now they are facing a bleak future. We need compassion and protection of the rights of the Palestinian public. I would like to call on everyone that this crisis in Gaza needs a humanitarian effort that must be supported by all. Over the years, I have raised this issue at Parliament about humanitarian efforts and support needed for the peace process in the Middle East. I was thankful when the humanitarian channel recently was opened for supplies to enter Gaza, even for a short period. I am also touched by the encouraging amount of donation for humanitarian aid in Gaza, not only from our Malay Muslim community, but from all Singaporeans. And this demonstrates our joint effort regardless of race, religion, or age. This also means that we can distinguish between supporting innocent civilians in Palestine calmly and peacefully from supporting groups prone to violence to achieve an objective. For example, Pergas have done this, and I have also attended special prayers at Al-Firdaus Mosque with our foreign workers and at Al-Hayr Mosque with the residents at Kang. I was touched to see many of our old and young congregants there. This is not only a way to practice our faith, but it also demonstrates to other Singaporeans that our religion teaches us to pray for peace for all mankind and emphasize compassion and humanity. I hope we can do a lot more to call to our foreign Muslim workers here so that they can also understand our Singapore way and become part of this effort. Globally, I hope the government will continue to support a humanitarian ceasefire as voted by the UN so that basic aid can be allowed to continue. I also support the Commission of Inquiry set up by the UN to gather and preserve evidence of war crimes and investigate allegations of international law violations. I hope Singapore will support the proposal to bring those who are guilty and who violate international law to face justice and the day of reckoning in future. Tuan Speaker, saya bercakap dalam
of the community to support the humanitarian cause in Gaza together with our nation. Our Mufti exemplified leadership in extending not only compassion and our condolences for those who have lost lives and loved ones, but also our collective condemnation against violence. During this period, our religious leaders have also guided our asatiza and community in handling the deluge of information and emotional impact on all of us through the khutbah sermons during Friday prayers and religious guidance. Mufti's leadership showcases to the world that Islam emphasizes peace and compassion for all. However, there is a view questioning the need for such religious guidance. In this regard, what are the government's position on such views, especially in conflicts which are complex and go beyond the religious realm? Mr. Speaker, sir, we must guard against rhetoric which causes divisions in our society. We cannot be pulled into a partisan fight, pitting one against the other. Let's have the conviction of courage to do the right thing. Show empathy for all affected. Let's not allow conflicts overseas to sow discords of disharmony amongst us. Let's remain united with fellow Singaporeans to stand side by side on the side of humanity and compassion. The one thing that this tragedy proves to us is this: the Palestinian people's aspiration, pain and suffering cannot be ignored. If we want long-standing peace and stability for both Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side and prosper together, long-standing peace cannot be achieved through a cycle of violence. It is broken through the intervention of love, humanity, and compassion. Quoting from Martin Luther King, "Returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support and beg to move.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Speaker, before speaking on the substantive and amended motions, I would like to recall the perspective of our first Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, on the Israel-Palestinian conflict, which he shared in 2013, referring to the larger canvas against which the latest hostilities between Israel and Hamas have occurred. I quote, "The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the biggest problem plaguing the Middle East. It is a running sore that oozes pus all the time. To end the conflict, there has to be a two-state solution, one for the Israelis and one for the Palestinians. The Palestinian state must also be economically and politically viable. Its people must feel that they have a reasonable chance of making a success out of their country. Only then will they have a vested interest in keeping peace in this troubled region. Because of the pro-Israel policy, the Jewish lobby has succeeded in forging for America a hardline stance is allowed to prevail in the Israeli leadership. This can have adverse and irreversible effects on the peace process. By building settlements in the occupied territories, for example, Israel is slowly but surely annexing land that would be handed over to the Palestinians in any potential deal between the two sides. Ultra-conservatives in Israel believe the settlements bring Israel closer to its rightful historical borders, as laid out in the Hebrew Bible. They believe recovering the land is ordained by God, no less. The settlements represent an unwelcome revision to an already complicated status quo. They are causing the prospects of any future possible deal to become ever remote. Mr. Lee continues, "With every passing day, a permanent solution to the conflict becomes less likely. The United Nations has declared the Israeli settlements a violation of international law, describing them as a creeping annexation. The Israelis, however, know that such declarations are toothless unless they are endorsed by the Americans. If, for example, the Americans are willing to cut off financial aid to Israel, amounting to $115 billion since 1949, as well as other forms of military and political support, until the building of settlements stops, Israel will have no choice but to act. Without the Americans putting pressure on Israel, there is no end in sight for the conflict." Mr. Lee also warns, "The conflict also serves as an evergreen cause which jihadists can exploit as part of their propaganda efforts to attract young recruits. The cause is kept alive across the Middle East as well as in other parts of Asia through television images that play up Palestinian sufferings," unquote. Mr. Speaker, since the 7th of October, thousands of innocents have been killed and wounded in Israel and Gaza. Among those are thousands of children, the overwhelming majority of which are Palestinian. The sight of dead children being pulled from the rubble, their parents weeping, is something no sane human being could ever wish for anyone. Why should we in Singapore even be speaking in Parliament about what is happening in Israel and the occupied territories, including Gaza? A conflict more than 8,000 kilometers away has prompted Singaporeans from all communities to speak out and donate money to assist those in Gaza who are in dire circumstances. It is clear that Singaporeans care and are very concerned about what is happening there. I will make 3 points in my speech, taking reference from the Workers' Party's statement on the conflict on the 18th of October 2023. I will repeat the statement for the record without reference to the footnotes in the statement. The Workers' Party members of Parliament have received many emails and representations from Singaporeans calling for an immediate end to hostilities and the delivery of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. Previous military action in the Gaza Strip, undertaken by the Israel Defense Forces in response to militant operations, including by Hamas, have been marked by overwhelming disproportionality. We fear this reality will repeat itself in the coming days, weeks, and months. The flagrant disregard of the Geneva Conventions, the United Nations Charter, and other international legal instruments, including the occupation of land taken in war by any sovereign nation, is not in Singapore's national interests. The killing of non-combatants, women, and children by any country or organization in the name of war deserves no less than absolute condemnation. The Workers' Party supports Singapore's long-held position that a two-state solution consistent with UN Secretary Council resolutions is the only viable path to a durable, just, and comprehensive resolution to the long-standing conflict between Israel and Palestine. In particular, UN Security Council Resolution 242, which is supported by Singapore, calls for the withdrawal of Israel from Palestinian territories occupied since the 1967 war in exchange for a lasting peace with its neighbors. Worryingly, the continuing conflict in Israel and Palestine is likely to increase attacks against Jews and Muslims elsewhere, raising the prospect of radicalization far beyond the Middle East, making the world more unsafe and dangerous for all countries, particularly where multiracial and multicultural communities live in peace and harmony. All Singaporeans should be aware and mindful of this possibility and play an active part to prevent it from happening on our shores. We call on Israel to reject the collective punishment of innocent civilians, cease all military operations in the Gaza Strip, and to allow for the transit of humanitarian aid into Gaza forthwith. At the same time, we call for the immediate return of all Israeli hostages captured in Hamas's military operation in southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023. De-escalation by all parties must be followed by a withdrawal of Israel from the occupied territories, followed by serious negotiations to achieve a lasting peace in the Holy Land, a peace that legitimizes the existence of the State of Israel and establishes a viable Palestinian state. By the time the Workers' Party released its statement on the 18th of October, ordinary Singaporeans were troubled and even agitated about the issue. Many wrote to the Workers' Party MPs and continue to do so. In the assessment of the Workers' Party, one reason that precipitated this frustration was the perception of a dominant narrative at that point in the West and other advanced economies to focus only on the actions of Hamas. Let me be clear. The atrocities committed against innocent civilians by Hamas militants on the 7th of October cannot be supported, and there can be no reason to target, kill, or take civilians hostage. But it is important to point out that the West's one-dimensional narrative was inadequate and incomplete because it suggested that the Israel-Palestine conflict started on 7th October 2023 with the killing of innocent civilians in Israel. Absent was context. Context of Israel's occupation and subjugation of the occupied territories, a matter that has not been resolved for decades. Nor was there any reflection on past UN fact-finding missions to Gaza in the aftermath of previous Israel-Hamas conflicts. Nor was there any consideration of the impact of the wanton expansion of settlements in the occupied territories by successive right-wing Israeli governments, which delegitimized the right of the Palestinian people, making any future peace even harder to reach. Ultimately, these omissions, amongst others, operated to decontextualize the tragedy that befell Israel and her people on the 7th of October 2023. Mr. Speaker, the motion as worded by the three members and the amended motion as proposed by member Mr. Yam is not objectionable and will be supported by the Workers' Party. I assume Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Zhulkarnain will agree with me that the Israel-Hamas conflict is a subset of a larger struggle that arises out of the absence of a political solution to the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. I invite all three members to disagree with me now and for the record if they do not agree with this statement. I am prepared to give way. I will continue, Mr. Speaker. The first objective of the Workers' Party statement of the 18th of October was to put out this seemingly obvious fact, that the latest eruption in hostilities between Israel and the Palestinians should not be seen in isolation. even as we condemned the killing of civilians by any country or organization, including Hamas. Having done so, it was important to state that this latest outbreak of hostilities between Israel and Hamas was not new. Since the withdrawal of Israeli settlements from the Gaza Strip in 2006, 4 other major conflicts have broken out between Israel and Hamas. The tragedy that is befalling the people of Gaza today is a continuation of what has happened many times before. In previous bouts of violence between Israel and Hamas, 5,365 Palestinians are reported to have been killed, many of them children, while 308 Israelis are reported to have lost their lives. The same history always repeats itself. In the end, the story on the Palestinian side is always far more gruesome in scale. Overwhelming casualties, with a large number of children among the dead. Only the ill-informed could have thought that the latest installment was going to be any different. If history is a guide, we will soon see the number of dead Palestinians in Gaza cross the 10,000 mark, with many of the dead being women and children. As one senior former Israeli Defense Forces commander told me once, the Israeli way of war in the Gaza Strip is to strike hard so that the Palestinians learn a lesson they never forget. So they live in fear, and as a result, are deterred from ever attacking Israel again. With such an approach to warfare, one that invokes collective punishment in the name of self-defense, the death of many innocent Palestinians is all but certain. Far from deterring future attacks on the Israeli state, this disproportionate response gives birth to a new generation of Palestinians that seek to avenge their forebears, and some of whom see martyrdom as something to aspire to. This sad reality repeats itself ad infinitum, scuttling both the birth of a viable Palestinian state, as well as creating conditions in Israel where its borders are secure and its people live in peace with their neighbors. These are the reasons that explain why the Workers' Party statement calls for an immediate ceasefire, the return of hostages, and the conveyance of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, to be followed by serious negotiations towards a two-state solution. A second important aspect of the Workers' Party's statement was to identify the threat of the latest edition of the Israel-Hamas conflict to multiracial and multicultural societies and communities like Singapore. The reality of radicalization and the prospect of uncalled for and senseless attacks against Jews and Muslims all over the world, and a more unsafe world as a result, cannot be understated. Singaporeans should be alive to this and not fall prey to calls, especially online, that target Jews or Muslims. The threat is not imaginary. The long-standing Israel-Palestinian conflict was, according to the Internal Security Department, one of the reasons why a 20-year-old Singaporean was remanded some 2 years ago because he planned to attack and murder Jews worshipping at the Maghain Abbot Synagogue, the oldest synagogue in Singapore. While the call for a negotiated two-state solution to the conflict, consistent with UN resolutions, is a clear way forward, we all know that the reality is more complex and layered, and getting to this outcome will be a struggle. For example, many months ago, the most famous historian of his generation, Yuval Hariri, a Jew living in Israel, was quoted as saying on the BBC that, I quote, "My house is burning," unquote. Prior to Hamas's unprovoked attack, an intense political battle had been taking place for Israel's soul. Deep political fissures over a fundamental tenet of democracy, the separation of powers, pitted many elements of Israeli society against the plans of a right-wing government led by Benjamin Netanyahu. I quote Yuval Hariri from a piece he penned for the Financial Times in July this year. To understand events in Israel, there is just one question to ask. What limits the power of government? Robust democracies rely on a whole system of checks and balances, but Israel lacks a constitution, an upper house in the parliament, a federal structure, or any other check on government power except one, the Supreme Court. the Netanyahu government plans to pass the first in a series of laws that will neutralize the Supreme Court. If it succeeds, it will gain unlimited power, unquote. The International Institute for Strategic Studies, which hosts the annual Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, reported that between March and July this year, Israeli Air Force reservists refused to keep up their training hours, helicopter instructor pilots refused to report for duty, and active reservists in the special forces refused to volunteer for service, all in the protest of the country's direction. These differences in Israeli society should remind those of us far removed that not all Israelis think alike, and that there are Jews and Israelis who may not necessarily agree with the right-wing political leadership on issues that include pursuing a strategy of settlement expansion that seeks to unilaterally change facts on the ground. It would be incorrect to think that all Jews and Israelis are monolithic in their views, even as their desire for a homeland where they can live in peace without being subjected to terrorist attacks is shared by all Israelis and friends of Israel, including Singapore. The nuances are no different in the case of Palestinian organizations that operate in the Gaza Strip and in the other occupied territories. This point was shrewdly emphasized by the Palestine ambassador to Malaysia last month. On the one hand, he thanked Malaysians for their steadfast support for the Palestinian cause, but on the other, warned them to channel their donations and support carefully, lest they reach the wrong hands. Some months ago, in a different context, he was on record noting that there were sectarian issues such as internal politics involving the Palestinian population. For those who are familiar with this, the Palestinian National Authority and Hamas, for example, have different approaches to achieve their goals, even if Israel has deemed the Palestinian Authority as supporting Hamas after the latter's actions on the 7th of October. While the Israel-Hamas confrontation and broader conflict look set to continue for some time, Singaporeans should be aware that in view of our multiracial and multi-religious society, this conflict will test us. But it should not be allowed to compromise our multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. As Singaporeans, we should not analyze a political issue through religious lenses. For us, it is a humanitarian issue, and both Israel and the Palestinians deserve to live in peace and harmony. Our contribution is a humanitarian one, to advocate and support calls to stop the killing, particularly of civilians and children, and to support the international community in reaching a lasting settlement between Israel and the Palestinians. To that end, the Workers' Party supports the major decision taken by Singapore at the UN General Assembly, which is referred to in the amended motion, calling for an immediate and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. This brings me to my third and final point on the importance of international law for Singapore. Mr. Speaker, we speak in this House on this matter because it is important for Singapore to put its position on the record. Both the parties directly involved in the conflict, as well as the rest of the international community, must know Singapore's position and our firm belief in international law and our desire for the protection of human life. The Workers' Party supports the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols that prescribe international humanitarian law. We endorse the United Nations Charter and other international agreements. We support them because our survival depends on them. Singapore is a small state that relies on international law, and small states need international law and their protections. For example, Singapore has made its position on the Russia-Ukraine conflict clear. We took particular umbrage at the Russian claim that its aggression in Ukraine was justified because of historical errors and crazy decisions. In the context of the Israel-Palestinian dispute, Singapore has voted in the UN against calls for Jerusalem to be recognized as the capital of Israel. The principles and reasons for doing so are readily apparent. If some religious group, militant organization, or other country justified its aggression on something other than international law, we would have to aggressively stand against such perspectives. For example, some group or organization in a neighboring country may argue that Singapore has been part of the Malay archipelago for centuries and therefore should expect to be occupied and annexed. International law is clear that this cannot be so. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, about 2 decades ago, a grouping called the Middle East Quartet made up of the United States, the European Union, Russia, and the United Nations, has recognized that in order to have peace, it is necessary to fulfill the aspirations of the two parties for an independent homeland through two states for two peoples, the State of Israel and an independent, viable State of Palestine, both of which must be able to live in peace and security. The Workers' Party backs this stand, which is also that of the government of Singapore, as the only feasible path to a durable, just, and comprehensive resolution to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Today, this prospect may feel far removed, but until that day comes, it is important that Singapore advocates strongly for the safety and security of civilians and children who are the innocent victims of this long-standing conflict. We call on both Israeli and Palestinian leadership to make compromises for peace, to prevent future generations from paying for the actions of their elders. I should say actions and omissions of their elders. A price that has proved and will continue to prove to be a high one for the world, well beyond the borders of Israel and Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
I am not truly free if I am taking away someone else's freedom, just as surely as I am not free when my freedom is taken from me. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Nelson Mandela. Sir, today I rise in support of the motion and add my voice in this chamber to express my sorrow for the loss of innocent lives and the injustice of the cycles of violence, even as the Israel-Palestine crisis rages on. This is a fight in distant lands, but here in Singapore, many feel empathy and distress as the news, photos, and videos fill our social media feeds and our daily consciousness. If you truly engaged with the breadth of society, you will see a range of views and levels of awarenessness. A number of our youth in particular have written to me. They seek an outlet to use their voices to do something, anything. For they cannot unsee the suffering in Gaza. They cannot reconcile it with our life as per normal and our precious peace here. And we cannot sit silent. It is reported that almost half of the Gazan population is aged 18 and under. And we feel for the mothers who have lost their children, for the men who have buried their brothers in mass graves, for the elderly who are too frail to move, and for the children whose normalcy is rubble and dust. These divides arose many years even before the 7th of October and have no easy answer. One might point to a time in history and someone else will go back a few years for a different view. It is hard to find common ground. Yes, there are religious bearings, but there are Christians, Jews, and Muslims on both sides of the border. We cannot ignore the political, historical, land, and security dimensions. There is a lot to unpack, but a few things are clear. First, the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza needs to be addressed urgently. The Gaza Health Ministry has released figures that thousands have died, even more injured. Refugee camps, hospital areas, and schools have not been spared from airstrikes. The UN Relief Agency, UNRWA, and Committee to Protect Journalists share that 8 workers and media personnel have been killed. Civilians in Gaza were restricted access to food, water, electricity, communications, and aid was prevented from entering. Second, even in a fight, there are rules. International humanitarian law, as set out in the Geneva Conventions and similar treaties, have been forged from the bitter ashes of World War as a practical balance between the security and military requirements of a state and the protection of humans. Yes, sir, we agree that any and all violence and kidnapping of innocent civilians is wrong. But while a state has a right to self-defense, this must be tempered by proportionality. Parties must distinguish between combatants and civilians. And many have asked, is the loss of so many innocent non-military personnel proportionate? when will the collective punishment against the Palestinian people end? Third, both sides must work towards a durable peace with the support of the international community. This is not the first time that violence has broken out, and the result of these prolonged cycles is a gradually reduced confidence and support for a long-lasting two-state solution, according to public polls among both Israeli and Palestinian people. Some wonder, is it even possible now? Can mistrust and injustice turn to peace? Can people in positions of power in Gaza and Israel come to the table to negotiate for peace with open hearts? The international community must direct resources to invest in peace so as to manage tensions at all stages of the conflict curve, involve independent parties with the conviction to see this through, prioritizing local communities before it is too late. Sir, in Malay, please.
The crisis in Gaza is worsening due to rising tensions. Many people around the world, including in Singapore, have come forward to appeal that the violence be stopped immediately. Aside from expression of words, sharing of videos, and depiction of photos on social media, Singaporeans have also come together to act collectively. We have witnessed how Singaporeans from all walks of life have joined hands in efforts to provide humanitarian assistance, from supplying medical equipment with the Humanity Matters Group on October 29 to the special prayer sessions organized by the religious group Pergas and mosques across Singapore, as well as a fundraising campaign by RLAF, which managed to collect more than 4.6 million Singapore dollars within 2 weeks, and other community-based efforts by groups such as Cendol Kita and Fat Market, which have used their own platforms to contribute to local efforts. However, humanitarian aid alone is not enough to rehabilitate and rebuild a community. To achieve lasting peace for all parties, a long-term solution should be worked out. In Singapore, we are also aware that harmony is something that is difficult to achieve and very fragile, as it requires sacrifices and an understanding that is built over decades. As a small nation, we must uphold integrity and be pragmatic, as this will determine our future. At the United Nations General Assembly, Singapore supported the right of the Palestinian people to a homeland and a two-state solution agreed by both sides through negotiations. We have also voted in favor of Palestine in various resolutions, including in 1967 after the Six-Day War, in 1997 and 2003, against Israel in connection with the construction of the Har-Homa settlement, and demanded that Israel stop the construction of the West Bank barrier, and the latest on October 27 for an immediate ceasefire so that humanitarian aid can be extended. To quote the speech by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, we are aware that the Hamas attacks did not happen in isolation. Although many have mentioned the October 7th incident, we still remember the sufferings of the people of Gaza from 6 October and the preceding days. Although we realize that the Hamas attacks on October 7 in Israel is wrong, we mourn the loss of lives in Gaza and the West Bank and can feel the injustice. Sir, the attacks do not warrant an absolute punishment upon the Palestinian people. Many Singaporeans, including our youth, have asked about the Singapore government's views on the killing of civilians in Gaza, as well as other actions that the government can take immediately to try and stop the violence before it becomes too late.
Sir, on 27 October at the UN General Assembly, Singapore voted for UN Resolution ES 1021. Our stand is consistent with the principles that are necessary for Singapore's survival, In navigating tensions, we do not unequivocally support one side over another. We advocate for an inclusive, rules-based, multilateral order as a system to have recourse to when necessary. But, sir, even as we have voted in support of resolutions over the years, including for statehood and against illegal settlements, it appears that little progress has been made. We find ourselves in deepening divides, with worsening intensities of the violence. What more can be done to enforce the rules which give us order? The government does not act alone in promoting peace and providing humanitarian aid. 2 weeks ago, I and around 100 Singaporeans from all walks of life spent time with Humanity Matters, packing about 8 tons worth of relief supplies to Gaza. A team of 4 has followed the aid to Egypt, donating it to the Palestine Red Crescent, and I pray for their safe return. This is our Singaporean way, not just speaking about harmony during times of peace, but being brave through our differences and rallying together during times of crisis around our common humanity. So when we speak of peace, it's not about the absence of conflict, but what prevails in spite of the differences. Here in Singapore, which has been ranked as one of the most religiously diverse countries in the world, we know this intimately. We each desire the freedom to express our different identities. But this means, in turn, that we are committed to seeing that others with different beliefs can express their identities authentically as well. As an advisor to the recently concluded Harmony Circles Refresh Work Group, together with MOS Alvin Tan, I know that harmony doesn't occur by chance. We work for it every day as a people through compromise and acceptance. And by learning from each other what makes our beliefs so sacred, we treasure the safety of living in peace with others whose beliefs are different from ours, while being united as one Singapore. This peace is made possible in no small part due to the selfless commitment to interfaith harmony from our religious leaders across different faiths. Mutual respect and the willingness of these leaders to stand in solidarity create a quiet but steadfast example. Notably, in the Inter-Religious Organization of Singapore, 10 faiths, such as Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, regularly come together and exchange views. In a world where rhetoric and sound bites go viral on social media, and longer messages run the risk of getting twisted, where popularity is currency and common ground is the first casualty in a fight, it takes courage to stand for peace, conviction to nurture it, even when the position may be hard to swallow. To this end, I am grateful for the discernment and compassion of our faith leaders in society. The exchange of letters between faith leaders in Singapore during times like these demonstrate commitment to protect the precious collective peace that we share. Rabbi Mordecai Abigail and Mufti Dr. Naziruddin Nasir address each other with respect, express condolences and prayers for innocent lives taken unjustly, and have called for a permanent peace. Even as emotions run high, let's not give in to Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, or other forms of discrimination in our places of worship, our schools, our workplaces, and society. Sir, our peace is tested in less obvious ways too, where feelings run so deep that friendships are broken over how and when people choose to use their voice. Peace breaks down when anger consumes and we feel that we cannot communicate. Let us hold space for each other. It is important for us Singaporeans to grow in our ability to seek understanding, step up quickly and communicate in managing a crisis, while always having our nation's interests at our core. In particular, how can we encourage safe outlets for the expression, processing, and validation of emotions, and the promotion of understanding, even when we disagree? How can our leaders at all levels in our communities and places of worship be better equipped to guide on such matters, which have implications on our shores? As the front lines of conflict are increasingly digital, how do we care for, equip, and soothe a society where many spend approximately 7 hours a day online? Sir, this conflict has exposed how untenable the current situation in Israel and Palestine is, and its impact on the rest of the world. In this fractious world, Singapore is a small voice. It is easy to believe that we don't have a stake or that we cannot do much. Our sovereignty and safety are tied to a fair, rules-based world order, and a common humanity. In the past few weeks, we have seen the good in humanity as well, with people of all ages, various backgrounds, faiths all over the world, using our voice, some in protest, some in prayer, donations, to converse, to listen, to bear witness to this crisis. We do what we can. And here in this chamber, we understand the desire for statehood and safety of the Palestinians and the Israelis. We use our voices to call for the indiscriminate killing of innocent civilians to end. And I end with a solemn appeal for parties to abide by the humanitarian truce, for an immediate cessation of the violence in Gaza and the West Bank, and for justice to prevail. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gerald Guillaume.
Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I would like to affirm the Workers' Party's support for Israel's statehood and for the creation of a viable Palestinian state, side by side in peace and security with Israel through a negotiated two-state solution, in line with the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. The killing of 1,400 people, most of them civilians in Israel, and the taking of over 240 hostages by Hamas on 7th of October 2023 cannot be justified and must be unequivocally condemned. However, the ensuing retaliation by Israel in the Gaza Strip over the past month demands critical scrutiny and a response from the international community, including Singapore. Since 7th of October, more than 9,770 people in Gaza, including thousands of children, have been killed, according to the health officials in Gaza. More than 1.5 million people have been internally displaced, and northern Gaza has been laid siege by Israel. Israel said it dropped 6,000 bombs on the Gaza Strip in just the first week of the war. This number is surely much higher now, topping the record number of bombs the US dropped in Afghanistan in the whole of 2019. The Workers' Party supports Israel's right to defend itself. However, this right must be wielded within the bounds of international humanitarian law, ensuring that the sanctity of human life, particularly that of civilians and children, is upheld even in the midst of a war. Israel was successful in securing its border with Gaza within days of the assault, but it continues to destroy civilian infrastructure, displace hundreds of thousands of people, and cut off supplies of water and electricity in the Gaza Strip. Israel must recognize that executing this asymmetric response will only breed further hatred of it among the Palestinian population and provide fuel for extremists both in Gaza and around the world, perpetuating the cycle of violence and suffering. Former US President Barack Obama said that upholding international law and avoiding to every extent possible the death or suffering of civilian populations is, quote, vital for building alliances and shaping international opinion, all of which are critical for Israel's long-term security, unquote. Israel, therefore, must adhere strictly to the laws of war, not only for the sake of the suffering Palestinians, but also for its own security. Proportionality, distinction, and necessity must guide its military actions. Hamas must also immediately and unconditionally release all Israeli and foreign hostages. Failure to do so will only prolong this war and lead to a greater loss of life and hardening of hearts on both sides. The Workers' Party supports Singapore's vote on the resolution at the UN General Assembly on 26 October, which, among other things, called for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to cessation of hostilities, as well as the immediate and unconditional release of all civilians being illegally held captive. Singapore may be a small country, but we must do everything within our capacity, working alongside countries in the region and international agencies to deliver essential humanitarian aid to the suffering people of Gaza during this current conflict. Our assistance must go beyond alleviating immediate suffering for the Palestinians. We can also contribute to post-conflict reconstruction and development by offering more technical assistance to the Palestinians. For example, in education, public housing, urban planning, water management, and tackling corruption. Under the auspices of the Singapore Cooperation Program, Singapore has provided training for many Palestinian officials. In 2016, Singapore pledged to double the enhanced technical assistance package for Palestinian officials to the quantum of $10 million. We must follow through with this pledge, as this technical assistance will be needed more than ever during the reconstruction following the war. Our long-standing ties with Israel go back to our early days of independence and national service. Singapore also has good relations with the Palestinians and with influential Muslim-majority countries such as Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, some of which have established diplomatic relations with Israel. Singapore was also the first country to sign a free trade agreement with the Gulf Cooperation Council. Singapore's diplomatic standing and trade relations with these nations places us in a position to play a constructive role towards pushing for a long-term solution for peace in the region. We should work with like-minded partners to help establish the foundations for enduring peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, and advocate for the implementation of the two-state solution. We should seek opportunities to facilitate greater dialogue between all stakeholders, including hosting high-level summits between Israeli and Palestinian leaders. Singapore could provide a neutral venue for peace talks away from the conflict zone. This potential peacemaking role is consistent with past initiatives. In 2018, Singapore was a backdrop for the first ever summit between the leaders of the US and North Korea. And before that, in 2015, we facilitated the landmark meeting between the presidents of China and Taiwan. And lastly, our think tanks like the Middle East Institute could play host to more Track 2 academic exchanges and business forums between the Israelis and Palestinians. These less formal dialogues are essential in building understanding and sharing Singapore's experiences in nation building. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to Singaporeans, especially residents of Aljunied, Hougang, and Sengkang, who have actively engaged with Workers' Party MPs on this issue. Your passion, concern, and call for a more balanced, humane approach have been instrumental in shaping our collective voice on this matter. Let us unite in supporting efforts that foster peace, dialogue, and understanding. I am mindful of the potential influence of misinformation surrounding this conflict. There have been various reports of supposed atrocities committed by both sides. Many such reports remain contested and lack independent verification. It's important to acknowledge that there is a possibility that some information might be a product of war propaganda. There are significant challenges faced by journalists in independently confirming these allegations, given the hazards of reporting from a conflict zone. As Singaporeans, it's imperative that we individually take the initiative to guard against the spread of misinformation and disinformation. We should not look to the government to censor fake news for us. As an article in the website Vox advised, if a video, photo, or post about the war makes you immediately furious or upset, refrain from instantly sharing it. Check the source by reviewing the account and its past posts, and cross-reference it with reliable news outlets. This will help keep our discourse on this issue rational and focused on what is the most important, the welfare of innocent civilians in Israel and Palestine. Political debate occurring within Parliament, in classrooms, or at Speaker's Corner provides Singaporeans with a safe avenue to express their views and engage in discussions about international conflicts, including about the Israel-Palestine situation. They also provide a crucial pressure release valve for discontent, helping to prevent individuals from becoming overly influenced by extreme rhetoric from foreign sources. Suppressing political debates does not prevent extremism. Rather, it could lead to the debate being driven into radicalized corners of the internet, which is where the real danger lies. Arguments against greater public debate have often cited concerns about the general lack of understanding surrounding the complex Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This raises two critical questions. What active steps are being taken to deepen Singaporeans' understanding of the conflict? And are we as individuals proactively seeking to educate ourselves on this topic? Schools and higher education institutions should more actively promote classroom discussions on this topic. This will not only provide young people with a platform to voice their perspectives and express their frustrations with the situation, but also encourage them to respect different viewpoints. With teachers or facilitators guiding these discussions, the conversations will be kept balanced and will avoid becoming overly contentious. In our era, where information is widely accessible, there is no excuse for not acquiring a basic grasp of this important issue. Despite its complexity, it is essential for each of us to make the effort to understand its nuances so as to foster rational and informed public discussions. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the Workers' Party calls for an immediate humanitarian truce, the protection of civilians and aid workers, direct humanitarian access, the swift release of hostages, and a return to negotiations towards a two-state solution to the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, in line with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution ES 1021. Thank you.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the motion. While the conflict is miles away from Singapore, we cannot help but mourn the heart-wrenching violence against innocent civilians, including children, on both sides of the conflict. So I echo fellow parliamentary colleagues who have given their speeches earlier and express my deepest condolences to all innocent victims and civilian casualties and their families. I have been encouraged by the views of some residents I have engaged at my closed-door chats and dialogues with them recently on this issue the past week. I would like to voice some of their perspectives in Parliament on this motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Malay, please. Ramai di antara kita dalam masyarakat.
Many of us in the Malay Muslim community have heavy hearts regarding plight of the Palestinian people. It was reported in the news that some of us are feeling a real sense of helplessness. The community is experiencing difficult emotions as we learn daily about the powerless Palestinians suffering through the disproportionate aggressive actions by both parties in the conflict. It is understandable when they see news and social media posts and are disturbed that hospitals and places of worship in Gaza were bombed and destroyed. I have residents who are concerned and have asked if these actions comply with international humanitarian law in war. So I agree with the motion E, calling on all parties to comply fully with international humanitarian law, including ensuring the safety and security of civilians, release all civilian hostages, and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. My residents, both Muslims and non-Muslims, have also shared that there is a misinformation spreading on social media and WhatsApp on the conflict. Worse, I am concerned of divisive voices online using it for incitement or hate speech against other religions. I am proud to be a Singaporean in the way that the outpouring of sympathy for those suffering is largely done constructively and calmly. We should all understand the complex context of the Israel-Palestinian conflict and know the facts before forwarding such messages to our family members and friends. I hope we can continue to perform supplication and our Salat Hajat special prayers for peace and alleviation of suffering. In Bishan, Toa Payoh, GRC, the mosques such as Masjid Umasama and Masjid Muhajirin have held special prayers on 20th October following the call of encouragement by MUIS and the Office of the Mufti to conduct recitation of the supplication Kunut Nazila as well as special supplication during the Friday sermon and prayers. I have attended Friday prayers in which these prayers were done since early October. MUIS have also worked with Muslim.sg to offer religious guidance on appropriate responses to this conflict and will be issuing an irshad. During my dialogue recently with a group of Toa Payoh East residents, both young and old, several residents asked how each resident can help in terms of providing donations through the right channels. That is the mosque, the United Nations, and also to receive the correct information through the government. One resident even asked if we can send our SCDF Disaster Assistance and Rescue Team, DART, personnel to conduct search and rescue operations similar to the help provided in response to the Turkey-Syria earthquake in February this year. We should focus on providing the basic needs, that is water, food, and medical supplies to the civilians in Israel, Gaza. This clearly shows the compassion and concern of my residents, regardless of race or religion, for those affected in Gaza. Even though I feel that the effort of SCDF in the war conflict area might not be possible now, I shared that we can also immediately assist the Palestinian victims through the various accredited charities that are raising funds for aid to Gaza. For example, Islamic Relief, Singapore Red Cross, and Rahmatan Lil Alamin Foundation are running ongoing collections. I am proud of the local community's speedy and generous response to RLAF's aid collection, raising more than 4.6 million in only 2 weeks, as what was said by MP Nadia earlier on.
The government will do and take next steps. Mr. Speaker, sir, I had the opportunity to hear various feedback from my youth residents and volunteers in Toa Payoh East, all of which hail from diverse backgrounds. Despite the difference in views on the issue, all of them found common ground in condemning the use of violence and are concerned with the needless loss of civilian lives, particularly those of children. To that end, some of these youths have expressed willingness to contribute to numerous calls for aid within the community. Similar to the feedback raised by my Muslim residents, the youths also brought up a few points of concern, chief of which is the influence of media, both traditional and social media. I know that different media channels seem to report different aspects of the conflict and sometimes with a subjective spin. Excuse me. Such is evident in the various feedback I've gathered, where I inquired about how opinions are formed and what is the source of the information. Mr. Speaker, sir, beyond this conflict, we should be worried about different segments of the community receiving their news and how they are able to differentiate between the facts and subjective views. This is important as false information have dire consequences for the unity of our country and how we function as a nation. Mr. Speaker, many of my residents in Bishan Toa Payoh JRC, including non-Malay Muslim residents, have appealed to me, similar to other parliamentary colleagues in our community dialogues and emails, that this heart-rending conflict must stop as soon as possible. And as such, for a start, I support the motion Lim B, which calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. While the politics of the region are extremely fraught and complex, Singapore must continue to urge all parties involved to prioritize and protect human life and seek political concessions at the bargaining table rather than through warfare. All parties must abide by international law. I'm glad that the Singapore government has voted to support the resolution on the protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations at the emergency special session of the UN General Assembly on 27 October, while also condemning unequivocally the acts of terror and abhorrent deeds that parties in the conflict have done and cannot be justified by any rationale whatsoever. As a society, we must embrace the principles behind which Singapore supported the resolution, most importantly, that all innocent civilian lives on both sides of the conflict must be protected. So I hope the government can update the House on what further measures, such as in the realm of diplomacy, that Singapore is taking to expedite the protection of innocent civilian lives and the provision of humanitarian assistance. How has the government ensured that the 300,000 it has donated in aid so far will be going to the right local organizations instead of fueling ongoing conflict? Mr. Speaker, Per the motion, I also reiterate Singapore's long-standing commitment to a negotiated two-state solution consistent with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. I refer to the Arab Barometer survey of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza in early October this year, where the majority of Gazans surveyed also favored a two-state solution. So I refer this from a Foreign Affairs article in October. A former Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority, Salam Fayyad, has suggested in an article published in Foreign Affairs magazine on 27 October that the way ahead for peace would include formal Israeli recognition of the Palestinians' right to a sovereign state on Israeli-occupied territory. Most crucially, he has suggested for this to be underpinned by an ironclad mutual commitment to non-violence. So I hope the Singapore government can share its further plans to support the international community's efforts to broker a just and lasting peace between the parties involved. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak a bit on the economic ramifications for Singapore. The impact of a protracted conflict in Gaza, and if it spreads or worsens, will have economic and financial ramifications globally. As it stands now, the Israel-Hamas conflict adds another layer of complexity to the geopolitics of the world and existing economic headwinds. Singapore will not be immune. Economists have sounded concerns that an escalation in the fighting between Israel and Hamas could possibly tip the world into recession in a worst-case scenario. Though it is still early to raise concern about global output effects, there are key risks for global energy and key commodity prices. Similar to the Russia-Ukraine war, major conflict in the Middle East could have far-reaching price effects across a range of commodity prices. All this will lead to negative externalities and impact on prices here in Singapore in no time, even though it's so far away from us at the moment. So it is in our interest too to ensure this conflict is not prolonged, not just importantly to save innocent lives, but also to protect the welfare of Singaporeans going forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must lend our support to the Palestinian people who are caught between great powers and the dangerous means used by both sides in the conflict. They do not deserve to live in tragedy generation after generation. I urge the Singaporean government to step up our efforts to do more on the diplomatic front to help realize political solutions to the ongoing conflict. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Singapore Cabinet and the government for taking a principled stand on this issue and for supporting the resolution on the protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations at the emergency special session of the UN General Assembly on 27 October. I think it bodes well for Singapore, and it's not an easy decision, but I would like to say thank you. We should also provide aid where we can via the right channels, and I hope the authorities can help guide on these next steps. But most importantly, I urge all efforts to ensure that all innocent civilians, especially the children, must be protected. I'm confident that Singaporeans will continue to be resilient and harmonious in the face of these issues and band together to help those in need as we weather any global geopolitical and economic storms ahead. Sir, I support the motion.
Mr. Leong Ban Wai.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Progress Singapore Party, PSP, supports the motion brought to this House by Honourable Member Vikram Nair and the amendments by Honourable Member Alex Yam today. Like many Singaporeans, the PSP is distressed and saddened by the tragic violence and loss of life in Israel and the Gaza Strip since Hamas launched its attack in southern Israel on 7 October 2023, and the subsequent retaliatory military actions taken by Israel. We unequivocally condemn the violence committed by both sides against innocent civilians, especially women and children. The lives of both Israeli and Palestinian civilians must be protected. We strongly support the UN resolution ES 1021 on October 28, calling for a humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip. We call for Hamas to immediately and unconditionally return all civilian hostages safely to their families and to facilitate a ceasefire, and for Israel to respond favorably to such a move if it happens. We call on Israel to comply with international law, including the Geneva Conventions and the UN Charter. Israel must not collectively punish a captive civilian population, nearly half of which are children and teenagers under age 18 in the Gaza Strip. Israel must immediately rescind its order for Palestinian civilians, which includes gravely sick patients in hospitals and UN staff, to evacuate from northern Gaza Strip to southern Gaza Strip. More than 1 million Palestinians in Gaza have been internally displaced by the recent conflict. This internal displacement must not be allowed to evolve into a repeat of the Nakba in 1948, when 700,000 Palestinians were permanently displaced from their towns and villages. We must prevent the Palestinians in Gaza from being permanently displaced to Egypt or any other nation. Even before the recent events, the living conditions in Gaza have been difficult for the Palestinians. Israel must immediately allow all humanitarian aid to be delivered into Gaza and fully restore civilian access to fuel, food, water, medical aid, and other basic necessities. PSP supports Singapore's long-held position that a just, enduring, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East must be based on a two-state solution, based on relevant UN security resolutions. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a long-standing and complex issue, dating back to and beyond the formation of the State of Israel in 1948. It is also an issue that is of interest to the main communities of our society. We urge the government to enhance education on the Israeli-Palestinian history in the future, so that Singaporeans can have more accurate and complete information on the conflict. This will help to reduce the risk of Singaporeans being swayed by biased, inaccurate, or one-sided emotional discourse, which we have seen on both traditional and social media platforms. We urge Singaporeans from all communities to be mindful of what we say and do regarding this issue, especially on online forums. We all have the responsibility to refrain from engaging in inflammatory rhetoric that could threaten the peace and harmony that we enjoy in Singapore. We call on all Singaporeans to report any signs of potential radicalization to the authorities. In line with this, PSP rejects any attempts by foreign players to influence Singaporeans or dictate to Singapore what could be done in relation to this conflict. Singapore's position on all our foreign policy and domestic issues should be for Singaporeans to decide only. For country, for people. Thank you.
Associate Professor Raswana Begum.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable members, Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Zhulkarnain Abdul Rahim for raising this motion. I stand in support of this motion. I begin by expressing my deepest sympathies to the innocent victims affected by this conflict. The loss of lives, particularly children and women, is a tragedy that underscores the urgency of our response. We are addressing a matter that deeply troubles our collective conscience. At a fundamental level, we all recognize that violent extremism is unacceptable. We condemn any ideas or action of individuals or groups who endorse or resort to violence to accomplish their ideological, religious, or political objectives. This includes terrorism and various other types of violence driven by politics or community factors. I would like to contribute to this discussion by considering the three key concepts that frame this motion: solidarity, security, and peace. These concepts play a significant role in international relations and have a direct impact on the public safety and security of a nation like Singapore. First concept, solidarity. Solidarity refers to the unity, cooperation, and support among individuals, groups, or nations, especially in times of adversity or when addressing common challenges. It is the sense of shared responsibility and a commitment to working together to achieve common goals. The sentiments of our public cannot be ignored. The loss of innocent children, women, and civilians in conflicts touches the hearts of people worldwide, including Singaporeans. It is our duty to represent their concern on the international stage. By condemning acts of violence, we stand up for the values of justice, compassion, and human rights that our citizens hold dear. We have done this. We stood in solidarity with 119 other countries by voting in favor of the United Nations General Assembly resolution. As included in the amendment to this motion, we call for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. Mr. Speaker, as Singaporeans, we understand the importance of safeguarding the well-being of our people, and it is crucial to extend this compassion to those beyond our borders. Regardless of our background and differences, I believe we stand by our national pledge to be one united people in our reaction to this deepening humanitarian crisis. We recognize that the situation in Gaza is a massive humanitarian crisis, and it is commendable that Singaporeans have come together in solidarity as a nation to provide humanitarian aid and donations. Next concept, security. Security is, in the context of our nation like Singapore, encompasses both national and international security. National security refers to the protection of a country's autonomy, territorial integrity, and the safety of our citizens. International security, on the other hand, focuses on maintaining peace and stability between nations and preventing conflicts that could have global repercussions. Mr. Speaker, the events in Gaza have raised security considerations around the world and have the potential to cause conflict within our borders. Our commitment to international security and peace is not only a moral duty, but a critical step in safeguarding our own nation. By supporting this motion, we stand firmly against acts of violence and the violation of international laws. Terrorism can never be justified, and it is our collective duty to condemn this. In this conflict, we must insist that all parties involved prioritize the safety and security of civilians, release all hostages, and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. Mr. Speaker, Singapore as a nation proudly embraces its multi-racial and multi-religious identity. Our racial and religious harmony is one of our greatest strengths and something we must cherish and protect at all costs. Ensuring global security and stability is integral to preserving our racial harmony. Our support for peaceful resolution reflects our commitment to maintaining a world where all nationalities, cultures, and religion can strive together. In terms of the security of our nation, we must remain vigilant and proactive. This entails monitoring, intelligence sharing, community engagement, and a strong commitment to countering extremism. It is vital for Singapore to come together, irrespective of differences, to build a resilient and united front against division, violence, and terrorism. By doing so, we can collectively mitigate risks, promote peace, and protect our shared values and way of life. Finally, the third concept, peace. Peace is the absence of violence, conflict, and the presence of harmony and cooperation. Peace is essential for the stability and prosperity of our nation. The situation in Gaza is not merely theoretical or a distant concern. We cannot ignore this tragedy. As a nation, we must advocate for a peaceful resolution to this conflict, aligned with our commitment to a negotiated two-state solution consistent with the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. Mr. Speaker, this motion holds great relevance to Singapore's public safety and security. It is directly connected to our racial harmony, our duty to prevent potential security threats, and our commitment to voicing the concerns of the general public. Our support for peace and the condemnation of acts of terror resonate not only on the international stage, but within our own border. As we reflect on this crisis, let us remember the value of solidarity, security, and peace to our nation. Thank you.
Minister Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion in the name of Mr. Vikram Nair and as amended by Mr. Alex Young. This conflict occurs thousands of kilometers away and has a long, complicated, and often violent history going back thousands of years. But all Singaporeans are horrified, are saddened by this latest escalation of the Israel-Hamas conflict. Anyone with a heart must feel pain when we witness the suffering of fellow human beings, regardless of race, language, religion, ideology, or allegiance. Early on the morning of the 7th of October 2023, Hamas launched several thousand rockets into Israel. At the same time, more than 1,000 militants infiltrated Israeli territory and killed more than 1,400 persons. The victims included innocent civilians at home, many of them asleep, young people attending a concert, and several of our fellow ASEAN nationals working on farms. Hamas also abducted more than 200 civilians, including senior citizens, women, and children, who today are held as hostages in Gaza. Let me be clear and unambiguous. What Hamas did on the 7th of October was an act of terrorism. And it involved indiscriminate killing and extreme brutality. It was not a military operation targeted at military targets. And such acts cannot be justified by any rationale, any historical grievance, any religious belief, any context. These acts of indiscriminate killing, torture, and kidnapping of innocent civilians are acts of terror, period. And this is why Singapore has strongly condemned the terrorist attack by Hamas and why we have called for the safe, immediate, and unconditional release of all civilian hostages. It is in our absolute national interest to hold fast to this stand, not just because we feel sorry for innocent victims, but because our national interests are at stake. being so small, exposed, vulnerable, multiracial, Singapore must take a clear and unambiguous stand against terrorism in all circumstances. I was somewhat reassured when I listened to the leader of opposition's speech just now, where he now seems to have clarified that the attack that was launched by Hamas was not simply a military operation, but in fact deserves to be condemned. I think Mr. Gerald Giam was even more specific. I think you used the word unequivocally condemn the attacks by Hamas. I couldn't help noticing that both members of the Workers' Party were unable to use the word terrorism. I will leave that for you to clarify later on. But I must share with you that when I first saw your published statement, it left room for ambiguity. I think your speeches in this chamber today are more reassuring, but I would feel even better if you can clearly and unequivocally say indiscriminate attacks on civilians, on women, on children, and taking hostages is a clear and present act of terror. And say that for the sake of Singapore and Singaporeans. These attacks have obviously deeply shaken the Israeli sense of safety and security. And we now know that Israel has responded by launching an intensive aerial bombardment of Gaza. It imposed a blockade on the delivery of food, water, and fuel supplies. On the 28th of October, Israeli troops expanded their ground operations in Gaza to destroy the Hamas military capacity and its vast network of underground tunnels, much of which it is alleged to be located under civilian infrastructure, including schools and hospitals. Israel's intensive bombardment and the blockade has caused a massive humanitarian crisis in Gaza. To date, health authorities in Gaza have estimated that more than 9,000 Palestinians, including many women and children in Gaza, have died. Many more have suffered injuries, and over 1.5 million would have been displaced from their homes and without adequate shelter, food, water, or medical attention. At the 10th UN General Assembly Emergency Special Session on the 27th of October, Singapore voted for a humanitarian truce so that immediate and sustained humanitarian provision of essential supplies and services to civilians throughout the Gaza Strip can be provided. I think you have a copy of that resolution that we voted for, including the explanation of vote by our permanent representative, Mr. Burhan Ghaffar, which again made the point that there were glaring omissions in that resolution. To call out Hamas for conducting an act of terror and for not acknowledging the right of self-defense on the part of Israel, which I will explain a little bit more later on. So, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to explain the principles underpinning the Singapore government's position on this unfolding tragedy. First, Singapore must always take a zero-tolerance approach towards terrorism. We have to be categorical in rejecting terrorism, whoever, whenever, wherever it is perpetrated. And as I said just now, we do so not just out of sympathy, but because terrorism is a clear and present danger and threat for Singapore and Singaporeans. Second point, international law dictates that all states have a legitimate and inherent right to defend themselves. This is enshrined in Article 51 of the UN Charter. I don't think I need to remind this House that this is a very important principle for Singapore. And have no doubt, if Singapore is ever attacked, we would certainly assert and exercise the right of self-defense. Third point, all countries must ensure that if military action is taken in exercising this right of self-defense, they must abide by the principles of necessity and proportionality. And they must also comply with the laws of war, including the principle of distinction and humanity enshrined in the Geneva Conventions. In such times like this, it is crucial that decisions are not made out of anger, blind wrath, and hatred, but are made in line with moral values and legal principles that shape our common humanity. In a jointly written Financial Times commentary last month, a group of distinguished Jewish jurists, and these include experts in international humanitarian law, they strongly counseled Israel and its leaders to act in a restrained and thoughtful way that would not make the country's problems worse. One of these jurists, in fact, included Lord David Neuberger, who was the former president of the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. It is worth quoting them, and let me quote one whole paragraph in full. Quote, "International law forbids the sieges of civilian populations. Gaza is home to some 2 million fellow human beings, almost half of whom are children. And it would be a grave violation of international law to hold them under siege and while doing so deprive them of basic necessities such as food and water. To be clear, collective punishment is prohibited by the laws of war. Equally, international law requires combatants to ensure minimum destruction to civilian life and infrastructure. And intent to cause indiscriminate damage, rather than behaving in a precise manner to minimize damage, would, if established, constitute a grave violation of international law. In the conduct of any military campaign, politicians and commanders alike must be careful to ensure that their words do not imply to their troops that the laws of war can be disregarded, nor employ language whose effect is to dehumanize a civilian population." Unquote. I want to emphasize that last sentence, to dehumanize a civilian population, because usually that is a very clear indication that conflict between countries, states, or civilizations is about to begin. And the moment that human beings can dehumanize the other is the time when unspeakable horror, barbarity, and terrorism is conducted. Any alleged violation of international humanitarian law in this conflict should therefore be investigated in accordance with international law. I think MP Zhulkarnain had asked that question earlier. Yes, we will support the investigation of all allegations after the war in accordance with international law. And we hope that all parties will cooperate in these investigations. History will judge each party's response, not only by whether and how immediate threats are resolved, but also by the effects on the long-term stability and security of the region. Fourth point, humanitarian assistance must reach the affected civilian populations immediately. And that's why we call on all parties to enable this, and particularly Israel and Egypt, which have immediate borders with the Gaza. Yesterday, I spoke to the Egyptian Foreign Minister, Sameh Shoukry. Frankly, he was tired, almost demoralized. I told him Singapore understands the tremendous strain that Egypt, as an immediate neighbor, faces. I said, we want to support you. We have our people in Singapore care. We are raising funds, and let us know how we can assist Egypt. I commended the Egyptian government's efforts to open the Rafah crossing to facilitate the flow of humanitarian goods into Gaza, and equally the possible evacuation of seriously injured persons for medical treatment. The day before, I had spoken to the foreign minister of the UAE, who was also trying to work out plans perhaps to evacuate injured children and their families for treatment elsewhere. We strongly support all these efforts by the immediate neighbors, as well as by the UN and all the other relief organizations to increase aid to Gaza. I think you all are aware that the Singapore government contributed seed funding of about $300,000 to the Singapore Red Cross, which is working with its partners to support the relief efforts in Gaza, and working closely with the Palestine Red Crescent Society, the Egyptian Red Crescent Society. In fact, right now, I think Singaporeans have donated nearly $5 million to the fundraising drives by the Singapore Red Cross and the Rahmatan Lil Alamin Foundation. In fact, I'm sure more will come in the weeks to come. I think later tonight, Dr. Maliki will be leaving. He will be going to Cairo, and he will also help to ensure facilitation and that the goodness of the hearts of Singaporeans will be directed through the right channels. He will explain a little bit more after my speech. Fifth point, Singapore continues to uphold our long-standing and consistent position that a negotiated two-state solution, consistent with UN Security Council resolutions, especially 242 and 338, that a two-state solution is the only viable option for a comprehensive, just, and durable solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We have consistently stated for a long time that Israel must accept a Palestinian state, just as Palestinians must also accept Israel's right to exist. We have expressed our firm opposition to violations of international law and to unilateral measures which imperil the prospects for peace. Now, many of you know we've got good relations with Israel. I hope you also know we have good relations with the Palestinian people and with the Palestinian Authority. But look at our voting record in the United Nations. During the Six-Day War in 1967, Israeli forces occupied the old city of Jerusalem and parts of the West Bank after Jordan attacked Israel. Following the war, so this is 1967, before some members in this House were not born yet. In 1967, following the war, we voted in support of all the UN General Assembly resolutions calling on Israel to rescind unilateral measures taken to change the status of Jerusalem. We voted again like this in 2017. And we have also voted in support of UN General Assembly resolutions that reject Israeli settlement activities in the West Bank. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the clerk to distribute a list illustrating Singapore's past voting positions at the United Nations. Members can also access the handout through the app.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So the point is, we are good friends, but good friends also speak truth, even if it's disagreeable, and not the most comfortable to the person on the other side. And our ability to speak truth to friends and to be friends to both sides, even while they are locked in mortal conflict, is a privileged position, but one that can only be maintained if we are consistent and we operate on the basis of principles. Now, unfortunately, the peace process in both Israel and Palestine, and you heard a good synopsis on the history of Mr. Vikram Nair in his opening speech. I hope you paid attention to it. But the upshot of all that process, so first I would remind all of you, being a peacemaker in the Middle East is dangerous. You mentioned President Anwar Sadat. When he made peace with Israel in Camp David, I think they signed it in 1978. By 1981, he was assassinated. In Israel, then Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, whom in fact was the IDF Chief of Staff during the 1967 war. So this is no dove. This is a realist, a general, a commander, a soldier. Mr. Vikram Nair reminded us that it was Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat who signed the Oslo Accords in 93, and subsequently a second round in 95. And in fact, this is what has led to the creation of the Palestinian Authority. It led to the Israelis pulling out of Gaza. But you all will know he was assassinated in November 1999. Not by an Arab, but by an Israeli extremist. As for the Palestinians, the Palestinian Authority consisted initially of the PLO, because in fact the Oslo Accords provided that for the first time ever, the PLO recognized Israel's right to exist, and the Israelis recognized the PLO as a representative of the Palestinians. But soon, fierce political rivalry between Hamas and Fatah occurred. And in fact, it wasn't just a matter of elections and you win and I win. It was actually civil war, violence. And they killed each other. The rise of the radical, hard-right extremists in both societies, in fact, have made a peaceful political settlement almost impossible. You know, we sit here or stand here and talk about a two-state solution, but we are talking. That's where the front line is. And actually, support for a two-state negotiated political solution has been dropping, waning in both those societies. In fact, in a very perverse way, the extremists, right wing, in both Israel and amongst the Palestinians, believe in a one-state solution. But if you think about it, a one-state solution, by definition, means the violent elimination of the other. So, making the point, this is difficult, this is complicated, and we should respect that difficulty. Nevertheless, it is our sincere hope that over time, both sides will muster the political will. In fact, I should digress, they need the political leadership with the conviction, the courage, and the political capital which they are willing to expend in order to make a two-state solution a reality. And if they don't, then they are doomed to repeated cycles of violence. So in the meantime, we will continue to engage the Palestinian Authority. We will support their capacity building efforts through the enhanced technical assistance package. We have regular high-level exchanges and visits with the Palestinian Authority, which have allowed us to meet them, hear them, discuss issues with them candidly. The Prime Minister, Mohammed Shataye, visited Singapore last year, whilst Prime Minister Lee, Senior Minister Teo, Minister Maliki, and I have visited Ramallah. In fact, on more than one occasion. And we opened our Singapore representative office in Ramallah in 2022. My sixth point is that we must not allow external political events, painful as they are, we must not allow these external events to divide us in Singapore. Yesterday, the Prime Minister reminded us this is not our quarrel. This is a quarrel amongst our friends outside. And our job is to be sympathetic, to be compassionate, to speak truth to them, to be helpful, but not to pour oil on the fire. And bear in mind, actually both sides claim to be the children of Abraham. This is the ultimate example of sibling fratricide. Both sides have suffered tragic losses, and they deserve our sympathy and support. But come back now to Singapore and be very, very wary and careful in how we reflect our compassion, our principles, our values. Understand that strong emotions are engaged, but we must not fall prey to what we see in other countries where strong emotions have led to violent clashes, to hate speech, and to exclusion. And as many of you have illustrated, often fueled by disinformation. And our religious and racial harmony is very precious. We must not allow anything to break this or split our society. And it is heartening that so many of our faith and community leaders strongly feel this, say this, and operate on this basis. Our Muslim community in particular have responded in a very restrained, responsible, and responsive manner, working in concert with other communities to collectively raise funds for humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian civilians in Gaza. The Mufti, Dr. Naziruddin Nasir, wrote a letter which I hope every single one of you will read. He wrote a letter to express solidarity and support to the Rabbi Abigail, who replied in the same spirit. It was an exemplary gesture of goodwill. It reflects so well on our religious harmony, but it's actually quite rare in the world for a mufti and a rabbi to be able to, at a moment of tension and high emotion, to correspond like that. And I can assure you, government had nothing to do with this. But we saw it, we approved it, and we should all be grateful to them. Let me also make a secondary point here, that it is worth emphasizing that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not a religious conflict. At its core, the conflict has always been about territory, self-determination, identity, and complicated by intra-Palestinian and intra-Israeli domestic politics. And as I said before, it provides fertile ground for extremists on both sides to misuse religion to further their political aims. And we must not fall into that trap. The seventh point is that the safety of Singaporeans abroad is always a priority for us in MFA. On the 7th of October, we advised Singaporeans to leave Israel and the Palestinian territories as soon as possible. We reached out to Singaporeans who had registered with MFA and we facilitated the departure of those who needed assistance. But even today, you might be surprised to know that 40 registered Singaporeans remain in Israel and the Palestinian territories. We do our best to remain in contact with them. They have chosen to remain. More than 120 other Singaporeans heeded our advice and left by land or air earlier. Whilst most Singaporeans were able to leave by commercial means, a few who were unable to do so departed via dedicated evacuation flights, which were organized by other countries. And I need to express our gratitude to the governments of Australia, Canada, Portugal, and Korea for helping our Singaporeans to leave Israel safely. Mr. Speaker, this latest conflagration is just the most recent episode of a complex, long-running conflict in the Middle East. As human beings, we cannot remain detached and inured to human suffering. But we know these cycles of violence will recur unless they come to the nub of the problem. So as Singaporeans, we do care, and we do care deeply. But this episode is also a reminder to all Singaporeans that we do have our national interests at stake. What are they? We must reject terrorism in all its forms. No excuses, no ifs, no buts, no short-term political advantage. Reject terrorism. If attacked, all of us here must give the government of the day the ability to exercise the right of self-defense. But even when it does so, we will expect the government of the day to uphold international law. And as Singaporeans, we will continue to extend humanitarian assistance and protection to all civilians. We should support the peaceful resolution of disputes. And we must nurture and protect our own precious cohesion and harmony. We must never allow conflicts elsewhere to divide us domestically. I am glad that today my sense of the House is that we have unanimity. We will have consensus in voting for this motion. And I make this appeal as Foreign Minister that our ability to conduct consistent and coherent foreign policy in a very volatile and dangerous world depends upon domestic cohesion and consensus. So I fully support this amended motion. I thank Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Zhulkarnain, Abdul Rahim, and I call on all MPs, regardless of party, to support this motion and to uphold these principles which are essential for Singapore's survival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to clarify some remarks made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, specifically his comment about the Workers' Party's statement of the 18th of October. I think Minister, correct me if I'm wrong, Minister was, for lack of a better word, curious why the word terrorist attack wasn't in our statement. The focus of our statement actually was to emphasize that whether it's Hamas, whether it's Israel, killing of non-combatants, women, children, by any country or organization deserves no less than absolute condemnation. I thought that would have made it clear that we were taking a very even-keeled approach to this matter. That on the one hand, the terrorist attacks are not to be condoned. On the other hand, when you have matters such as Israeli settlers evicting Palestinians from their homes in the West Bank. Even today, it's happening today. That also ought to be condemned. I hope the minister can agree that there has to be an even-handed approach to this. My second point, perhaps explaining why the use of that word terrorism wasn't activated so readily, but more a balanced approach in our statement was what we sought to put forward, is with regard to Singapore's approach on the labeling of organizations or terrorist designations on certain groups. So I understand Singapore is an inter-ministry committee on terrorist designation, IMCTD, and it is the authority of the designation of terrorist groups and groupings. The government relies on this committee to determine which organization is labeled accordingly. And then this is legislatively captured in the Terrorism Suppression of Financing Act 2002. My understanding, Hamas is not on that list. Maybe the minister can explain that position for the understanding of the general public. My final point actually relates to something which was actually originally said by Mr. Alex Yam, and Minister also made the same point by way of his this document that has been released to members, where he said Singapore has been consistent in its stand on matters concerning Israel and Palestine. I take the point. But I had a quick look at statements that were made by Mr. Lee Kuan Yew over the years. I referred to him in my speech. I also noted what he said in his memoirs. And he spoke of the Six-Day War. And I'm quoting from his memoirs. When the UN General Assembly was debating the resolution to condemn Israel, Rajaratnam, our foreign minister and Afro-Asian champion, was all for it. King Swee saw me to press Raja to direct our UN delegate not to vote in favor of the resolution, or the Israelis would leave. By Israelis would leave, he's referring to the Israeli advisors who were here in assisting the build-up of the Singapore Armed Forces. And thereafter, Mr. Lee says, as I could not attend the cabinet meeting, I stated my position in a note. We had to stand up for the right of small nations to exist. And he goes on, I added that I did not believe the Israeli advisors would leave even if we were to vote for the Afro-Asian resolution. I was in favor of abstaining in the vote. The cabinet agreed with my view. We abstained and the Israelis did not leave. So I just wanted to clarify, because the handout says voted yes for all these emergency special session resolutions. It may well be that the resolution Mr. Lee is referring to is a different one, but I'm just making that point to clarify what the minister has put out in his statement. Thank you.
Mr. Balakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to, I suppose, double confirm. The actions that Hamas conducted on the 7th of October, targeting innocent civilians at home, killing women, children, and taking hostages, is the Workers' Party position that those are acts of terror? Okay, so I'll reflect that you have confirmed, and Gerald, same thing, they are acts of terror. So that's why I said I was more reassured after listening to both of you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was reassured after listening to them because the initial statement did leave some room for doubt and ambiguity. My conclusion from this recent confirmation is that actually you stand foursquare with us and with the motion and with the government's position. And I want to welcome that because, again, foreign policy must stop. The arguments on foreign policy must stop at our shores. And on something as vital as terrorism. We cannot afford to have political parties trying to outflank each other in order to look to fish for votes. So I am grateful for the Workers' Party's confirmation that you stand on this issue, that what happened on that day was a terrorist act, deserves unequivocal condemnation, and I think the PSP has also made its position clear. Your second line of query is about terrorist designation. Generally, different countries have different ways of designating. The United States, the EU has its list of terrorist organizations. The UN generally works on the basis of what is designated by the Security Council. In Singapore, we do have a committee, and this is primarily a security committee, and it's direct. What we're looking out for are acts of terrorism, financing of terrorism, and whether someone or some organization is or isn't on a list in the UN or some other country is just one factor under consideration. You know, there's the old saying, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. I think I have to ask you to trust our security agencies that they know what activities and plans people are up to and where that money is going to, and we do not hesitate to act. So it's not a binary switch that you're on the list or you're not on the list. And you notice I've been also very careful to say what I'm asking you to confirm today is that the actions of 7th of October were acts of terror. If you want to go further back in history, I've made the point earlier that yes, it's not a secret that we do have a good relationship with Israel. But a good relationship does not mean we have to agree with everything they do, nor are we apologists for what they do. Specifically on the issues of occupied territories and settlements. As far as I know, I'll stand ready to correct it, we have voted in favor of every resolution that has said that they should not be building settlements in occupied territories. And it's worth remembering, even to come back to Gaza, that in fact, 18 years ago, Israel had to deploy its own military forces in Gaza to force its settlers out of Gaza 18 years ago. I said just now, Maliki and I myself have been to Ramallah a couple of times. And yes, there is a problem in the West Bank because of the progressive settlements, which make it very difficult for any future settlement is concerned. So yes, Mr. Singh, we do vote regularly at the UN in a way which does not please the Israelis, but we have a good relationship based on respect. They know why we take the stand we take. The larger point I want to make to members of this House is that it's why it is so important to operate by principles and to consistently operate by principles, because from time to time, you will have, whoever's on this side of the House will have to say no. No to a superpower, no to a friend who has been there at a time when we were very vulnerable and needed help. But without that sense of principle and that consistent adherence to principle, we will make life much more difficult for our country, and the conduct of foreign policy, like I said, will become a very much more dangerous enterprise than it is now. Frankly, for this matter, the foreign policy aspects of it are not difficult. We know what to do, we know how to vote, we know what to say, we can put out correct statements. That's not rocket science. The real challenge, the real political challenge is domestic. And that's why I've been so keen on enlisting the support from MPs of all parties and from the NMPs as well for this motion.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to get a sense from the Minister, as I put in my original set of clarifications, how would he characterize what happens in the occupied territories? Because I think that's important for a more balanced perspective to this issue, and I think it's important that the government sets its view out as well.
Minister Balakrishnan.
I think I stated it just now, and I would put our voting record at the UN as Exhibit A. Our view is that those settlements should not be there. And if you go by the votes in the Security Council, they breach international law. So, you don't need to ask me for that. That's on the record.
Mr. Nair.
I just wish to pick up on one point I think the Leader of the Opposition made. I think his explanation for not calling out the acts of terrorism in the initial statement and their speeches was that Hamas was not a listed organization under the Terrorism Suppression of Financing Act. Now, I had a look at the Act. There was a schedule of the Act, right? And Hamas is not in that schedule, but terrorist entity means any entity owned or controlled by any terrorist group or group of terrorists, and includes an association of such entities and entities set out in the first schedule. The first schedule is not exclusive, right? So if Hamas is not on the list, doesn't mean it's not a terrorist entity. The second and more relevant point is that that act sets out the definition of a terrorist act. And a terrorist act is clearly defined as one that involves serious violence against a person, involves serious damage to property, or endangers a person's life. Now, there are other limbs, but these three are the most material. Now, if that is satisfied, in addition to that, where the threat or use of violence is reasonably regarded or intending to influence or compel government or any other government or any international organization to do or refrain from doing any act, or intimidate the public or public servant of the public, then it's an act of terrorism. So to me, all the components are satisfied. There is direct violence, there is an intention to compel government. The definition of terrorist act is plainly satisfied. Thank you.
Mr. Singh.
I don't have the act in front of me right now, but I know we list out specifically what some of these organizations are. And the fact is Hamas is not on that list, notwithstanding the members' personal views to this particular issue. Before he put his view out, he said that we didn't, our statement didn't condemn it because of this particular point or because of terrorism. I think he may have misunderstood. In our view, at the time the statement was made, the condemnation of both parties was important to us, for different reasons, of course. And so we captured it in the fourth paragraph of our statement. I hope this clarifies.
Minister Dr. Maliki Osman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. In Malay, please. Tuan Speaker, seperti ramai rakyat Singapura.
Like many Singaporeans who are also, I am also disturbed and I feel sad on the loss of lives by the civilian people on all sides and the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza. Beginning with the first strike, every day we see images of devastation and despair of the innocent lives lost, including 3,700 Palestinian children in Gaza. Understandably, we also feel for the children who have become orphans because they have lost their parents. Of course, the Malay Muslim community feel particularly anxious, restless, sad, and even angry. How could such atrocity take place? This humanitarian crisis facing the Palestinian people is a heartbreaking tragedy.
The government understands the emotions felt and expressed by the Muslim community and other Singaporeans towards the plight of Palestinians in Gaza. The daily rising death toll is of grave concern. We deeply sympathize with the plight and the grief of Palestinian civilians who have lost their loved ones, just as we feel deep sympathy for the grieving families of Israelis killed in the 7 October attacks. Even though the number of people, of Palestinians who died has risen, we convey our deepest condolences to the families of all civilians killed and wounded in Gaza. Let us try to understand the present crisis in the context of history. This crisis have begun long ago, and it is pretty complicated. Just like, as the English saying goes, there is always wrong somewhere, that there is a wrong that is the cause of this crisis. For example, the attacks by Hamas on 7 October, which massacred many Israeli civilians. Some have said that the attacks are justified because of the historical grievances of the Palestinians and the treatment they have received from Israel, regardless who is in government. But nothing can justify what Hamas did. As such, the government has strongly condemned Hamas acts of terror, and now we call for the unconditional, safe, and immediate release of all civilians who have been held hostage in Gaza. Israel has the legitimate right to defend its citizens and territory from armed attacks and acts of terror, just like Singapore. But it has to do so in accordance with the international humanitarian law. We cannot let such violence be done against anyone or anywhere, especially in our country. Sir, I have repeatedly said, after we met many of the people and government of Palestinian, we have heard their aspirations. Mr. Speaker, we sympathize with the Palestinian people. We know their struggles, and we wish that they can live peacefully. They have not been able to live peacefully for a long time. The same peace that we cherish in Singapore. Singapore believe and agree with the rule of law. A long-lasting peace in Palestine is important. Minister Vivian has shared our view in the United Nations about the issue of Palestine as early as 1967. Recently, in the UNGA, that was done on 27 October, Singapore voted for the UNGA resolution, which demanded that all parties comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, and to enable immediate and sustained humanitarian access for essential supplies and services to reach all civilians who are in need in Gaza. The resolution also calls for the immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, which will lead to the cessation of hostilities. There are some of our members who have asked about Singapore's contribution for Gaza. The government has contributed $300,000 as seed capital to the Singapore Red Cross, or SRC. This is the single largest contribution that we have made to support humanitarian and relief efforts in Gaza. We will consider giving more as the need arises. On the whole, the people of Singapore are very careful to not let what happened outside of our country to affect the harmony of our country, even if we felt or empathize with those who are affected in Gaza. We appreciate both the Muslim and Jewish community here who have given a very calm response. Clerics like the Rabbi and our Mufti have given us confidence and given support to each other. This reflects that a model of coexistence is possible and that as one people, we must do all that we can to preserve such social harmony that we have built here in Singapore. Seeing the alternative model in the Middle East today, we cannot take what we have for granted, and we must continue to work hard to preserve it. I am heartened to see how Singaporeans readily stepped forward to contribute generously to the humanitarian relief efforts in various ways. For example, the fundraising appeal by Rahmatan Lil Alamin, or RLAF, which will be directed to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East, or UNRWA, which has raised over $4.6 million, while the SRC's fundraising campaign has also raised over $350,000 from the public. The generous donations have been heartening, but more importantly, we see the Singaporean spirit, the strong spirit of solidarity. Many different community and interfaith groups came together to contribute to the RLAF's humanitarian aid for Gaza. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerks to distribute a list of some of our past humanitarian assistance to affected civilians in the Palestinian territories. Silakan. Members may also access the handout through the MP at SG PAL app. Mr. Speaker, I will leave for the Middle East tonight, and I will visit Egypt to oversee the aid that we are sending, as well as the contribution from RLAF for Gaza. I will be briefed by the various agencies about the situation in Gaza. I will also take the opportunity to meet and discuss with the Egyptian leaders and the cooperation that we can give to help the victims. We have also been asked about our relationship with the Palestinian authorities. Our relationship with the PA is strong. They recognize the right of Israel we have also engaged the PA leadership at the highest level. Since early 2022, I, together with SM Teo Chee Hen and Mr. Vivian, have visited Ramallah. PM has also hosted the Palestinian Prime Minister, Dr. Muhammad Shataye, in Singapore in October 2022. We have and will continue to support the PA's capacity building efforts through the $10 million Enhanced Technical Assistance Package, or ETAP. Let me assure the House that the current conflict will not affect Singapore's commitment in supporting the Palestinian people through the ETAP. We welcome the Palestinian Authority officials who make study visits to Singapore and participate in courses under the Singapore Cooperation Program, or SCP. We also hope that more Palestinian Authority officials will take up available scholarships to pursue their postgraduate studies at Singapore's universities. The Singapore Representative Office in Ramallah continues to operate and will support ETAP. Mr. Speaker, Singapore has taken a consistent and principled position. Singapore believes that a negotiated two-state solution consistent with relevant UNSC resolutions remains the only viable way for Israel and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security. For that to happen, for long-lasting peace, both Israel and the Palestinians need to be committed to this resolution. For it to happen, both Israel and the Palestinians need to have the political will to make the concessions that are necessary to resolve the conflict. The people of both countries will choose their leaders, and then the decision will be left in the hands of these leaders to ensure that long-lasting peace can be gained. This cannot come from the pressures of social media and not from the pressures of other countries, and definitely not from violence, even though it is as a kind of revenge. This is not the answer. It will only harden hearts and make the next generation more complex and make the efforts to achieve any peace very difficult. Difficult as it may be, given the current conflict in Gaza, we continue to hope that in time to come, both sides will enter direct negotiations on the basis of two states. The perpetual cycle of violence must be broken. As a friend to both Israel and the Palestinians, it is our sincere hope that peace will ultimately prevail.
Some members have asked about the impact of the Israeli-Hamas conflict on Singapore society and the efforts taken to strengthen our religious harmony, including in our educational institutions. As mentioned in my Malay speech earlier, we recognize that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is an emotive one for Singaporeans, and there may be different viewpoints. Regardless, the peace and harmony that we enjoy in Singapore is precious, and many in the House have spoken about this. We have worked hard over the years to build up trust across our different communities at different levels. We all have a duty of care to protect and grow it. At the leadership level, we have multiple platforms for community leaders to engage with one another frequently and at different settings, such as at the National Steering Committee on the Racial and Religious Harmony, as well as the Racial and Religious Harmony Circles in every constituency. At the people-to-people level, MCCY provides support for interfaith and interethnic dialogues and other initiatives that bring together different communities to respectfully discuss sensitive issues of race and religion. For example, Ask Me Anything, a series of dialogues that educates the public about different faiths in Singapore and seeks to develop interfaith norms and practices. OnePeople.sg organizes community dialogues in collaboration with community groups that encourage a broad spectrum of participants in robust yet respectful conversations on sensitive issues of race and religion and on social norms and aspirations of the different communities. Within the Muslim community, religious leaders and asatiza play an important role to guide and support the community during this difficult period. They amplified values of rahmah, of blessings, and called upon the community to embrace compassion, blessings, and love for all. This is in line with the principles and values of Islam as blessings for all. The Mufti has engaged youth at a Muslim SG event on 14th of October and provided guidance on how, as Muslims, we should respond and deal with our feelings of grief, of anger, which must be guided by the teachings of Islam and being a blessing to all. Muiz has also produced a series of Friday sermons that speaks on the need to preserve peace and compassion and the sanctity of human lives, regardless of one's religion and background. Our asatiza also bring the community together to pray for peace and the cessation of violence, not only in Gaza, but elsewhere. The special prayer, or known as the Hajat prayer, conducted at more than 50 mosques, have attracted over 50,000 congregants. These special prayers not only provide solace for the community to respond to the situation, but empower them to pray for peace. Sir, our community responded with maturity, and we understand the value of unity amidst this trying period for all of us. We must continue to protect ourselves from being influenced by the barrage of information, misinformation, and disinformation that enters our social media platforms as feeds. We have heard calls to boycott F&B establishments. We should not conflate the actions of governments with the operations of business and economics. And Mr. Speaker, our educational institutions are common spaces for students to learn and interact with one another in a safe and respectful manner. As we engage students in understanding global issues, such as the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, we will continue to emphasize Singapore's multicultural context and the importance of preserving our precious racial and religious harmony. Civic literacy, critical thinking, information and media literacy skills have always been emphasized in our national curriculum. With the proliferation of information and diverse views across all forms of media, our schools and institutions of higher learning, or IHLs, will continue to equip students with the skills necessary to discern fake news and misinformation and build their instinct to read from credible sources and in context. For students who are trying to understand the ongoing conflict and navigate the multiple perspectives or wish to express their views, schools and IHLs provide a safe environment for them to engage in civil, respectful, and balanced discourse and allow different opinions to be voiced and discussed objectively, even while they engage in robust and rigorous debate. Students are reminded to be respectful and constructive during these discussions. Mr. Speaker, we are a diverse people. Some may have personal connections to the developing situation in the Middle East. Some feel strongly about it, understandably. We ought to be mindful and take extra effort to be respectful, to be sensitive and kind, and appreciate their feelings and experiences. However, let us not let these perspectives hurt our relationship and unity in Singapore. I am proud of how Singaporeans are responding to this situation. It shows a recognition that we should not let external developments divide Singaporeans. Instead, we can channel our energies constructively to provide practical assistance at the same time appreciating the social harmony in Singapore is hard-earned, and that while it may be tested from time to time, we will always come through and stay together as Singaporeans. Let us continue to work together to build up the bonds of trust and harmony in Singapore. Mr. Speaker, in line with Singapore's condemnation of terrorism in all its forms and our principled support of international law, as well as the two-state solution for Israel and Palestine, I support the motion raised by MPs Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Zhulkarnain Abdul Rahim. Thank you.
I wish you safe travels to Egypt tonight, Dr. Maliki Osman. Order, I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 4:45 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the motion titled Solidarity, Security and Peace, the Israel-Hamas conflict.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to focus on the perspectives of our Singaporeans on the Israel-Hamas situation, as well as on other geopolitical conflicts around the world. Each of us care and should care because at the personal level, we are all fellow human beings. And the situation now is that numerous innocent civilian lives have been lost and are still being lost as we speak. In conflicts and wars, humanity loses. We need to focus on how we can help save innocent lives and de-escalate the conflict. As Singaporeans, we have a duty to support our country's stance expressed here in Parliament today. Singaporeans and residents must remain united to uphold our domestic peace, harmony, and mutual respect. I want to acknowledge the emotions and reactions of all our fellow Singaporeans, which can be very diverse, with some experience stronger emotions than others. I'm sure that everyone experiences to varying degrees the distress and heartache of learning about fellow human lives being lost. As Singaporeans, we treasure a peaceful world, with many of our older generations still holding memories of the trauma of war and the immense amount of blood, sweat, and tears required to rebuild a nation. It is with this shared history and destiny that bind all of us, past, present, and future Singaporeans. We have to defend this hard-earned multiracial and multi-religious trust, unity, and harmony. We should show empathy for the victims of wars elsewhere, but we must never let such conflicts divide us. In today's modern warfare that is globally televised and with social media playing a pivotal role in shaping the world's perceptions of the situation, misinformation and disinformation from supporters of all sides will certainly take place. It has happened and will continue to happen. And therefore, our psychological defense is most important. Social media content in its nature is designed to rile people up, sustain their interest, and become viral. Just like how all of us are learning how to deal with scammers, we must also learn how to resist being influenced and blindly led along by social media in this conflict. We must not play into their hands, and we must not let ourselves get dragged into the conflict virtually. Beyond the virtual online world, what about in the real world? I want to take this opportunity to talk about the safety and security of Singaporeans who are overseas when emergencies, conflicts, or crises strike. When the situations in Ukraine and in Israel deteriorated, or when borders were closed and flights were cancelled at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, there were Singaporeans who were on their travels. Thankfully, there were commercial flights still available, while others were able to get to neighboring countries before flying out. And MFA was also in touch to help those who faced challenges. However, this was not as straightforward as it seemed, because not every Singaporean travelling overseas had e-registered with MFA before going on their travels, and it was always not easy for MFA to trace and get in touch with every Singaporean who may need assistance. Many Singaporeans travel overseas, be it to neighbouring countries within Southeast Asia or other destinations further away. How can we get more Singaporeans to e-register before leaving? While many of my residents told me that they do e-register before leaving, there are still many who shared with me that they had forgotten to do so on quite a number of trips or felt it was not necessary. I suggest this be a voluntary step to be built into existing immigration and customs processes, or more reminders can be put up prominently via QR codes at the airports or border crossings. With that, I support the motion.
Dr. Said Harun.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I make this speech with a heavy heart, not from a weight of reluctance or hesitation, but from a place of deep anguish and pain. The conflict is a tragedy unfolding so catastrophically that barely over a month, more than 10,000 lives have been lost. We see troubling and abhorrent images on both sides. On 7th October, from within Israel, and then over the past month from Gaza. By any measure, it is hard to see an end in sight to this terrible conflict, and going by how events have unfolded in the past month, it is clear that more lives will be lost in the coming days to weeks. It was reported by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs that as of last Saturday, 4th of November, day 29 of the crisis, that among almost the 11,000 fatalities, 31 Israeli children out of 1,400 Israeli fatalities, 3,900 Palestinian children, 2,430 Palestinian women, and 572 Palestinian elderly. 1.4 million have been displaced in Gaza, a piece of land that is half the size of Singapore. And in relative terms, the number of deaths that the conflict has contributed in a mere 29 days and still counting is fast approaching half of the total deaths that Singapore saw in a full year in 2022. We have yet to consider, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the longer-term impact of food security, water and sanitation, health and healthcare, destruction to family units, the impact of education of children, and the physical infrastructure damage to housing units, education facilities, hospitals, and other buildings also included in the UN report. These numbers inform us of a humanitarian crisis and tragedy so deep, so protracted, and so entrenched that it will take years, if not decades, to recover from. I'm hopeful for peace and a two-state solution in my lifetime, but certainly no peace can be had when guns, rockets, and airstrikes are still firing from both sides, and countless innocent civilians are losing lives on a daily basis. We are not yet sure how much further this crisis could unravel and the destabilizing impact it has in the wider Middle East and other regions of the world. I support the government's position as outlined by Singapore's affirmative vote at the UN General Assembly on 27th of October for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities, a demand for aid access, and a determined protection of civilians. Singapore must continue to push for a ceasefire to come to fruition, for a sustained delivery of humanitarian aid to areas of conflict, and to persist in its principled position of unequivocally condemning terrorist acts and violations of international law on both sides, and for the safety and security of civilians, including the release of all hostages. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do support the government's position that a two-state solution remains the only option for peace, but that the final solution also needs to be tempered with what is fair and just for both sides, such that peace can be meaningful and lasting. Taking a leaf from the statement by our Ambassador, Burhan Ghafoor, our permanent representative at the Emergency Special Session of the United Nations General Assembly on 27th of October, I quote, "We support the right of the Palestinian people to a homeland and Israel's right to live within secure borders. Both Palestinians and Israelis deserve to live in peace, security, and dignity. We call on leaders from both sides to show leadership, to exercise restraint, and to take the difficult but necessary steps towards the vision of a two-state solution." Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have two proposals for the government to further consider as part of my contribution to this debate and motion. It speaks to what both our honourable foreign ministers have said earlier. The first takes into account that Singapore is no stranger to difficult conversations, conflict resolution, and negotiations. Our stated positions across many conflicting issues on the international stage has been clear and principled. even if it may bring some detriment, disagreement, or unhappiness in our relationships with other countries in the short term. The position of trust and honesty at the international stage that Singapore has benefited from could only have been possible because we continue to take consistent, principled positions in our dealings and affairs with others, and anchor firmly on our prescribed values of justice and equality for all. In this regard, I would urge the government to build on the trusted partnership that Singapore has on both sides of the fence of this conflict and take a position of arbitration if and when the opportunity arises, publicly or otherwise. Depending on how one measures the timeline of this conflict, surely there are differing historical views and narratives on when this conflict started. However, my view is that learning from history has its benefits, and we surely must be introspective about such lessons, but only insofar as it doesn't hold us ransom and hinder current and future prospect of peace. Singapore has shown through examples of her actions internally in our local context and outwardly on the international stage that we have no qualms about proposing and making considered decisions based on what is right rather than what is popular. Being a small country in the global space with little by way of physical resources, our value has been measured through the trust that others have in us. Further to this, our local communities also have innumerable number of scholars who are familiar with the wider Middle East, its language, its culture, and its history. And these are strengths that we can draw upon to facilitate such an involvement in our peace process, to the peace process. Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is much that wider Singapore society and the government can learn and glean from this conflict. These range from wider issues of international relations relating to foreign diplomacy, deterrence and defense, to internal lessons about how fragile society can be when societal differences are amplified along racial and religious ideologies, coupled with a lack of political will, stability, and the ability to achieve peaceful resolution in the longer term. Inadvertently, the ones who suffer most as a result are innocent civilians and the people. In this regard, given the depth and richness of knowledge that the conflict could offer by way of national education and learning, I was slightly disappointed when it was announced that the topic of this conflict could not be discussed more openly at the Speaker's Corner or as part of events or public assemblies, when in fact the matter was already widely covered and readily accessible online and in local newspapers. I can appreciate the initial concerns over public order, the sensitivity of the topic, as well as the volatility of the situation overseas. But I do hope that the government will reconsider this position in good time, and I would suggest for this to be allowed sooner rather than later. There should be means for Singapore citizens to discuss and express their thoughts in a safe space about such delicate issues and raise their own awareness and appreciation of such devastation and atrocities happening around the world. Where there are additional concerns relating to security or public order, such engagements could be done with certain security restrictions or in limited numbers of participants. We should continue to allow for peaceful discussion of such issues so that people with polarizing views can discuss such matters respectfully and sensitively. As a whole, society then benefits and matures from such depth and nuance of discourse over time. I conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that while this motion is focused on the Israel-Hamas conflict with a specific focus to the House on the recent devastation within Gaza, it should be noted that the wider conflict between Israel and Palestine also includes that of the West Bank, an area that spans about 15 times the size of Gaza, where it remains the case that death, injury, and destruction of property has also increased dramatically since the 7th of October. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not profess to be an expert in the conflict, nor do we, as privileged Singaporeans, have moral authority to be able to tell Palestine and Israel how autonomy and statehood should look like for them. However, in this globalized and interconnected world, it is impossible and irresponsible for us to ignore the plight of people suffering all manner of injustice and devastation, illegal settlements where there is little access to food, water, and electricity, and uncertainty about their lives tomorrow. As a Singaporean, I also take heed that what we have here in Singapore, living amongst groups of variable religious persuasions and racial identities, yet still remaining united as one people, is something we should never take for granted. It is something we should guard fiercely and recognize that in another part of the world, that this still remains a very distant possibility at best. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand in support of the motion and the amendments proposed.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan, saya menyokong usul.
Sir, I support this motion. In my speech, I wish to focus on the response of Singapore Muslim community, particularly our Malay Muslim community. I would like to pay tribute to them for taking a courageous and principled stance in relation to the deepening humanitarian crisis arising from Hamas's terrorist attack on Israel on 7 October 2023 and the subsequent Israeli military operations in the Gaza Strip. Across the world, we have seen a deepening divide across religious lines, spilling on many occasions into hate crimes as a response. In the United States, a landlord was charged with murder on the basis of hate crime for hate crime for killing a 6-year-old Muslim boy and seriously wounding his mother, the boy's mother, in Illinois. The landlord allegedly did so because of their religion and the conflict between Hamas and Israel. There were numerous other reports from US-based news agencies pointing to a worsening Islamophobia leading to hate-fueled attacks and other discriminatory incidents in the country. At the same time, anti-Semitism was also reported to be on the rise across the world. For instance, on 3rd November, just recently, in the UK Guardian, it was reported that Jewish people in United Kingdom has experienced the worst wave of hate incidents in modern times, with more than 1,000 recorded to date. In the United States, Reuters reported that anti-Semitic incidents rose by about 400% in 2 weeks since the Hamas-led attack in Israel. We have also seen demonstrations in many major cities where anger is openly stoked with very divisive messages. The narrative is often styled as an us versus them basis. And a number of organizations have propagated violence at these demonstrations, which will even inevitably lead to even more polarization along racial, religious, and also nationality lines. Singapore is not immune to these developments, but thanks, among others, to the principled stance taken by our leaders in our Muslim community, we have largely avoided this polarization between communities. I was deeply struck by what the Mufti of Singapore, Ustaz Nazruddin Muhammad Nazir, stated in his letter to the Chief Rabbi of Singapore. He wrote, "There is no place for justification for any form of violence and brutality on civilians by anyone, including Hamas, or in any retaliatory response. The right of civilians to live peacefully must be protected at all times." He further noted that both Islam and Jewish scriptures emphasize the need for mercy and compassion. And finally, he propagated the model of peaceful coexistence among communities as an enduring solution to the Middle East crisis. Unlike so many others outside Singapore, the Mufti clearly separated the violent acts of humans from the regions of Islam and Judaism. Religion is not responsible for this crisis. This is worth emphasizing in times like this when lines are drawn precisely on religious lines. And Mufti too deprecated the violence and deaths arising from the terrorist acts of Hamas as well as from Israeli military operations. I particularly felt the calling out against terrorist acts of Hamas was important for a diverse, multiracial and multi-religious country like Singapore. As has been mentioned numerous times by our government leaders, Singapore is not immune to a terrorist attack. Should a terrorist attack happen here and hostages are taken, we would expect Singapore to retaliate in self-defense in accordance with international law too. On the point of retaliation in self-defense, the requirements under international law are clear. Unfortunately, during conflict, total avoidance of civilian casualty is impossible. However, there are principles such as necessity, not targeting civilians, proportionality, and avoiding unnecessary suffering, which, when applied, will have the effect of reducing such casualties. I also understand from my Muslim friends that the Mufti's message was reinforced during Friday's sermons and delivered by imams since then at our mosques. At these sermons, a call was made to pray for world peace in these troubled times and to advocate salam and peace. I have spoken to a good number of my Muslim community leaders, friends, and residents in Bukit Batu on the Mufti's message. Without exception, the Mufti's message resonated strongly with them. Every one of them told me that personally, they are deeply affected by the humanitarian crisis. The numerous videos and news articles that they have received from social media platforms conveying the brutal tragedy of the war have affected their conscience. At the same time, they accept that these developments should not affect the peace and harmony with fellow Singaporeans. At the same time, they drew support from the Singapore government's position as expressed in the voting for the UNGA resolutions since 1967, which involve, among others, advocating a two-state solution where both states of Israel and Palestine are recognized, the refusal to recognize Jerusalem as capital of Israel, condemning the illegal construction of settlements by Israel, and calling for an immediate and sustained humanitarian truce to the current crisis. Their response collectively has been in the form of prayers for relief from suffering for the affected people, emphasizing the Islamic message of peace, compassion, kindness, and fairness, and providing assistance through trustworthy and credible channels to help those affected by the tragedy. If ever there is a silver lining to this tragedy, they noted that the renewed discussion within the international community on the two-state solution, which is now increasingly seen as a necessity and bulwark against perpetuation of further violence in future. Mr. Speaker, sincere thanks are due to our Muslim community for taking this principled approach in dealing with this humanitarian crisis. We should recognize that with developments across the world, particularly among Muslim countries, this is not an easy position for our Muslim Singaporeans to take. In 1965, when Singapore was founded, our founding father and first Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, called on all racial communities, including our Malay community, to build Singapore for all Singaporeans from all races. What may not have been sufficiently highlighted at that time and now is that when Singapore became independent, our Malay community, which was the majority race before independence, became a minority race. Yet our Malay community fully embraced the concept of Singapore for all races and religions. And thankfully, as a result, we secured peace and harmony that contributed to the prosperity and progress for all our people. This spirit is once again exemplified by the responsible approach and the responsible stance taken by our Muslim friends, particularly our Malay Muslim community, in dealing with the Gaza crisis. We should never forget this, and my sincere thanks to our Malay and Muslim communities in Singapore. Thank you.
Minister Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, you have a clarification to make?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are clarifications following on some of the questions which the leader had asked just now. First, on terrorist activities definition. Let me read a clarification I got from Home Affairs. In Singapore, it is an offense for anyone to deal with any individual or organization, regardless of whether it is designated, if the purpose is for a terrorist act or otherwise to support terrorism, including the financing of terrorism. It is also an offense to have financial dealings with any individual or organization that meets the definition of a terrorist or terrorist entity under the Terrorism Suppression of Financing Act 2002, even if it is not specifically designated in the first schedule. We will not hesitate to take firm action against any individual or entity that poses a security threat, including barring entry into Singapore. The definition of terrorist acts is specific. It's quite long. I refer all of you to the Terrorism Suppression of Financing Act of 2002, both Section 2 as well as the second schedule. So the point is, it depends on the actions. And just to summarize, to give you a flavor of the actions, serious violence against a person, serious damage to a property, endangering a person's life, a serious risk to the health and safety of the public, use of firearms and explosives, involving the release into the environment, any dangerous, hazardous, radioactive or harmful substance, any toxic chemical, any microbiological or toxin, disrupts and seriously interferes with any public computer system or services related to infrastructure, banking, financial services, public utilities, disrupts or interferes with the provision of essential emergency services, involves prejudice to public security and national defense, and where the use or threat of these actions is intended to either influence or compel the government or any other government or any international organization to do or refrain from doing any such act, or to intimidate the public or section of the public. I think it's very clear what Hamas did would certainly fulfill the definition of a terrorist act, and have no doubt it would not be allowed in Singapore, neither to finance or support or to get involved. So I thought that's an important clarification which I should leave on the table. I'll be happy to send the list to the leader. The other point was this question about the resolutions which happened in 1967. So my staff have done a quick review. So I told you we voted in favor of 5 resolutions which were passed, primarily to do with humanitarian assistance and the status of Jerusalem. There was one other resolution that we abstained on, but in the end it was not carried because it did not have a sufficient majority. And this was a resolution that the then non-aligned movement was trying to pass on the 3rd of July, calling, amongst other things, for the immediate withdrawal of some military forces. But you must understand, in the immediate aftermath of a war, that would have been controversial. Anyway, we abstained, but that resolution was not carried in any case. So I hope that illustrates the point that Singapore has taken a consistent position throughout all these years, and we still believe in the two-state solution. The settlements are illegal, and the sooner that is resolved, the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Minister for the 2 clarifications. On the first clarification, I take Minister's point. My simple rejoinder earlier was that Hamas was not on that list. I mean, I wasn't questioning whether the act didn't capture them or anything of that sort. If you look at the list, it appears to be a positive list. Taliban are there, ISIL are there, Daesh are there. So I took it from that perspective. I hope that clarifies. On the second point, I note Minister's clarification.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
No, but surely you're not saying you didn't call them out because it wasn't on the list. But anyway, let's not get bogged down there. The point is, today in this House, you have agreed, we have all agreed, the acts that were conducted on the 7th of October were acts of terrorism. And I think let's leave it there. Thank you.
DPM and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amended motion, and I thank the members of Parliament, Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, Mr. Zhulkarnain, for moving this motion. Sir, we are witnessing the terrible tragedy unfolding in the Middle East. The international community is urgently trying to manage the situation, to expand and sustain the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, and to minimize further loss of civilian lives. Singaporeans too are following the events closely. We are all horrified by the violence. Our Muslim community in Singapore feel it more strongly because of the empathy and compassion for the Palestinian cause. But no matter our race, our religion, or our background, all of us cannot help but grieve that so many lives have been lost and many more remain in danger. As we try to make sense of what is happening, we must recognize that what we are seeing did not erupt overnight. As many have already explained, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a deeply complex one. It is a long-standing feud going back at least decades, if not centuries, involving multiple state and non-state actors. The conflict is not just between Israelis and Palestinians or between people of different faiths, as Minister Vivian had explained just now. It is a political battle for territory, self-determination, and identity. What's at stake also is the broader balance of power in the Middle East. Because throughout history, this land corridor between the Mediterranean coast and the vast Arabian desert has been the battleground of ancient kingdoms and civilizations. You go back to the Egyptians, the Babylonians and Romans, to the Ottomans, the British and the French. That battle for regional influence continues today, including between Iran and its Arab neighbors. For years, Iran has been funding, training, and arming Hamas, as well as other militia in the region, including Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. It is certainly no coincidence that the brutal attacks by Hamas happened just after Israel normalized relations with the UAE and was in negotiations to do so with Saudi Arabia. Hamas must have anticipated a strong Israeli response when it launched its attacks. In fact, it could well have counted on this so as to rally people in the Middle East to its cause. But any country facing such attacks must respond. And indeed, it's distressing to see the military response by Israel now taking such a terrible toll on civilians in Gaza. And the issue threatens to spill over into a much larger regional conflict with major global implications. And in the end, after all this, who are the victims? The victims are the Palestinian people themselves, who are being used as pawns and human shields amidst this proxy fight amongst bigger and regional powers. So all this is a stark reminder to everyone in Singapore. We live in a dangerous world with complex geopolitics everywhere. We want to be friends with all. We do not want to import foreign quarrels or politics here. We do not want to choose sides. Instead, we always choose what is in the best interest of Singapore and Singaporeans. Both Ministers Vivian and Maliki have laid out at length Singapore's position on this matter. I will not revisit everything they said, but let me emphasize two important points that bear repeating. First, what happened on 7 October by Hamas was a planned and coordinated terrorist attack. The brutal massacre of civilians and the taking of civilian hostages. Hamas has said they are ready to repeat these heinous attacks to, quote, bring about the annihilation of Israel. So that's not just one time, they are prepared to repeat the attacks. The Palestinian people have many historical grievances which we empathize with. These need urgent resolution, but there can be no excuse, no justification whatsoever for the wanton acts of violence and terrorism by Hamas. So we must condemn these terrorist acts unequivocally. Let's be clear, it's in our national interest to do so. To compromise on this stand would be to compromise our own security. Second, Israel has a legitimate right to defend itself. This right to defend one's citizen and territory is a fundamental right enshrined in the UN Charter. And in this case, it means Israel has the right to take action to prevent Hamas from attacking again. But in exercising this right, Israel must comply fully with the letter and spirit of international humanitarian law and the rules governing the conduct of war. Under the Geneva Conventions, it must respond in a proportionate manner and do its utmost to protect the security and safety of civilians. In other words, no matter how gruesome the acts of terrorism committed by Hamas, they cannot justify a disproportionate response by Israel that imposes collective punishment on the Palestinians in Gaza. If Israel violates international humanitarian law, it risks losing the moral high ground and undermining its own cause both domestically and internationally. The discussions around these international rules can be fraught and subject to differing views and perspectives. But from a humanitarian point of view, the catastrophe now happening in Gaza is horrific and unbearable. Our heart goes out to the Palestinian people. And that's why Singapore supported the latest UN resolution calling for a humanitarian truce, leading to a cessation of hostilities. We also urge Israel to facilitate the supply of food, water, medical supplies, and fuel in Gaza. And we will do our part to assist in global relief efforts. I'm glad that many Singaporeans have responded to the calls for assistance, including by donating generously to the fundraising appeals by the Singapore Red Cross and the Ramatan Lil Alamin Foundation. These are concrete and practical things we can all do in Singapore in response to this human tragedy. Meanwhile, Singapore's long-standing support for a two-state solution remains unchanged. We believe that the Palestinian people have the right to a homeland and that Israel has the right to live within secure borders. A negotiated two-state solution is the only way for Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace and security. Realizing this may seem difficult now more than ever, but that should not deter us from continuing to support the international community's efforts in this area. Both the Palestinians and the Israelis know our position and our principles well. We have good relations with the Palestinians and have committed substantial technical assistance and support to the Palestinian Authority over the years, and we will continue to do so. We also have a strong, long-standing relationship with Israel. Israel helped build up the SAF during our early years, and we continue to cooperate closely with them across many areas, including in science and technology. So we are friends with both Israel and the Palestinians, but it doesn't mean we support everything each side does. Instead, we consistently take a principled position in line with international law and in support of global peace and security. On that basis, we have voted in favor of many Palestinian-related resolutions at the UN over the years. For example, we have criticized Israel's settlement activities in the West Bank as violations of international law, and we have also voted against Jerusalem being recognized as the capital of Israel. Indeed, such unilateral moves by Israel detract from the two-state solution. And that's partly the reason why more and more Palestinians feel that violence is the only way to achieve their goals. The international community must therefore give Palestinians reasons to think otherwise. A non-violent path to an independent Palestinian state must be made unmistakably clear. Then the ideas of organizations like Hamas and its belief in the use of violence and terrorism can truly be defeated. So in all that we do, Sir, Singapore will act in accordance with our national interest, and we will consistently choose principles and international law. That is what makes a small nation like us a credible, reliable, and trusted partner on the international stage. Beyond upholding our national interests, we must not allow external events like these to divide us, because in such conflicts, individual passions are bound to be aroused. In this age of social media, images, videos, and stories will be frequently propagated online specifically to rile up emotions and sow distrust. And this can turn a faraway conflict into an emotionally charged issue that can easily spiral out of control. Even here in Singapore, we have already seen instances of hate speech and religiously motivated attacks elsewhere in recent days. In France, a teacher was fatally stabbed by a Russian Muslim attacker amidst rising tensions between the Jewish and Muslim communities there. In the US, a 6-year-old Palestinian American was fatally stabbed and his mother wounded by an American in a religiously motivated hate crime. Singapore is not immune to such divisive forces. In the month of October alone, the police received 8 reports of offensive remarks or actions targeted at members of the Jewish or Muslim communities in Singapore. 8 may not seem like a large number to you, but in just this 1 month of October, we have received almost the same number of related reports as we did in the preceding 9 months of the year combined. So it is a very sharp spike, and that's why we cannot afford to be complacent. We know from our own painful history how disastrous ethnic and religious strife can be. And that's why we have worked so hard over the years to foster social harmony across our different communities. We have built up networks of friendship and trust across different community and religious leaders through platforms like the Racial and Religious Harmony Circles. We regularly promote interfaith and inter-ethnic dialogue to bring together different communities and to respectfully discuss sensitive issues of race and religion. Our schools and institutes of higher learning are also involved to teach our young to interact with one another in a safe and respectful way and to help them understand global issues in the context of Singapore's unique multicultural milieu. So I'm very glad that our community and religious leaders understand what is at stake. Our religious leaders in particular are expressing their views in a way that shows sensitivity, compassion, and kindness, so as not to destabilize peace and harmony in our society. They have led many positive efforts to emphasize unity, not division. When the conflict first erupted, as all of you know, Mufti Ustaz Dr. Nazaruddin Muhammad Nasir wrote to the Chief Rabbi Mordechai Abijel in Singapore, who later replied to him, and both expressed empathy and solidarity with one another. The inter-religious organization brought together various faith leaders to pray for peace and the safety of civilians in both Israel and Gaza. On such emotive issues, it makes all the difference to have religious leaders who understand what is happening and what is at stake for Singapore. They are able to guide their flock and help to hold the social cohesion and trust between our different faiths. Some may think that this guidance is not necessary, but they are mistaken. Just look at what's happening elsewhere. The more extreme religious leaders on all sides also tend to be the ones who are more emotional, more vocal in pressing their case, in advocating their own narratives. Those calling for peace, dialogue, and engagement tend to be the ones who are drowned out or silenced. What is the end result? The end result is not more light, but more darkness, not more peace and harmony, but more division and hatred in society. And we certainly do not want that to happen in Singapore. So we should be very, very grateful for the leadership shown by our religious leaders like Mufti and Chief Rabbi. I thank them for their leadership. And I call on all Singaporeans to emulate their examples and ensure we never let anything divide us or drive a wedge in our society. All of us as individuals can do our part too. The government will continue to provide safe spaces for such sensitive conversations to take place. But we should do our part to be respectful and constructive in our dialogue and discourse, both online and offline. We should strive to listen to and empathize with one another, especially when we disagree and have different views. And we should not hesitate to call out inflammatory language which seek to turn communities against each other. In this way, we can collectively strengthen the peace and social cohesion that is essential to the Singaporean way of life. I'm glad that all members of this House are with the government on this, as we have heard in all the speeches so far. The WP and the PSP have put out their party's position on this matter, and indeed their positions are consistent with the government's position, indeed the national position. We were a little concerned at first with the Workers' Party statement for the reasons highlighted, because it stopped short of condemning the actions of Hamas. It referred to it as a military operation rather than a terrorist act. The leader of the opposition, Mr. Singh, has explained the context and the circumstances behind the Workers' Party statement, so we understand. But I'm sure Mr. Singh would also appreciate, without the benefit of his explanation earlier, there was ambiguity about that statement. There were questions raised about the Workers' Party's stance on the actions of Hamas. And some might even ask whether the WP had deliberately overlooked this just to appear more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. So I'm very glad that Mr. Singh has stood up and explained the WP's position clearly and has condemned Hamas's acts as acts of terrorism. And perhaps if he is so minded, Mr. Singh might update the Workers' Party's social media platform to reflect this position so that there is no ambiguity about the matter whatsoever. This is not a trivial matter. This is not just nitpicking at words. It is a key point of principle because national security is at stake. And so, indeed, in situations like this, we must stand united. Politics must stop at the water's edge. And that means on external matters where national security is at stake, political parties should not try to outflank the government just to score political points. Let's not risk our precious unity for short-term political gain, not when our collective security and fundamental interests are at stake. All of us owe this basic duty to Singaporeans. And at the end of this debate, I hope all of us, everyone in this House, PAP, WP, PSP, as well as all NMPs, will support the motion, and we can have a common pro-Singapore stand on the matter. This is not politics. This is our national security. Several members also asked about the economic and security implications of the conflict on Singapore. Sir, we are monitoring the economic situation closely. For now, the direct economic impact is small because of our limited trade and investment linkages with Israel and Palestine. But should the conflict between Israel and Hamas broaden into a regional conflict in the Middle East, there will certainly be wider implications, especially on oil and food prices. So we must be prepared for more uncertainties ahead, and we are updating our withdrawal plans should the situation take a turn for the worse and we are impacted. On the security front, Singapore can draw lessons from what has happened. The surprise attack by Hamas caught Israel off guard. It's a potent reminder that we must always be vigilant. And that's why since 9/11, we have raised our defense capabilities to respond to terror attacks. For example, through the Counter-Terrorism Information Facility, we work closely with other countries to share intelligence and to provide early warning against terrorism in the region. The SAF and the Home Team conduct regular exercises, and this have also helped to raise a high level of readiness in our society against terror attacks, be it from air, land, or sea. With the ongoing conflict, these efforts have certainly gained greater salience because we know that Singapore is an attractive target for foreign terrorist groups, as well as self-radicalized individuals. And while Israel and Gaza may be far away, what happens in the Middle East can affect us here in Southeast Asia and Singapore. We fully expect extremist and terrorist groups in the region to use this conflict to rile up sentiments and radicalize more individuals. Members all know that in recent years we have detained Singaporeans who fell for pro-Hamas narratives and wanted to take up arms overseas. We've had radicalized individuals who have also planned attacks on Singaporean targets. And since the conflict started, regional internet traffic on extremist sites has already gone up threefold. Because we track these sites, we know the traffic has increased. And we have also observed an uptick in anti-Singapore rhetoric, including violent threats against Singapore by regional extremist elements online. So amidst this conflict, it is more urgent than ever that we prepare for all contingencies. That's why our security agencies are on heightened alert, and we have put in place additional security measures as a precaution. All of us, Singaporeans, must stay vigilant too by reporting any suspicious behavior or activity to the authorities, because in the end, our ability to respond to any terrorist incident depends on all of us as Singaporeans working together. We must remain cohesive and united as a society so that we can keep Singapore safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, the tragedies of terror, conflict, and war are sober reminders to us all that above all else, we are more similar than we are different, that we can rise above what divides us and embrace our shared humanity. I spoke earlier about the exchange of letters between Mufti and the Chief Rabbi. Mufti said, and I quote, "Our work to put forth a different model of peaceful coexistence where every community in Singapore can live peacefully alongside other faiths and celebrate diversity has now become even more critical. Despite the overwhelming challenges, achieving peaceful relations is not impossible and is now the greatest urgency." And I cannot agree more with him. Achieving peaceful relations is not impossible. It is now of the greatest urgency. Singapore has gone through much to get to where we are today. Singaporeans of all races and religions can live side by side. We understand and share in one another's festive celebrations, all of us proud of our multiracial, multi-religious Singaporean identity. So to every Singaporean, to every member of this House, I say, let us be good stewards of our peace and harmony. Let's never take it for granted. Let's work at it consistently, assiduously, daily. And let's stand together now more than ever as one united people. Sir, I support the motion.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 points for the DPM. I mean, number one, he spoke of a request for us to update the Workers' Party's statement of the 18th of October. I'm happy to note that he is clear that the positions taken by Mr. Gyam and myself have clarified the matter. So we will append our speeches to that statement, and it should make our position quite clear. My second point really is about something a bit more fundamental, which DPM spoke about. He talked about it being a national security matter, that there was an impression, at least, that the government had that there were some omissions which were quite critical. The government did not take us into confidence on its position on the Israel-Hamas issue. On the 18th of October, I did not get any message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs or anyone suggesting to me that that was problematic from a national security angle. But I would like to assure the Foreign Minister and, of course, the government as well, and DPM, that in future, if the government has an inkling of such a concern, that there are national security matters or issues which the opposition may not be apprised of, or we may have completely ignored, let us know. And my assurance to the DPM is we will certainly take those views on board very carefully, because as the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, at the end of the day, we want a Singapore where we have a united population, even though we know that the issue tugs at the heartstrings of people on both sides. So that's my assurance to the DPM.
DPM.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for that assurance. I'm glad that he will be posting the speeches of his speech and Mr. Gyam's speech on the website. I think what's more important is not just the speech themselves, but a clear position from the Workers' Party that it condemns unequivocally the acts of terrorism by Hamas. And then we are all in a common position on that. And on national security, I fully take on board the points that he had raised. We will, and we have been, and we will continue to do this from time to time. When indeed there are national security concerns, we take the Workers' Party into confidence, we share what they are, and we would appreciate very much across all political parties, whatever our backgrounds, we stand united as Singaporeans, because on such matters, there can be nothing that divides us. But united as Singaporeans, we can overcome all challenges together.
Mr. Raj Joshua Thomas.
Sir, I thank the honourable members Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam and Mr. Zhulkarnain Abdul Rahim for raising this motion. This motion is important for 3 reasons. First, it reiterates Singapore's principled approach to such conflicts and our commitment to United Nations processes and rule of international law as underlying bases for international relations. This has been our consistent approach and is an important foreign policy cornerstone for us as a small state. Second, it acknowledges that there are victims on both sides of the conflict and that both sides should ensure the protection of civilians and the delivery of humanitarian aid. Third, the motion calls on us in Singapore to uphold and protect our multiracial and multireligious way of life. We have seen how this conflict has precipitated racial attacks in several countries. The Guardian reported yesterday that Britain is facing the worst wave of hate incidents in modern times, with 1,000 recorded after the Hamas attack, which included assaults targeting children and schools. Meanwhile, the Council on American Islamic Relations reported a rise in Islamophobia, with incidents and requests for help spiking by 182% since the Hamas attacks. In Singapore, our strong multi-religious and multiracial relations act as a bulwark against such reactions, aside, of course, from such acts being illegal and liable to strict prosecution by the authorities. While inter-community trust in Singapore is high, dialogue between the government, religious leaders, and Singaporeans of all communities is critical to keep our peace, and I understand that significant effort has been made in this regard. It is important for us to continue to do so, and everyone has a part to play, as has been mentioned by earlier speakers. The current conflict is not a new conflict. It is an escalation of sustained attacks by Hamas on Israel over more than 2 decades, and responses by Israel. Since 2001, Palestinian militants have launched tens of thousands of rocket and mortar attacks on Israel from the Gaza Strip. These attacks have been described and condemned as terrorist attacks by the United Nations. These attacks have also been condemned by the Palestinian Authority that governs the West Bank, as it says that rocket attacks undermine peace. In 2023, before October, there were over 1,500 sporadic rocket attacks into Israel, with the largest attack in May 2013. Hamas's 2017 charter declares the State of Israel as illegal and illegitimate, and states as its aim the elimination of Israel. Israel's foreign minister told the UN, following the October attack, that Israel had vowed to destroy Hamas. He said, and I quote, "How can you agree to a ceasefire with someone who swore to kill and destroy your own existence?" But sir, the situation is complex. Both Jews and Arabs claim a historical right to territories in and surrounding Israel. Layered on this are overlapping religious claims and sensitivities. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, which sits atop the Temple Mount, a Wailing Wall, for example, continues to be a recurring flashpoint. I led a trade delegation to Israel in May this year. We arrived a week after a barrage of rocket launches into Israel. The Israelis have built for themselves a modern, cosmopolitan country in which they enjoy a first-world lifestyle despite the constant threat of attacks. I extended my stay after the trade trip and made my way into Bethlehem and Hebron in the West Bank. The West Bank is markedly different from neighboring Israel, with a significantly lower quality of life. I went past checkpoints and saw from afar the Jewish settlements and security surrounding it. On the one hand, I understood the Israeli security measures. On the other, I understood the Palestinians' desire for freedom of movement in their own land. I could also see that there was no easy solution. One thing that is clear, however, is that both the Israeli and Palestinian people's overriding desire is self-determination, the right to decide their own destiny, and the right to live in their country with security and freedom of movement, with access to economic amenities and jobs and opportunities for advancement, to have freedom to practice their own religion, to build homes and families, and to grow their economy, society, and culture, and to stand proudly amongst the peoples of the world. This can only be achieved through a two-state solution that this motion reiterates Singapore's support for. I hope that Singaporeans will see the complexity of the situation in the Middle East. It is not so easy to unequivocally say, I support Israel or I support the Palestinians, because there are legitimate justifications, arguments, and concerns on both sides. In this regard, Ambassador Burhan Ghafor's qualifications in his explanation on our vote in the UN on the protection of civilians and upholding legal and humanitarian obligations is as important as Singapore's vote in favor of the resolution. Ambassador Ghafor deeply regretted, first, that the resolution omitted to mention Hamas's abhorrent attack on Israel and the abduction of innocent hostages, and second, that it also omitted to acknowledge Israel's legitimate right to defend its citizens and territory. But armed conflicts invariably lead to tragedy as people lose their lives, their loved ones, and their homes. What we can say definitively is that we support humanity and the alleviation of the suffering of people who are caught in conflicts, in particular civilians, children, and hostages. This includes more than 1.4 million Palestinian refugees who have been displaced from their homes. And this motion also makes this call. I'm happy to have read of the various ground-up measures to raise funds and provide aid for communities in Gaza. For example, Ramatan Lil Alamin has raised over 4.5 million in less than 2 weeks. These funds will be used to provide healthcare supplies and shelter for those affected in this conflict. Finally, I support the motion's call for Singaporeans to safeguard and uphold our multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. It is understandable that such conflicts can invoke strong feelings in our communities. We must take care that such overseas situations do not affect our societal harmony. In this regard, I was heartened to read that MUIS is developing a religious advisory to guide Muslims here on their response to overseas conflicts, such as the current conflict, and has been actively engaging the Muslim community to provide an understanding of the conflict from the local religious perspective. This is particularly important in light of increasing prevalence of people turning to social media like TikTok as a source of news, which may contain misinformation and incendiary posts. Other religious communities have also been involved in their own way. His Holiness Pope Francis called for a day of fasting and prayer on the 27th of October to intercede for an end to the Israel-Hamas war. This was observed at our local Singapore churches. We must all make continuous effort to protect and bolster our multiracial and multireligious society. Where the necessary measures are taken by the relevant parties, I trust in Singapore's level-headedness and generosity, and that our reaction will be to come together to collectively provide humanitarian support and prayer for the victims of war. Sir, I support the motion as amended. Thank you.
Mr. Sharel Tahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll begin with expressing our condolences to all the innocent victims and civilian casualties in this conflict. My speech will touch on 4 key points. Firstly, to voice the feelings of the community as we are presented with scenes of the conflict. Secondly, advocating for immediate humanitarian truce and the urgent and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Thirdly, how do we make sense of this conflict? And lastly, what can we do in our own Singaporean way to contribute towards a resolution? Mr. Speaker, sir, what we are seeing in Gaza is difficult to see, and we cannot turn a blind eye on. Mass and social media are abuzz daily with scenes of destruction, deaths, despair, and hopelessness in Gaza as the crisis escalates and spirals out of control. I would like to thank many Pasir Ris Punggol residents for reaching out to share their concerns on this crisis. Many shared that they are grappling with a range of emotions such as anger, hurt, helplessness, and they shared their struggle to make sense of what is happening. One Pasir Ris resident, Mr. Chua, shared that it was sad and heart-wrenching to see the deaths and destruction in Gaza. Another Pasir Ris resident, Ms. Shazwani Ahmad, shared that the content on social media is devastating, and it makes social media feel like a dark black hole we cannot get out of. Many question the disproportionate use of force that has led us to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the size and scale of which have left us wondering, how could this be happening in this day and age? How can we watch the death and destruction, tolerate watching women, children, and elderly fleeing for their lives, people searching frantically for their families under the rubble, and see fellow humans deprived of food, water, and medical supplies? Mr. Speaker, sir, we empathize with the plight of innocent victims and civilian casualties as they become collateral damage to the military operations in Gaza. We feel utterly helpless in the face of these atrocities happening daily as innocent lives bear the burden of collective responsibility for the attacks on the 7th of October. Let us be clear. Fellow parliamentarians here have already shared how the attack on the 7th of October, which killed 1,400 soldiers and mainly civilians, have been rightfully condemned globally. However, Israel's military response has killed more than 9,000 Palestinians, including children. Humanity group Save the Children described the living conditions in Gaza as pure horror. Many have voiced their feelings of helplessness and shared that Israel's response is disproportionate, but let the due process in international law address that, as some of our fellow parliamentarians have mentioned earlier. What is clear is that many are grappling with the emotions as they feel the injustice and moral indignation as we witness the asymmetry in military and the widespread suffering in Gaza, which sadly points towards even more deaths for civilians caught in the crossfire. Mr. Speaker, sir, the situation in the conflict has escalated very quickly to the humanitarian crisis that we see today. For decades, the Palestinian people have lived under difficult conditions in the occupied Palestinian territories where their basic rights have been curtailed. The conflict has begun even before October 7th, where for decades the Palestinians have been subjected to systemic discrimination, abuse, restricted movements, and they've endured eviction from their generational homes and witnessed expansion of illegal settlements. The recent escalation of the conflict has no doubt made it even more inhumane for the civilians. With no end in sight, it does not seem far-fetched to fear the worst. As such, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of the motion. We must advocate a humanitarian truce and ensure the immediate delivery of aid to the civilian population in Gaza. It was indeed imperative that on the 27th of October, Singapore took an unequivocal stand and expressed its concerns over the situation in Gaza by supporting the UN resolution calling for an immediate and sustained humanitarian truce, emphasized that civilians must be protected in accordance with international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and the immediate and unhindered provision of essential supplies to civilians in Gaza. Singapore stood firm with many from the rest of the world in favor of a non-binding resolution drafted by the Arab states, even when 44 other countries abstained from voting and 14 voted against it. Singapore has remained consistent throughout the past 50 years on our position in the Middle East with regards to safeguarding humanitarian interests and upholding international law. Mr. Speaker, this conflict in the Middle East has existed and has long existed and remains unresolved. The conflict draws much regional and international attention as competing stakeholders safeguard their own interests. It would be naive of anyone to assume that a solution is easy. And Singapore has always supported the two-state solution, and our vote on October 27th in the UN resolution reaffirms that stand. While we continue to hope for cessation of hostilities, how do we then provide support towards a two-state solution? What can we do given our size and geostrategic interests? How can we respond to this in a constructive way, consistent with our values? One of our volunteers in Pasir Ris, Mr. Martin Modari, asks, if countries like us can play a role to help the legitimate Palestinian leaders with capacity building when the conflict winds down. Firstly, a long-term solution can only be via a diplomatic solution. Hence, at the international level, we need to continue to support the UN in upholding international law, just like what we did on October 27th. Prior to this, we also voted against the illegal settlements in occupied Palestinian territory as it contravened international law too. Additionally, we must keep in mind our unique position. To quote PM Lee in his speech at the joint press conference for the Singapore-Malaysia Leaders Retreat at Istana on last Monday, we have diplomatic relations with Israel, but at the same time, we have friendly relations with the Palestinian Authority. It is in our best interest that a long-term two-state solution be diplomatically negotiated and be upheld by international law. Secondly, while we work towards an immediate humanitarian truce, we must continue to support capability building for the Palestinian Authority. Singapore has friendly relations with the Palestinian Authority, as evident in Minister Maliki's and Minister Vivian's visit to Ramallah in 2022. More recently, on the 10th of July, SM Teo Chee Hean called on the Palestinian Authority Prime Minister during his visit to Ramallah, reaffirming the warm ties between Singapore and the Palestinian Authority. We must continue to support capability building for the Palestinians, such as through the $10 million Enhanced Technical Assistance Package, which has benefited more than 600 Palestinian officials in courses on public administration, technical and vocational education, and training and economic development. This is in addition to the healthcare packages during COVID and customized healthcare courses and postgraduate scholarships aimed at training Palestinian policymakers. And we must be ready to provide additional help to assist the Palestinians to support capability building. I met some of the Palestinian officials on ETAP training together with Habib Hassan last year. They express hope, and they are positive about their future and express appreciation at the support Singapore provides. Thirdly, while the Israel-Hamas conflict provokes divisive views, in Singapore, as individuals, we must continue to safeguard and uphold our multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. The conflict can easily be misconstrued as a religious conflict, which can quickly fan the flames of religious fervor. I'd like to urge my fellow Singaporeans to exercise caution. The fact is, as mentioned by many parliamentarians already, this is a complicated conflict that has been marred with history, politics, infighting, past decision, political alliances, with many different and divisive perspectives, with different stakeholders safeguarding their own interests. For our own peace and security, we must avoid a polarization of views on this crisis, especially since we know it has the potential to amplify divisive lines within our society. While many societies in the world are wedged by their differences, we must stay united as a society and recognize that this is first and foremost a humanitarian crisis. Lastly, united and together, we can mobilize our community to have a greater impact on this humanitarian crisis. Hence, efforts where our community comes together, regardless of race or religion, like the RLAF donation collection, Red Cross Foundation, and efforts like Humanity Matters, where volunteers from different faiths come together to pack medical and relief supplies to be sent to Gaza, represent our united commitment to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. 2 weeks ago, in Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, we organized our 7th Interfaith Charity Drive, aptly named Blessings in Harmony. It brought together the different religious organizations in Punggol, such as Al-Islam Mosque, Fukongshan Temple, Church of Transfiguration, amongst many others, and other volunteer organizations to work together for their beneficiaries, regardless of race, language, or religion. These are our blessings in harmony. In Singapore, we are indeed blessed with this harmony, and we are blessed to live in harmony. It is something that we cannot take for granted and cannot let external factors divide us. We are unique in this sense, and this is how we come together and respond as united people in any time of need, including when helping others. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please.
Mr. Speaker, my speech will touch on 4 points. First, to voice the public's feelings about the Middle East issue. Second, to fight for a humanitarian truce and delivery of humanitarian aid immediately and without hindrance to Gaza. And third, how can we understand this conflict? And finally, what we can do in our own way to contribute towards a lasting solution. Mr. Speaker, many of us are dealing with all kinds of emotions, such as anger, sadness, confusion, and feeling lack of there's no justice there, and feeling unfairness when we see reports of and social media posting on Gaza, especially when videos on social media show many children and families killed in this humanitarian crisis. For many decades, the Palestinians have lived in difficult conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory, where their basic rights have been blocked or ignored, restricted or ignored. The escalation of conflict since 7th of October has worsened the humanitarian crisis. Since the worldwide condemned terrorist attack killed 1,400 soldiers and civilians, the Israeli military response has killed more than 9,000 Palestinians, including more than 3,000 children. Many feel that the military response has caused excessive collateral damage and a disproportionate response. This conflict continues to injure and kill civilians regardless of race, age, and religion. So many of our own people want a cessation of hostilities so that humanitarian aid can be provided in Gaza. So it is important that on 27 October, Singapore took a firm stand and expresses our concern over the situation in Gaza by supporting the UN resolution that one, condemn all acts of violence against civilians regardless of nationality, and call for immediate humanitarian truce and cessation of hostilities, and 3, ensuring the protection of the civilians and immediate delivery of humanitarian aid without hindrance. We hope that UN resolution will be effective in the cessation of hostilities and provision of human aid. This is only a temporary measure while a long-term solution is reached. Mr. Speaker, this conflict in the Middle East has happened for a long time. In fact, the reality is this conflict has been tainted by politics, bickering, internal bickerings, past decisions, history, and conflicting perspective. It is a very complex conflict and cannot be simplified as a mere matter of religious differences. The victims regardless of age, race, or religion. As a resident of Pasiris, Mrs. Shazwani Ahmad said, it is now clear now that this is a political conflict issue that causes a humanitarian issue. This conflict can only be resolved through a two-state solution. This is a position that Singapore has always supported, and our support for the UN resolution on 27 October confirms that position. While we hope for a cessation of hostilities, how can we lend support towards a peaceful solution of two-state peaceful solution? How can we respond to this in a constructive way, consistent with our values? Firstly, a solution can only be achieved through a diplomatic solution. Therefore, we must unite our voices to support resolutions at the UN that uphold international law, just like we did at the UN resolution on 27 October. In the past, we have also advocated against, we have also voted against illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories as they violate international law. Secondly, while we urge for a cessation of hostilities, we must also continue to support capacity building of the Palestinian Authority, PA. Singapore has a unique relationship because we have diplomatic relations with Israel and good relations with the PA. So I'm pleased to hear from Minister Maliki in answer to my question, which affirm continued support for the ETAP program to continue to support PA capacity building, where Singapore has allocated $10 million and has trained more than 600 Palestinian officials. During my meeting with Palestinian officials who had undergone the ETAP training in Singapore before the crisis, they shared that they are optimistic and positive and expressed their appreciation for Singapore's support. Third, while the Israel-Hamas conflict creates divisions, in Singapore, we must continue to maintain and uphold our multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. We must avoid polarized views on this crisis because we know that it has the potential to deepen lines of division in society. Efforts such as the RLAF donation, where we work together, bring the community together to have a greater impact to channel aid to this humanitarian crisis.
It is easy to be engulfed by the emotions around it. The situation in Gaza is a humanitarian crisis, first and foremost. The complexity in the situation makes this conflict difficult to resolve. There are ways in which Singapore can assist to alleviate the crisis, and we can only do so if we remain united together. Staying together is how we can best assist the situation in Gaza as the world continues to work towards a long-lasting two-state solution. As such, I'm in support of the motion.
Mr. Keith Chua.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the loss of any innocent life is tragic. The taking of innocent lives of civilians is a crime, as is the taking of innocent civilians as hostages. All wars are tragic and inevitably have tragic consequences on innocent lives. Singapore supported the recent UN resolution on the 26th of October 2023 entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations, along with 119 member nations. This resolution calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, leading to a cessation of hostilities, as well as for all parties to respect international law. Our permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Berhan Ghafor, said this following the passing of the UN resolution. We deeply regret that this resolution has two glaring and significant omissions. First, it makes no mention of Hamas's role in perpetrating the massive and coordinated terror attacks which led to the brutal killing of 1,400 Israelis and others, and the abduction of more than 200 hostages. These are acts of terror, and we condemn unequivocally, and the abhorrent deeds of Hamas cannot be justified by any rationale whatsoever. We reiterate our call for the immediate, unconditional, and safe release of all civilians taken hostage. Second, this resolution does not acknowledge Israel's legitimate right to defend its citizens and territory in compliance with international law. As with every country, Israel has a right to defend itself from heinous terrorist attacks, to protect its people from senseless violence, and to keep its territory secure. With all the discussion from fellow members so far, I believe this House is in agreement with our ambassador, and especially as we have heard from our various ministers as well. Our Prime Minister said this in response to media questions on the issue. When innocent civilians suffer, infants, kids, or grandparents, sometimes by side effect of military conflict, sometimes directly targeted. And in this case, what happened on the 7th of October when Hamas attacked Israel and launched vicious, horrible attacks against large numbers of civilians and killed 1,300 people, maybe more, mostly innocent civilians, it's horrendous. It isn't something which could be justified by any rationale whatsoever. I agree with the Prime Minister. Our Minister for Law and Home Affairs had this to say on the ongoing conflict. We need to be clear about our stance. We condemn all acts of terrorism and wanton violence. But we must not let these events happening externally affect the internal situation within Singapore. We must, in Singapore, maintain our racial and religious peace. The Minister is correct, and in a subsequent interview to the media, stressed that humanitarian aid has been given by the people of Singapore across all faiths and all sectors. I quote the Minister in responding to the Humanity Matters relief effort. Today, Humanity Matters, you look at who is contributing. Towers, missions, Buddhist temples, Hindu volunteers, Muslim organizations, corporations, and of course the majority of those involved are Chinese. This is Singapore. This is unique about Singapore. Everyone comes together to help, even though they know most of the help goes towards Muslims in Gaza. They are human beings. They need help. We do what we can. This is what Humanity Matters action today shows. Likewise, the Minister was referring to the previous day, yesterday, Sikh temples, Hindu temples, Christian organizations, pastors, Buddhist temples, Taoist temples, they all came together, just like today. And I think we need to keep that spirit. It is indeed precious that Singapore has worked hard at achieving and maintaining religious and societal harmony. We cannot afford to lose this. Singapore and Israel have enjoyed many decades of friendly relations. We are grateful for the support when we were in the early stages of nationhood and for assistance in training and building up our armed forces. Today, there are strong economic ties in many areas with Israel. Israel is a leader in the digital space. My fellow honorable member, Mr. Neil Parekh, has asked about the safeguarding of our business, investment, and research interests in Israel. May I add that while we look at this from the Singapore perspective, we also recognize that trade and investment remains a vital lifeline for Israel in her current struggle. Wars are costly, both in terms of human lives and in economic terms. Much has been said. The current situation has immediate needs for humanitarian aid and relief. And Singapore started by contributing an initial seed amount from the government of $300,000, and as updated by the minister earlier, over about 5 million in total has now been received, and many other initiatives are underway. I would like to express deep appreciation to the Mufti of Singapore and the Chief Rabbi of Singapore. Drawing extracts from their letters released publicly, the Mufti of Singapore wrote, "There is no place and no justification for any form of violence and brutality on civilians by anyone, including by Hamas, or in any retaliatory response. The right to civilians to live peacefully must be protected at all times." In response, the Chief Rabbi wrote, "Our hearts and prayers are also with innocent Palestinian civilians who have lost their lives in this senseless conflict. And we do hope and pray for a peaceful and long-lasting solution to this war and a permanent peace between Israel and the Palestinian people, as elusive as it might seem at this moment." Mr. Speaker, sir, may I say again, Singapore must do everything to preserve our unique religious and racial harmony. The Israel-Hamas war must not be allowed to divide our society. It is important that we stick to the correct information. It may become necessary to combat misinformation, especially on this conflict. Our political leaders may need to ensure that there is a clear flow of accurate information, continue to uphold the law, and to protect our races, all races. Religious leaders must do everything in their means to give correct guidance, as ultimately all faiths subscribe to the principles of love, respect, kindness, compassion, and peace. Fellow Christians in Singapore are deeply saddened by the loss of innocent lives in this conflict and by the suffering that inevitably accompanies conflict. The National Council of Churches of Singapore has called the churches in Singapore to pray for the Israel-Palestinian conflict. We are praying for the alleviation of suffering in every form, for peace to come quickly, and for governments, including our government, to intervene in appropriate ways to finding the way to peace. Along with the other faiths, Christians in Singapore are grateful for the religious harmony we experience in Singapore and will keep playing our role and playing our part to uphold this. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion and the amended motion. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Leader, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business set down on order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2, please.
The question is, the motion moved by the Deputy Leader. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Xie Yao Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion and its proposed amendments. This is a very difficult speech for me. Difficult because I speak firstly as a human being, but also equally so as a Singaporean. And so while I express my grief and dismay at the lives lost and bloodshed and homes destroyed on both sides, but especially in the Gaza Strip where a humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding in this escalating conflict between Israel and Hamas, while I express my grief and dismay at the situation, I am also deeply cognizant about the need for me to keep my sight clearly on our national interests. Our national interests in the humanitarian and political crisis embroiling our brothers and sisters in another part of the world. And equally so, the important need for all Singaporeans to have a consensus and common view on our national interests. And so, while I fully support the resolution passed by the 10th Emergency Special Session of the UN General Assembly on 27 October 2023, calling for, I quote, an immediate, durable and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities, unquote, so as to allow the, I quote, full, immediate, safe, unhindered and sustained access to humanitarian aid to respond to the most basic needs of the Palestinian civilian population in the Gaza Strip, unquote. And while I am proud of Singapore's vote in favor of the resolution, let us also be very clear. The right to self-defense is cardinal and sacrosanct, especially to a small state like Singapore. And Singapore's vote in favor of a cessation of hostilities and in favor of a resolution that glaringly omits an affirmation of the right to self-defense in no way diminishes or signals a softening of Singapore's position on our sacrosanct right to self-defense. I want to make this point, and I'm glad I've heard both the Minister for Foreign Affairs and DPM make the point, but I thought it's important that I also make the point as a backbencher, because I sense that there are some questions amongst our communities about what our vote in the UN means in terms of where we stand on our right to self-defense. As our ambassador to the UN, Bern Ghafor, he has been quoted many times today, as he put it in his intervention at a special session, I quote, every country has a right to defend itself from heinous terrorist attacks, to protect its people from senseless violence, and to keep its territory secure, unquote. This is close to my heart, not only as a Singaporean, but also as an NS-man who has been serving in various parts of the Singapore Armed Forces. In our training and exercises, my fellow commanders, planners, and I constantly grapple with the fundamental intersection between military operations, international humanitarian law, and strategic political objectives. But we are clear, and there should be no doubt also, I think, about where all Singaporeans should stand on this. If we are ever called upon one day to defend ourselves, our people, and our territory against the attacks of an adversary, state or non-state, we will do what we need to do. And we will apply our military power to secure our existence if that is what it takes. And on this note, let us also be clear on another point. What Hamas did in southern Israel on 7 October 2023 are acts of terror. Enough has been said in this House. I'm not going to belabor the point. I just want to say that I'm glad to hear that we have strong consensus in this House. It is in our absolute national interest to have a clear consensus in this House on this point. And I'd like to say too that this consensus is a big deal. It matters. Because in the UN General Assembly special session, Canada did propose an amendment to the resolution that was passed to also, and I quote, unequivocally reject and condemn the terrorist attacks by Hamas that took place in Israel starting on 7th October 2023 and the taking of hostages, unquote. Unfortunately, this amendment did not pass with 55 votes against and 23 abstentions. And so the international community is split in its views on not just the condemnation of Hamas's attacks on 7 October as acts of terror, but even the characterization and recognition of such acts as acts of terror. Our language and our words do matter. They matter on the international stage. They matter here at home. The international community could not agree on the language and the words to use, but Singapore cast a strong vote in the UN in favor of that amendment proposed by Canada. And again, I'm glad in this House we have strong consensus on this basic point. And I hope, as a next stage, all Singaporeans outside of this House will be unified in our view on this point. Because if what Hamas did on 7 October 2023 were to happen to us, we would want these acts to be recognized and condemned unequivocally as terrorist attacks. But finally, let us be clear on a third point. Israel's ongoing military operations in the Gaza Strip do violate the resolution passed by the UN Special Session. Israel has so far failed to take steps towards an immediate humanitarian truce, which is in contravention of the resolution. Israel continues to prevent the full, immediate, safe, unhindered, and sustained access to humanitarian aid to ensure the survival of Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip, again in contravention of the resolution. And Israel has not rescinded its order for Palestinian civilians and humanitarian workers to evacuate all areas in the Gaza Strip north of the Wadi Gaza and relocate to South Gaza, again in contravention of the resolution. Israel should comply fully with the UN resolution, as it should too with previous UN resolutions on occupied territories and settlements in the West Bank and Jerusalem. And these are all UN resolutions that Singapore has consistently supported. It is in our interest that UN resolutions are respected and complied with, as it upholds, preserves, and strengthens the multilateral rule-based system that is so critical to us. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
The United Nations Emergent Special Meeting on the Israel-Hamas war passed a resolution calling for an immediate and sustained humanitarian ceasefire by both sides to facilitate the cessation of hostilities. Singapore supports this motion at the United Nations. I support Singapore's position for two reasons. Firstly, the situation unfolding in Gaza is undoubtedly a human tragedy and a humanitarian catastrophe. It is saddening. Both sides of the conflict and the international community have a duty to immediately ensure basic protection and humanitarian aid for civilians. Secondly, modern warfare is not like ancient warfare. In modern warfare, while fighting is ongoing, humanity and humanitarianism is also emphasized. The more powerful the killing power of modern weapons, the more countries have an obligation and responsibility to uphold basic humanity. This is the fundamental principle and spirit of today's international humanitarian law and laws of war. International law is crucial for Singapore, as it is a small country. Singapore's support for the UN resolution is support for international law. However, we must also emphasize that the UN motion does not mention a country's right to self-defense under international law. The motion also does not clearly condemn Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on October 7. These 2 points touch on Singapore's core national security interests. Therefore, we must be clear that supporting the UN motion does not mean that Singapore's position on the right to self-defense has weakened. Nor does it mean that Singapore's position on terrorism has changed. Singapore must strongly condemn any terrorist acts against civilians. Finally, I would like to say that this is likely to be a long-drawn war. In our country, different groups may hold strong and differing views on the Israel-Palestine issue, but we must remain united and avoid social division in our country over this issue. We must maintain this hard-earned harmony in our society and the multi-religious harmony that we enjoy in the past few years.
Singaporeans want peace and stability and the cessation of human suffering in this tragic conflict, not only between Israel and Hamas, but in the larger, long-standing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It requires strategic wisdom on both sides. As Minister Vivian has said, both the Israeli political leadership and the Palestinian Authority. Strategic wisdom to see that attacks and counterattacks, retaliation and retribution will only harden hearts and harden the path to a durable, just, and comprehensive negotiated two-state solution. Restraint is the much more difficult, much less instinctive, but much more plausible path to peace. It requires strategic wisdom. And I urge for strategic wisdom too to see that urgent action is needed. Urgent leadership and political organization and action on both sides is needed in order for peace to have a chance, any chance. And for the sake of millions of children, Palestinian and Israeli, Arab and Jews, born and yet unborn, I hope both sides will do the right things urgently for peace. Thank you.
Dr. Bon Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amended motion. Amid the calm of our peaceful nation, we hear the distant cries of despair from the Israel-Hamas conflict, touching our hearts with sorrow and empathy. The humanitarian crisis unfolds not as a tally of numbers, but as stories of human lives, each with a face, a name, and a story. As a father of 4 children, the anguish and despair engulfing the innocent children caught in this conflict resonates with me at a profound level. It is a painful reminder of the cost of conflict. We stand in solidarity with all the innocent civilians caught in this turmoil. Sir, the dire situation in Gaza demands more than words. It calls for global conscience. The lack of clean water, food, medical supplies, and energy is a stark reality that demands immediate action. Singapore's support for UN humanitarian efforts, voiced assertively at the UN General Assembly, is underpinned by our commitment to international law and multilateral rules-based order. In our consistent navigation of the Israel-Palestine issue, Singapore's principled stance through the UN resolutions as shared by Minister Vivian has been unflinching, and I appreciate this. It mirrors our belief in dialogue over destruction, in peaceful negotiation over persistent conflict. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan.
Sir, our words today reflect our humanitarian values that we hold firmly. The conflict between Israel-Hamas is a test of our humanitarian conscience, reminding us of the loss, pain, and hope experienced by the people of Gaza. Every moment without humanitarian aid is a moment that steals a brighter future from the people of Gaza. In Singapore, the Malay Muslim community feels this sadness more keenly. Our hearts break thinking about those affected, and we urge immediate humanitarian action and a peaceful solution to the ongoing situation. Sir, we have the same position towards the resolutions UNN since 1967. In 2017, we voted against Jerusalem being made the capital of Israel. In 2022, against illegal settlements by Israel, and asserting that this is against the international law. Recently, we have supported a resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations in Gaza. 2 weeks ago, Minister Shanmugam has a dialogue session with more than 200 Malay Muslim community leaders. This dialogue has explained the government's position and addressed some of the misinformation floating around in cyberspace. Many appreciated the dialogue session as it gave a clearer picture of this issue. My hope is that the government will continue to reach out to the community, giving room to listen to their grievances and give appropriate explanations. We should take this opportunity how Singapore as a small country plays a role on the global stage to promote peace and humanity. This is our responsibility to help our community better understand and prepare for future challenges.
Over the past few weeks, I've had the privilege of engaging a number of youths, as well as members from the M-Cube at Jalan Besar. Many asked, how long will this conflict last? What does it take for this conflict to end? What constitutes a war crime, and what actions will the international community take now or once the dust literally settles? I share their sentiments and concerns, and I'm heartened that this issue resonates deeply with them among our youth, regardless of race. The empathy and concern reflects the kind of humanity and spirit that bodes well for our future. So in today's digital age, the conflict has also seen a myriad of narratives being shared on social media platforms. While these platforms can bridge understanding and foster solidarity, they can also breed misinformation and discord. The rapid spread of both information and misinformation has a significant impact, shaping perceptions and emotions. This underscores the need for digital literacy and critical thinking in discerning the truth amidst the sea of conflicting narratives. Moreover, the phenomenon of doom scrolling, where individuals continuously scroll through distressing news on social media, has risen. This not only reflects our global interconnectedness, but also brings to the fore mental health challenges that such crises and their digital portrayal can precipitate. Thus, it is imperative that we take steps to address the mental health impact by accelerating digital literacy, encouraging balanced media consumption, and providing mental health support through safe spaces for discourse. Now, in this vein, I'm heartened to witness our Mufti being the first to provide support to the Jewish community, as well as the Asatizas, our local religious leaders, such as Ustaz Mizi Wahid, taking proactive steps to provide much needed holistic guidance, and support for the Malay Muslim community. Now, their efforts are crucial in navigating the emotional and informational landscape, ensuring our community remains well-informed, resilient, and united during these trying times. Mr. Speaker, the vibrancy of our community's response to this crisis is a testament of the Singaporean spirit. The recent dialogue session with the Malay Muslim leaders is a prime example. It was a constructive discourse that reflected our unique way of addressing global issues, the Singaporean way. I am reminded of darker days when the spectre of terrorism loomed large with the Jemaah Islamiyah threat. It was a time when the fabric of our social harmony was put to the test. Yet, Singaporeans from all walks of life, regardless of race or religion, rallied together. Religious organizations across the spectrum stepped forward to support the Malay Muslim community. This is the hallmark of our society, a reflection of mutual respect and solidarity that binds us together. So in conclusion, my hope is simple: that international law be abided and followed through, as we stand in unison with the innocent civilian lives caught in the crossfire of the Israel-Hamas conflict. Let us also stand united in our resolve to uphold values of peace, justice, and humanitarianism. Let the narrative of solidarity, security, and peace resonate across our lands, reminding us of our shared responsibility towards fostering a harmonious community. Thank you.
MOS Pasha Ibrahim.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amended motion. The loss of innocent lives in Israel and Gaza has shaken all of us. I'm sure I speak on behalf of all Singaporeans when I say that we feel the grief and pain of those who have lost their loved ones. As the conflict in Gaza intensifies, we also watch with great concern the tremendous suffering of innocent civilians, babies, young children, the sick, and the elderly. With food, water, and medical aid not reaching the people, this humanitarian crisis will worsen. We are already reading reports of emergency surgeries being conducted without anesthesia. This is the tragic price of conflict, the loss and suffering of innocent lives. It is heart-wrenching, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of them. The long-standing Israel-Palestine conflict is an emotive issue. This latest outbreak of hostilities has led to a global rise in hate speech, crimes, and attacks. Mr. Alex Yam asked if there have been increased reports of anti-Semitic rhetoric or inter-religious disagreements in Singapore. As mentioned by DPM Wong earlier, in the month of October 2023 alone, the Singapore Police Force received 8 reports of offensive remarks or actions targeted at either members of the Jewish or Muslim communities in Singapore. This is equal to the total number of anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim police reports received between January and September this year. We take firm action against acts that threaten our religious and racial harmony. We have provisions to do so in the Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act and Penal Code. We also have powers under the Broadcasting Act to disable access to egregious content, including those likely to cause racial and religious disharmony in Singapore or which advocate violence or terrorism. The laws are only one part of our holistic approach to maintaining racial and religious harmony in our society. We work closely with the community. MHA and MCCY regularly engage our religious and community leaders through platforms such as the National Steering Committee on racial and religious harmony. MCCY has refreshed the 93 racial and religious harmony circles, one in each constituency, to build trust and interactions across our ethnic and religious communities. MCCY also uses the Harmony Fund to support community initiatives that bring different communities together, deepen their mutual understanding, and foster meaningful conversations about their commonalities and differences. Individuals who engage in offensive conduct are a minority in our society. Even where views on the conflict have differed, most Singaporeans have been measured and mature in our response. We may feel deep sympathy for the civilians caught in the crossfire between Israel and Hamas. However, we should be mindful that just as there are those among us who feel more deeply for the Israelis killed or abducted by Hamas, there are also many Singaporeans who are profoundly saddened by the sufferings of the Palestinian people in Gaza. We should therefore show our support and concern in a way which does not lead to conflict and tensions among us, and is not framed as a clash between religions. Whether it is an Israeli or Palestinian life, it is still a life. And we should be concerned and should be willing to give help. We understand that Singaporeans desire to come together to show their concern and support. Some have applied to hold assemblies at the Speaker's Corner. Dr. Syed Harun Al-Habshi asked about applications to use the Speaker's Corner for such events. Over the last 3 years, NParks has received more than 400 applications to use the Speaker's Corner for events. Of these, 7 applications were rejected. 5 of the rejected applications were to hold events related to the Israel-Hamas conflict in October 2023. The 2 remaining applications were for unrelated events in December 2022 and August 2023. SPF has said that public assemblies on matters related to the Israel-Hamas conflict will be prohibited. There are real public safety and security concerns. There have been numerous incidents of violence related to the conflict in other countries. Tensions are high, and public demonstrations may inevitably advocate or show more sympathy for one side of the conflict or the other. They can spark off incidents on the ground. They also have the potential to divide us as Singaporeans. Once we allow one event, we will have to allow others. Our position is consistent with previous requests for events held outside the Speaker's Corner, where SPF had assessed there to be a safety and security risk, such as those related to the Russia-Ukraine war. We would have adopted the same approach if the event was held at Speaker's Corner. NParks will continue to reject applications to use the Speaker's Corner for such events as long as there is a public safety and security risk. There are other practical and impactful avenues through which Singaporeans can show support. They may, for example, contribute to authorized fundraising activities and donation drives in support of humanitarian relief efforts, such as the fundraising appeal by the Singapore Red Cross. Mr. Alex Yam asked whether there has been an increase in rhetoric or activities by extremist groups in the Southeast Asian region. Hamas has issued statements calling on all Muslims to fight. Supporters of terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, as well as those in Southeast Asia, have celebrated Hamas attacks. They have called on followers to join in a wider jihad. Singaporeans are not immune to such sentiments. DPM Wong mentioned the individuals we had detained in the past. Our stance is clear. We condemn all acts of terrorism. Terrorism is not justifiable under any circumstances. Neither will we tolerate people calling for violence. We will take firm action. Our security agencies are watching the situation very closely and have stepped up their alert. Additional measures have been taken, such as enhanced security patrols at certain events and places. Singaporeans, on their part, must stay vigilant. They should report to the authorities any suspicious behavior or individuals whom they suspect could have been radicalized. Mr. Speaker, our strongest defense is our collective vigilance. Mr. Speaker, again, in line with Singapore's condemnation of terrorism in all its forms and our support of international law, as well as the two-state solution, I support the motion raised by MPs Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Zhulkarnain Abdul Rahim. Thank you, sir.
Before I call honourable members to ask their supplementary questions and clarifications, I wish to make an observation and give a reminder to this House. I note that in the past, members have taken this opportunity for raising points of clarification to make mini speeches before asking their clarifications. In fact, there have been an occasion where the mini speech exceeded 5 minutes. So I want to remind members that under Standing Order 48, Section 3, no member other than the mover is allowed to speak more than once on a motion. Making a point of clarification or asking supplementary questions are not further occasions for a second speech. I will allow some leeway for members to explain their point of clarification or make their question intelligible. But I ask members for your cooperation and understanding to observe the standing orders and to keep their points of clarifications and questions concise and to the point. With that, any clarifications or supplementary questions? None? In that case, I will now call on Mr. Vikram Nair.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all my colleagues who took part in this debate, including our Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister and Second Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Minister of State for Home Affairs, who set out the government's perspective. It was also good to have perspectives from the backbench, from our nominated members of parliament, and from both opposition parties. I'm heartened by the significant agreement on important matters by all parties concerned. So the good news is I will not be using anywhere close to my full 40 minutes. The Workers' Party, I think in this House, has clarified that their position is similar to the government's on all the key points, including that they condemn the terrorist attacks on 7th October and recognize Israel's right of self-defense. Now, this is important because it was not clear from their public statement, but I'm grateful that the Leader of the Opposition has clarified that the public statement may also be modified. I also thank Mr. Leong Man Wai and the PSP for its unequivocal support of our motion and the government's position on this matter. Now, there is so much common ground amongst the speakers here that I think what I will do in this speech, in line with this motion, is show the solidarity amongst us. Now, on the first component, I think everyone who spoke understands and empathizes both with the suffering of the Israeli people who are victims of the attack, as well as the plight of the Palestinian people. I think many speakers also expressed sympathy for the Palestinian cause, which may have been compromised, unfortunately, by this attack. The second and third components of this debate are where we give substance to the humanitarian crisis. There was a UN resolution passed for immediate, durable, sustained humanitarian truce. and a call for leading to a cessation of hostilities. This was echoed by all members in this House and all parties, and I think this is important. Even Israel's close ally like the US is calling for a truce so that humanitarian supplies can reach the people. And this builds on to the third component, and I think some people, including Minister of State Faisal Ibrahim, Mr. Alex Yam, Dr. Said Harun, and Mr. Sharil Taha, shared moving stories about the humanitarian plight and of the suffering of the civilian population. We think it's important for the people to get access to humanitarian assistance being provided by the UN, the International Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations. The fourth component, condemning those responsible for the terrorist attacks and violation of international law. Now, this is an important point for Singapore. The Deputy Prime Minister, ministers, Second Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Zhulkarnain, Mr. Sharil Taha, have all pointed out that we have to unequivocally call out these terrorist attacks and label it as such, because such attacks cannot be condoned. And I think Mr. Sia Yao Chen also highlighted that the right of self-defense that correlates and arises from this is also important to recognize. Second component, the violations of international law, this also has to be condemned, regardless of which party is responsible. And the relevant principles of international law include the principles applicable to armed conflict, including the principle of distinction, which means civilian targets cannot, civilians and civilian objects cannot be made targets of military attack, proportionality, which means any response has to be proportionate to the threat, as well as positive obligations to protect civilians and civilian objects from the effects of war. These are all important obligations. I also agree with Mr. Zhulkarnain's call for both parties to facilitate investigations after the war if necessary. It's important for both parties who wish to maintain the moral high ground to show that they intend to and respect international law. The next limb, which calls for all parties to comply with positive obligations under humanitarian law, including to ensure safety and security of civilians, release all hostages, and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. Now, there is some overlap between this and the earlier limbs, but I think the call for release of hostages is also universal. There is no excuse for keeping hostages, and they have to be released immediately. The steps taken to protect the civilian population from the effects of war, I would respectfully say, include compliance with the UN resolution and facilitating humanitarian access to the agencies involved. We then come to, I think, another point in which there was universal agreement, and that is Singapore's long-standing commitment to a two-state solution. Now, this commitment goes back a long way. I think in my speech I highlighted it traces back to 1967. And I think Minister Vivian Balakrishnan also highlighted Singapore's record of votes at the UN to show how we've always been consistent with this. We have voted to indicate also that Israel's policies of starting settlements on the occupied territories are illegal, and we maintain this position. We acknowledge that this policy of settlement is an obstacle to the peace process and the eventual creation of a Palestinian state. To Israel's credit, though, they did take action to move out of the Gaza, including moving settlers out in 2005. So, in my view, this is not an insurmountable obstacle, but I think it is one that should be acknowledged. Now, I think DPM Lawrence Wong set out that if we are to get a peaceful resolution, Palestinians must be given a peaceful alternative to achieve statehood. Otherwise, they may continue to support groups like Hamas that promote violence. So for this two-state solution to become a reality, I think we have to hope that both parties and the peaceful leaders on both sides will be able to have a stronger position. Now, Singapore is not a big player in this situation, and Singapore probably cannot individually move the needle on this. But I think many speakers have pointed out that Singapore has a good relationship with both Israel and with Palestine. And we have taken a consistent position with both. With the Palestinians, I think several several speakers, including, let me just get to my, okay, yes. I think in relation to the Palestinians, several speakers, including DPM, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Dr. Maliki, have highlighted, I think Mr. Sharil Taha, have highlighted the efforts that we have taken to engage in capacity building with the Palestinian Authority and to continue to help them build up their skills. It was also interesting to note that Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan was in contact with his Egyptian counterpart, and this is to facilitate the movement of aid to the Gaza. Dr. Maliki is going to Cairo himself. I think these are big commitments on the part of a small country to have such high-level people involved in doing what little we can to facilitate the peace process. Singapore has no power over either of the parties, and all we can hope to do is lend our voice. Now, let me come to the last component of this, and that is to urge all Singaporeans to safeguard and uphold our multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. Both DPM Lawrence Wong and SPS Faisal Ibrahim highlighted that complaints about hate crimes have been on the rise in Singapore, although the numbers are still small, while Mr. Joshua Raj Thomas highlighted the rise of hate crimes across the world and indicated that Singapore may also be vulnerable. This means there is a real threat to Singapore's harmony that could arise from this if we are not careful. I think MOS Faisal also highlighted that there are calls by Hamas for regional recruitment. Now, several speakers, including, I think, Mr. Alex Yam, Mr. Satyandi Supat, Mr. Gerald Giam, have highlighted that online misinformation targeting Singaporeans has been on the rise. And Mr. Wan Rizal has introduced me to a new term, doom scrolling, the continued consumption of negative news. So I think against this backdrop, it is important that all parties in this House acknowledge the need for Singapore to stay united. Each of us as leaders must do our part to fight this misinformation. While some Singaporeans have strong sentiments on the matter, we should not let these feelings divide us. I'm grateful for Dr. Maliki's sharing of the government's efforts to fight misinformation, including with programs in schools. And I think one of the most heartening examples exchanged in this House by Minister Vivian Balakrishnan, Mr. Keith Chua, Mr. Murali Pillai, and Ms. Nadia Samdin, amongst others, was the position taken by two important leaders, the Chief Rabbi and the Mufti. After the attacks, the Mufti, Dr. Naziruddin Muhammad Nasir, said in his letter, "There is no place and no justification for any form of violence and brutality on civilians by anyone, including those by Hamas or in any retaliatory response." He also offered his sincerest condolences, prayers, and solidarity to those whose lives are unjustly taken. He also expressed his wish for peaceful coexistence of both communities. In response, the Chief Rabbi said he was encouraged by the Mufti's letter and said he was grateful for Singapore's zero-tolerance laws on hate speech, and added that the utmost priority is for our communities to come together. Now, this gracious exchange sends a strong message, and I hope members of both faiths and all other faiths in Singapore will take this message of solidarity and unity. But these actions are not just from the leaders. They seem to go quite a way down. I think many of our Malay Muslim MPs shared the efforts of the Ramatan Lil Amin Foundation, raising funds in Singapore at the grassroots levels. But they were joined by other faiths as well, as Mr. Keith Chua highlighted, contributions from Humanity Matters, churches, Buddhist temples, Sikh temples, Hindu temples, all coming together in support. This, I think, is a good example of the Singapore way. The different faiths stand in solidarity together, even when there are differences amongst people in other countries that could otherwise divide us. I'm grateful to this House and all its members for standing in solidarity for peace and security in the Middle East. I beg to move, sir. Thank you.
Any members have any clarifications for Mr. Nair? If not, we have now come to the conclusion of the debate, and I shall put the questions to the House for decision. We have 5 amendments proposed by Mr. Alex Yam. We will deal with the amendments first. The first amendment is after line 4, insert a new part with the words supports UN Resolution ES AI-10/21, which calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, leading to a cessation of hostilities. The question is that amendment number 1 be made. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. As the House has agreed to the new part to be inserted, the consequential amendment to rename the parts will be made. The second amendment is in line 5. The words, "and unhindered access to United Nations humanitarian agencies, the International Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations," be added at the end. The question is that amendment number 2 be made. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The third amendment is in line 7 after the word "call" to delete "for" and insert "on." The question is that amendment number 3 be made. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The fourth amendment is in line 7 after the words "all parties to insert comply fully with international humanitarian law, including to." The question is that amendment number 4 be made. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The fifth amendment is in line 7 to delete, including the release of all hostages, and insert release all hostages and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. The question is that amendment number 5 be made. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendments have been agreed to. The original motion as amended is now before the House. The question is that this House, having regard to the terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel and the deepening humanitarian crisis arising from Israel's military operations in the Gaza Strip, A, expresses its deepest condolences to all innocent victims and civilian casualties. B, supports UN Resolution ES-10/21, which calls for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities. C, advocates the urgent delivery of humanitarian aid to the civilian population in Gaza and unhindered access to United Nations humanitarian agencies, the International Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations. D, condemns those responsible for the terrorist acts and violations of international law. E, calls on all parties to comply fully with international humanitarian law, including to ensure the safety and security of civilians, release all hostages, and minimize the effects of combat on the civilian population. F, reiterates Singapore's long-standing commitment to a negotiated two-state solution consistent with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. And G, urges all Singaporeans to safeguard and uphold a multiracial and multi-religious peace and harmony. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Leader, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Associate Professor Raswana Begum.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by commending Singapore's long-standing commitment to the safety and well-being